Hello, welcome to day 2. It's me, your host. No, I'm kidding. It's me. It's David. I brought my dog here today with me. Today we're doing day 2 of the GDWC 2021 awards. Let me get a bit more comfortable. Yeah, okay. So I'm David. We're here with Mecca. And we're taking a look today at the day 2 of the GDWC 2021 awards. Let's look at the schedule. So, if you weren't with us yesterday, let me cover that, and then we'll talk about today, and then tomorrow. So yesterday, we had a chance to look at dev interviews and Let's Plays for the fan favorite games. Then we had a wonderful meeting with Oleg from Game Factory Talents. Then we looked at the Pro Console games category, as well as VR games and VR prototype games. And we ended the day yesterday with Game Jam games. So that's old news. Now what you guys want to know is what we're doing today. Today, we're starting now with the student games category. Afterwards, we're going to be looking at the hobby games. Hobby games are games that are non-commercial. And then we're going to be looking at mobile games. Then we have our wonderful guest, Yanis, joining us from Arcweave. He's a filmmaker, screenwriter. You guys need to see what his presentation is about. Really, really cool. And then we're going to end today with, personally, what I think is the biggest category, Pro PC games. So that's one that you really want to look out for. And then tomorrow's the big day, right? Tomorrow's the award show itself. And we have an in-person event here in Helsinki. But if you're not joining us in person, we're also live streaming everything. So keep here on Twitch. We're going to be live streaming everything. We're going to be announcing all the winners, doing all sorts of really cool stuff. So that's for tomorrow. So today we have this platform, Slido. And if you've been with us yesterday, I've talked all about Slido. And I'm going to talk all about Slido again because Slido is great. And it's our way to interact with you, the audience. So let's take a look at Slido now. So if you go to slido.com, enter the room number 600382. You can join us. We're going to be asking questions all throughout today. You know, we want to know all sorts of stuff about who you are as an audience. Last night, as we ended the show with the Game Jams category, we asked you, what was your favorite game from the category? And the winner was Get Out. And that was sort of an escape room film noir game. Really, really cool stuff. That was the winner of that category. But now we've asked yesterday, and we're asking again today. That's the question that's live now. Where are you watching from? The majority of people are from the USA. It's kind of spread out because we have California, then we have Ohio. Some people have written USA. But if you combine them all together, most of our viewers from the USA. Second place, Finland, which makes sense. You know, us as a company and all of our people here are in Finland. But then Latvia, Estonia, Ireland, also making a big step in Porvo, showing up very well on the list. But we also have, let's see, New Zealand, England, or as it's written there, England, little typo, that's fine. What else do we have? India, which is really, really cool. France, Iceland, Canada. Yeah, Canada. So the reason, if you guys weren't here yesterday, I'm Canadian, and I was having people text me, "Oh, you're doing such a good job, all this stuff." And I'm looking at the list. There was no one from Canada, so I sort of called everyone out that if you're actually a friend, you're watching, put Canada on there. And finally, we do have Canada, but we also have a bunch of cities in Finland as well. So that's our question now. Go to slido.com, enter that room key, and let us know where you're watching from. What's this next one here? Akasalompolo. I don't know where that is. I need to Google that once we're done. But that's Slido. So that's that. Now we're going to be taking a look at the not fanfare, that was yesterday. Student games is what we're doing today. And we have a bit of an intro reel. So let's take a look at that.
Gotta get rid of them all.
big surprise is coming tomorrow. Great. Gotta check the plan with Dad. Hope he likes his birthday gift. Are you serious? We are not skipping our...
So those are the 5 games that we're going to be looking at from the student games category. While we were watching that, I had someone mention, oh yeah, the Alas Akasalampalo. I'll mention that later because I know who it is, and that's in Finland. I didn't know, but that's in Finland. So we have some more places as well that we'll talk about later on in the video. But now we're looking at the student games, like I said. And student games, it's kind of a self-explanatory. The games are submitted by students themselves, and we have... Oh my God, the category has 5 games, and it's dominated by France. We have 3 teams from France who have submitted games. Altogether, the games that we have are Astreia's Gift, we have Incarnation, we have Lysfangha, Postbird in Provence, and... Oh no, we just saw them. Well, you saw them. I forget the 5th one. But anyways, we all saw the games that are coming soon. But the first game that we're going to be looking at will be Astreia's Gift, and we'll come back to that in a little bit. But yeah, the student games are really, really great. I had a chance to sit down with the majority of the teams and the students, and they're so passionate. They're all people who are young in their career, and they're making games, and they have really, really cool ideas. Most of the games are free as well, that you can just Google the names, and you'll be able to download them either on itch.io or whatever platform that they're submitted for. So that's where you can find most of those. And we're really lucky that the student games was sponsored by Autodesk. I'm sure lots of people have used Autodesk before. They have a bunch of programs and stuff that you can use as a student. Me personally, I've used 3ds Max a lot for 3D modeling and stuff like that. And we have a bit of a video from Autodesk, so let's take a look at that. Right, so thank you so much to Autodesk again for helping us with this category. So the first game that we're going to be looking at in the category, I mentioned it before, but it's Astreia's Gift. And that's one of the games made from the group of French students. And the game is well, it's kind of hard to describe. I guess it's like an adventure puzzle game. And you're this person who travels between 2 realms. And it's sort of like a light and dark theme. And it's puzzle based, so you have to incorporate a lot of your environment to pull together, move stuff around, and sort of navigate the world that you're in. It's really, really cool. And again, that's one that if you just Google Astreia's Gift, you'll be able to download it and play for yourself. So I wasn't able to sit down with the devs, but I had a chance to do a bit of a let's play and show you guys that video. So let's go to that now. Astreia's Gift. Hey everyone, it's David again with GDWC. This time we're taking a look at Astreia's Gift. They come from, well, not they come from, but rather they are a nominee for our Student Game Award. I played some, but I'm going to start a new game so everyone can watch from the beginning. So we'll skip this so we can get right into the game. But basically, there's 2 worlds. They're intertwined, and you have to sort of move in between both. So you'll see quite quickly. Yeah. So really, really cool. Multi-dimensional stuff. Where's the jump button? Oh, there is no jump button. Right, so you can jump just by sort of jumping in the direction that you want. Awesome. Yeah, and the team comes from France. They're one of three teams, rather, or 3 games from this same category that are all from France. You know, for it being well, not just a student game. I don't want to say it's just a student game, but for it being a game made by students, just the art, the architecture that we see here, the sort of like so many elements of this game are just kind of mind-blowing, and the fact that so many areas have to be basically rendered twice. These are completely different assets. Like it's a similar layout, of course, so that it makes sense for the world, but these are completely different assets. It's really, really incredible. And I really enjoy our character Astreia. I really enjoy her art style. I think it's really charming, and it reminds me something from Le Petit Prince or the Little Prince. It has a similar art style, which I'm a big fan of. All right. So, yeah, a lot of these early puzzles I have done before, so I won't be so stumped, but yeah, really, really enjoyable game. I'm a big fan of puzzle platformers, and this is an exceptional one, so I think well deserved for their spot as a nominee for Best Student Game. So we'll get that out of the way. Wait, come back. Okay, I guess we have to do it like this. So the other 3 games, I want to give them a quick shout out as well, since I think they were from all the same school. Maybe I shouldn't just guess, but anyways, there was Postbird in Provence, there was Lysfangha, and now Astreia's Gift, the one that we're playing. All 3 of them exceptional games as well. No surprise that they've made the cut for top 5 nominees. Alright, we have to use the telescope. So the telescope is sort of giving us the layout of the puzzle that we're trying to recreate here. So we need to light that up so our little lanterns can be powered up. And I like that. It's slightly hidden in the grass, just so it's, you know, it's not gonna break anyone's brain, but it gives you a little bit more to look at and try and figure out, like, where do I place this this thing. And I know a lot of the voice acting is quite simple, but it's done in a really effective way. It reminds me of, you know, like Legend of Zelda games where there's no voice acting. Well, at least Link, there's no voice acting for Link. But there's those grunts and stuff like that. It does give it a bit more life to the character. And they're done really well. Sometimes you'll get games that try to do these grunts and stuff like that. But you can tell it's recorded kind of poorly, but not the case here. It's really, really good. It's just fun to hear that. It's fun to see how many things are interactable, or the game really does reward curiosity. Like this little segment. There's no real point to it other than just collecting these Actually, never mind. We do have to go up here. But still, you couldn't have found that without wondering what's beyond this thing. And again, the architecture, the use of like cubes or rectangles is really cool architecture. It kind of gives us this like, labyrinthian world that we're in. Oh, I just fell. It's like the background makes you feel like I'm not sure where I'm going, although the play area that you're in is pretty easy to navigate. I think they do such a good job with that. And this, I don't know, boomerang thing that I use, it's really fun too. You might have seen already that it follows sort of the orbs that we pick up. So it offers fun little puzzles. Like this, you know? It's just nice. Nothing complicated, just fun. Oh, okay, I see. And I completely forgot, you know, when I started I was like, oh, where's the jump? Where's the jump button? But there is no jump mechanic, it's done with just the push of a button. It reminds me of like Assassin's Creed or I guess the older ones where you just press on the control stick and your character just goes up a building. To be continued. Oh, so... Well, I don't remember it being this short. Of course, it is a student game, so we can expect it to be sort of just a short experience. It was a bit unfair because, like I said, I have played it before, so I knew all of the puzzles and stuff. But I hope you enjoyed watching it too. I really do recommend playing this game. I hope everyone on the team has success in their career and in whatever they want to pursue. This is a really enjoyable game. Astreia's Gift. Hey everyone, it's David again with GDWC. This time we're taking a look at Astreia's Gift. They come from, well, not they come from, but rather they are a nominee for our Student Game Award. I played some, but I'm going to start a new game so everyone can watch from the beginning. So we'll skip this so we can get right into the game. But basically, there's two worlds that are intertwined, and you have to sort of move in between both. So you'll see quite quickly. Yeah. So really cool, multi-dimensional stuff. Where's the jump button? Oh, there is no jump button. Right, so you can jump just by sort of jumping in the direction that you want. Awesome. Yeah, and the team comes from France. They're one of three teams, rather, or three games from this same category that are all from France. You know, for it being, well, not just a student game. I don't want to say it's just a student game, but for it being a game made by students, just the art, the architecture that we see here, the sort of like, so many elements of this game are just kind of mind-blowing. And the fact that so many areas have to be basically rendered twice. These are completely different assets. Like, it's a similar layout, of course, so that it makes sense for the world, but these are completely different assets. It's really incredible. And I really enjoy our character, Astreia. I really enjoy her art style. I think it's really charming. And it reminds me of something from Le Petit Prince or the Little Prince. It has a similar art style, which I'm a big fan of. All right. So, yeah, a lot of these early puzzles I have done before, so I won't be so stumped, but yeah, really enjoyable game. I'm a big fan of puzzle platformers, and this is an exceptional one, so I think well deserved for their spot as a nominee for Best Student Game. So we'll get that out of the way. Wait, come back. Okay, I guess we have to do it like this. So the other three games, I want to give them a quick shout out as well, since I think they were from all the same school. Maybe I shouldn't just guess, but anyways, there was Postbird in Provence, there was Lysfangha, and now Astreia's Gift, the one that we're playing. All three of them exceptional games as well. No surprise that they've made the cut for top 5 nominees. Alright, we have to use the telescope. So the telescope is sort of giving us the layout of the puzzle that we're trying to recreate here. So we need to light that up so our little lanterns can be powered up. And I like that. It's slightly hidden in the grass, just so it's, you know, it's not gonna break anyone's brain, but it gives you a little bit more to look at and try and figure out, like, where do I place this this thing. And I know a lot of the voice acting is quite simple, but it's done in a really effective way. It reminds me of, you know, like Legend of Zelda games where there's no voice acting. Well, at least Link, there's no voice acting for Link. But there's those grunts and stuff like that. It does give it a bit more life to the character. And they're done really well. Sometimes you'll get games that try to do these grunts and stuff like that. But you can tell it's recorded kind of poorly, but not the case here. It's really good. It's just fun to hear that. It's fun to see how many things are interactable, or the game really does reward curiosity. Like this little segment. There's no real point to it other than just collecting these. Actually, never mind. We do have to go up here. But still, you couldn't have found that without wondering what's beyond this thing. And again, the architecture, the use of like cubes or rectangles is really cool architecture. It kind of gives us this, like, you know, labyrinthian world that we're in. Oh, I just fell. It's like the background makes you feel like I'm not sure where I'm going, although the play area that you're in is pretty easy to navigate. I think they do such a good job with that. And this, I don't know, boomerang thing that I use is really fun too. You might have seen already that it follows sort of the orbs that we pick up. So it offers fun little puzzles. Like this, you know? It's just nice. Nothing complicated, just fun. Oh, okay, I see. And I completely forgot, you know, when I started I was like, oh, where's the jump button? But there is no jump mechanic, it's done with just the push of a button. It reminds me of like Assassin's Creed or I guess the older ones where you just press on the control stick and your character just goes up a building. To be continued. Oh, so... Well, I don't remember it being this short. Of course, it is a student game, so we can expect it to be sort of just a short experience. It was a bit unfair because, like I said, I have played it before, so I knew all of the puzzles and stuff. But I hope you enjoyed watching it too. I really do recommend playing this game. I hope everyone on the team has success in their career and in whatever they want to pursue. This is a really, really enjoyable game. Astreia's Gift. And welcome back to the show. That was Astreia's Gift from students from France. Hope you enjoyed it. I really, really did. Before we move on to our next game, before I even tell you what the next game is, I want to go back to Slido. So if you haven't heard already, Slido is the platform that we're using so you can interact with us. Of course, we're on Twitch. You can message us in Discord as well. We're sort of managing everything. But Slido is I would say, the most fun one. You can go there. We're asking questions throughout the day. Slido.com, room number 600382. Right now we're asking, where are you joining us from? Last time we checked, most of the people were from the USA. Now Finland has stepped up again, as well as Estonia. We have some newcomers too. Philippines is there. I don't know if I mentioned Iceland before. It's cool. I love how international the audience is. And we're going to come back to that question later in the day as well. But, oh my God, it keeps moving as well. That's really cool. So we have our next game as well. We're going to be asking a new question for Slido. So make sure you refresh Slido soon. We're going to have a new question for you. Right. So next game is Incarnation. That comes from Idan Ruz. It's a solo developer from Israel. The game is absolutely amazing. The art style is so unique. I can't wait for you guys to see it. And not just the art style, but the gameplay. It's a, I guess, action roguelike, but instead of becoming stronger as you play, it's actually the opposite. As you progress throughout the story, you lose skills. When you start the game, you're this, you're the strongest being in the whole game. But as you continue, you can't fly anymore. You can't heal yourself. There's all sorts of stuff that's really, really cool. Idan Ruz was a really cool guest as well. So that was quite a special game. I hope you guys enjoy the gameplay in the interview as well. So let's check it out. Okay, so thanks so much for joining me for the Incarnation playthrough.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so this was made by you and a musician.
Right, so it was me and a musician whose name is Amit Katzengold, who helped me work on the music and sound effects. Yeah.
And so, well, there's so much to talk about the game, but the controls is the one that I want to talk about first off, because we see it here on screen. But did you purposely limit yourself to only mouse controls?
Yeah, so it's actually an interesting story. When I was, I think it was probably my second year in Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design, where I studied game development. I saw like a final project made by one student, and one of the lecturers who came to review it had such a hard time using a keyboard to manipulate what was happening on screen. So this was when I thought maybe I should make my game mouse only,
Yeah.
Which was an interesting challenge because I actually made an action game that's only used by a mouse and also like an action platformer. So that was an interesting challenge and limitation.
Yeah, I think it's really genius, and that's one thing that really I think makes your game stick out, is that it works so well too that it doesn't feel limited by the mouse, even though that's the control scheme.
Yeah, so I really like experimenting with input systems in my games, and my games tend to be a bit frustrating because of this, usually.
Yeah.
There's a game I made called Press Control, which is all about not being able to directly control like your character, because like you have a character that controls another character with a set of keys that's actually positioned in the game world, and the second character then has to control a third one, also with a set of keys that are positioned within the game world.
Yeah.
So it creates sort of a lag in your actions. And in another game that I made actually in school, in my third year, it's called Space Cadet. It's a 2-button game where you control a spaceship.
Yeah.
But you have like 5 stations, but in order to control each and every one of them, you have to move between them. So you're like one cadet controlling 5 different stations on this ship. So you can't actually steer if you don't go to that station specifically. Yeah, so this is something that I just like experimenting with, which is input systems in my games.
Yeah, it makes them feel so unique, and obviously unique visually. It's very unique. I think you're like the limited color palette just makes every level just stick out so much.
Yeah, I think this is something. It's like a part of my design philosophy is just do like the best with the least. And so this is why I like pixel art. This is why I like limiting my color palettes. Why I like doing all of those weird things with input systems.
Yeah.
Generally, it just brings interesting results. So, yeah.
So we've seen a few times already the well, on the left side of the screen, sort of I don't know what you would call this, but sort of the build of your character, and how. Well, again, I guess this goes back to maybe your philosophy with games, but I was really surprised at first because I feel like in most games the progression comes from learning more and doing more, but in our Incarnation it's the opposite. The more you progress, the more you lose, and then sort of you have to learn how to play the game differently.
Right. So this has actually been something that's interesting for me for a long time, because Incarnation, actually, it's my graduation project from the academy, and first I didn't want to make it this game. I actually wanted to make a game that's using artificial intelligence at its core, and I ran into some technical difficulties, so I decided to pursue this sort of design, which has been like in the back of my mind for about 4 years. Even before I started studying, and I really wanted to make a game that's about like not like a generic power fantasy, but something that can actually tell you something about yourself and about being humble. So it ended up becoming this game about being a god who wants to become a human, and sort of it's a bit grim, right? Because the first thing that you do is you lose your immortality, you become immortal, which is, I think was interesting for me. It's like poetically, it's about the loss of potential, because you start as a kid and you can like do sort of whatever you want, as you like, your imagination can go wild, and at some point you make like decisions and life choices which sort of limit you, and this is like the themes that I wanted to pursue with this game.
Yeah.
And I ran into the story. It's a biblical story, and it's actually from one of the stories that are not officially like in the Bible, more like in the realm of Jewish mysticism. And it's the book of Enoch, which tells the story about an angel who rebelled and wanted to sort of go to the human world. And it really inspired me for this, and like the thing that you see on the left, it's called the Tree of Life from the Kabbalah. So I really wanted to incorporate some like Jewish mysticism and what I like to call Jewish mythology. In the because like I don't believe in God or anything like this, but I think to draw inspiration from those story and this cultural treasure is super important. And we've seen a lot of like games about Catholicism, and I just wanted to bring something that's more close to home. So this is just a bit about those stuff.
I think that's really unique, and the idea that, I don't know if that's directly from what you were saying, but that you start off as a character, you have wings, and then eventually you have to lose those wings and learn how to walk on your feet instead of just flying around.
So this actually changes the way you play the game as well, because with the wings you have this dash move that you can use to sort of dodge things, and once you lose them, like you see the animation and they're sort of floating, and then you have to start like jumping around, which it can be a bit harder. Some of the like later powers that you can are also fairly interesting. It took me a while to figure out exactly which powers I wanted to use. I also wanted them to be sort of orthogonal to each other, so that eventually, even if I wanted to say randomly generate this tree every single game, they wouldn't be too dependent on each other. You'll still have some interesting experience with all of them. And the later ones are quite interesting, I think. One of them is about your endurance. So it actually gets you to have fall damage if you lose it. And if you haven't lost the wings, for example, and you choose to lose it, your dash move can actually get you to be damaged if you sort of dash into a wall. So there are some quirks here and there which are pretty interesting.
And the game is quite difficult as well. Like on my first few playthroughs, I followed the leftward path the whole way, and I made it down to the hourglass, and I thought, I'm just one step away from getting the last thing unlocked. But no, it wasn't. That's not the case. You have to. So you have to unlock everything to be able to reach the very end.
Right. So there are 10 stages, and you have to go through all of them to reach the end. Which is why like picking the hourglass is not such a good idea, because the hourglass is about being prone to aging, basically. So once you pick it up, you're on a clock, like sort of on a timer, and you lose your max HP every cycle. I think it's about 1 minute or maybe 1.5 minutes. I'm not sure what's the value it has actually.
I learned that the hard way, that as you go, you start to lose health, and I'm panicking trying to reach the end, and I can't see the end because I've lost that ability as well. And you mentioned that you worked with a musician.
Right.
The music and how it affects sort of it reacts to how much health you have. I think that's genius, because you're playing and then all of a sudden the music gets like quite like lower leveled, and it builds so much tension.
There's a low pass that's coming to action once your HP is too low. And there are actually some interesting things that we experimented with in this game. Besides just being low HP and something happens is fairly common in games. But what I really wanted to do, and actually Amit was super it was such a great experience working with him on this. I really wanted you to have like the whole soundtrack be adaptive to the choices that you made with your powers. So what we did is the soundtrack itself, we're using a plugin to Unity that's called Fmod, that actually allows us to sort of turn on and off some tracks that are played during the game based on things that are happening in the game. So
Oh, I see.
we gave specific tracks and specific like instruments for every single power that you have. And once you lose them, the music sort of becomes thinner and thinner because you lose those tracks.
Of course,
So
yeah.
like the last one that you'll be hearing is like some tribal drums, like a tribal drum track that actually turns on in the third world, which you have yet to reach in those playthroughs.
Yeah.
So like the first world is like the angelic area. We have like you can hear the choir, and we have some synths going on. And in the second world, some like guitars are coming into play, and we wanted it to be like a bit more like metal and rock and roll. And in the third world, it becomes like tribal and more like raw in a way, because you are moving from the world of angels to the world of humans, and then to the world of beasts. And I want to sort of convey this through the music, through the color palette, and it was an awesome experience. And seeing Amit bringing this like to life was truly inspiring.
And the script in between the levels, is that Hebrew?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I just says chapter A, chapter B. So
I see.
Arid, Avian, and and it's also like the letter that you see at the top right corner of the screen.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just Hebrew letters going from Aleph to Yod through the entire playthrough.
And
so if you go this way, like the route of not flying, it tends to actually be a bit easier. People I found out, because the one-shot kill that you have with the death touch power is just so powerful. It allows you to like sort of counter the projectiles and kill everyone in one hit, so you don't really care about how powerful they are. It's just a bit stronger of a strategy to use. And for this game specifically, it was sort of an idea that I wanted to pursue for, as I said, like 4 years. And this is not actually how I imagined it. And like today, when I'm thinking about Incarnation, I'm thinking more of like a more story-driven experience, if you could imagine.
Yeah.
Where like those themes that I'm sort of experimenting with here in a mechanical level will sort of be more apparent in the story, and with like the characters and the choices that you make will have more consequences besides just the like music and the mechanical part of it. I actually wanted to make it into a more story heavy game, which I may actually pursue one day. I don't know.
I have some questions that it's really, I'm being a bit selfish, but I'm looking for advice to sort of get further within the game. Is it is there such like a focus on just reaching the end, or is there much benefit from sort of exploration and sort of trying to defeat enemies, or is it really about just get to the end as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so I think getting to the end as quickly as possible is probably the right way to go. Specifically, some enemies can drop health packs, like meat parts that you can eat to heal yourself, which is it becomes more and more important as you go and once you lose the regenerate ability. But like this project was made in like 2 months. What is it?
That's really impressive.
Yeah,
2 months,
thank you.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's probably the best to just go find the altar and reach it as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Do not touch too many angels, because they actually decrease your maximum HP as you hit them.
Oh,
as
that's
opposed to like the humans and the animals. Yeah, so you can see that if like one of those angels touches you, your max HP is actually being lowered a little bit. So and you actually reach the beast world, which is cool. Just go straight for the altar. once you lose the compass, it becomes a bit harder.
Yeah.
Because the levels also tend to become more and more horizontal. Like they start sort of vertical, and they become more and more horizontal. So that once you lose the compass ability, it won't be as easy to find the exits.
Yeah.
You do have some music cues that you can hear once you get like closer. The music sort of shifts to like another phase. But yeah, this is generally how I would do it, and just never get hit by the angels, like the angelic deities.
And when the angels hit you, there's no way to regain that lost max health.
So maximum health you cannot regain.
Okay.
Only like regular damage.
Yeah. And graphically, what inspired to make Incarnation the way it looks? Because it's such a unique style with, well, from the pixel art and then the color palette.
Yeah, so I actually, the first thing that was interesting to me was using the light, actually. I thought like the light will be very important in this game, and there are also like three ways, three filters through which you can see the light, because there's you just like shrunk the aura that you have, which determines like how far you can actually reach with your damage. Which is super important because you cannot hit people unless they're within the range of your light. And then you can see like around the central circle, which is like the main area of play, you can sort of see like what's going on around the edges. It's a bit blurred, but you can see it, unless you lose the power of the either, which actually shuts it down as well, so it's much harder to see clearly. So this was something that I actually experimented with when I started working on this game, where the orb that you have and that you used to hit people with was actually limited to the area of light that you have. So it was a very weird sort of experience because it became very physical. It was actually limited to only the lit area, so like you couldn't go around corners and you had to position yourself correctly.
Yeah.
It was very interesting. It made the game much harder, but I really like enjoyed this sort of experience. It was very heavy math-wise, like for me, because I don't have like any I don't computer science or mathematical background.
Yeah.
Like academic background, at least. So yeah, so dealing with light and shadow and contrast was very important to me. As I said, limiting the palette was also crucial. Choosing the right colors to allow the red to always be there, and to be the same red through all three levels. The red of the blood, which is it was super crucial. And then just experimenting with some palettes. I started from some palette that I found. I think it was actually my first experiment. It was a palette that I stole from a game called Quomp by Stuffed Wombat and some people. It's a one-button game that I really like, and I think everyone should play it. It's just amazing, so condensed of a design, so clean. So I stole this one, and then I came up with my own palette eventually. Yeah, so that's basically it. Yeah, and in terms of pixel art, I've been making pixel art since I was a kid.
Yeah.
In elementary school, I picked up RPG Maker 2000. It was. So this is when I created my first video games.
20 plus year old program at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty cool experience because it wasn't actually programming, but I learned some programming concepts through it.
Yeah.
So I liked like to modify some of the pixel art that they had, and then went to do some of my own pixel art. And I didn't do pixel art for years, but I actually got back to it just a little bit before I started Academy in Pixel. So yeah.
And how many years have you been studying at the Academy?
It's been 4 years, and I'm actually starting to teach their game design.
Really? That's so cool.
Yeah, this next semester, which is super exciting. I just finished there, and I'm starting to teach, which is I'm very humbled by their decision to like take me into the like to be a lecturer
Yeah.
on game design. And I'm actually teaching game design through board games, which is one of my biggest passions since I was 15. I think I'm 28 now, so 13 years. Where this is like the thing I love the most. I have like a small collection here, and I mean, besides like my girlfriend, my cat, mom and dad, but I love board games sometimes even more than I enjoy video games. And you seem to be doing great.
Yeah, I'm surprised by. But I have so low health at this point that I don't feel too confident. Yeah.
And it's happening. Yeah, you just lost some of your max HP.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But it's funny that you bring up board games. Oh no, I was so close.
So close.
I think we'll go for. I'll do one last run, and then we can sort of end up the interview. But one question that I want to ask is, since you're studying or have studied game design, and anyone who aspires to get into game development, do you have any advice for them?
Yeah, I think my first advice would be to start developing, and starting development is probably the easiest in the context of a game jam. This is how I studied, and like most of my games were created during or in the context of a game jam, or like sometimes it's a 48-hour game jam, sometimes it's a bit longer. But I think you learn the most through game jams, through working with other people, and specifically board games. If we're like that topic, board games are a great way to like learn and feel game design, because something about the medium is just so raw and transparent, and it teaches you communication. It teaches you conveying a message to people, because with board games you actually have to manipulate the pieces the way the designer worked, like wanted you to, without him being there and without a program to sort of enforce the rules on you. So you actually have to be very careful with the decisions that you make in the context of designing a board game, and even starting small with very, very simple concepts like memory games or set collections, like experimenting with components. I think board games are, we're seeing the effect on the video gaming industry in the last few years now, with games like Slay the Spire, which are basically awesome deck builders, which we had with Dominion, I think, since 2007 or something. And then, once they come into the digital space, it allows for some interesting things to happen. So board games are I think they're a very good source of inspiration specifically. But if you want to like start making video games and want to become professional, or even just dabble and see if it's for you, game jams are probably the best way to go. Find a local community, engage with people who are like-minded and who want games. If you're a coder, find an animator. If you're like an artist animator, find a programmer, and learn together. This is how I did this with my first partner, Ona, and it worked out pretty good for us, I think, in terms of learning and getting to learn the ropes and see how this process is actually made. This is how I would do it. Find a local community, do game jams, and play board games, just because this is what it requires to be.
Yeah, and
like love movies and do some cool stuff, I think so many people who want to become video game developers, their only source of inspiration is video games, and this is I think not the best way to go. Like if you go into any sort of creative space and you want to bring something new to it, you better have some other sources of inspiration besides the thing that you're actually doing.
Yeah, I agree. I know that studios, like some studios anyways, that they often look for people who their video game experiences may be limited because they offer such a new perspective instead of like someone like you or I. We could tell you a lot of people would be just influenced by video games and what they know or understand video games to be, but someone who has a brand new perspective offers so much more vision than.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And we see it with students, actually in Bezalel Academy. So there are people who know video games to come to develop video games, and people who don't know video games who come to develop video games. And the results are vastly experienced, and often you see some very interesting experimental ideas with people who never had too much hardcore experience with video games, because they're not as limited in the concepts and in the things that they see as what a digital interactive experience can be. So sometimes it's actually a strength to not be native to this world.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you might just do it.
I hope so. I hope that I said that. Oh, this will be my last run, and I'm doing so good. And you've mentioned the music before, and I want to mention that I've been hearing it more now. How it reflects what level you're on, and now that metal guitar is sort of gone, and it's a bit more tribal, and there's more voices, and yeah, it's really, really cool.
Oh, you have fall damage now, so watch out for that.
I noticed now. I took 2 hits, and oh shit, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
So the high impact, that's from fall damage, and is there any other sources that would affect the high impact?
So it's fall damage if you can fly, and if you can fly, then just running into a wall won't do any damage to you, but if you dash into a wall accidentally, you will be damaged.
Okay.
So,
oof. I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
There you go.
And are there other games that you'd like to mention that you've worked on or that you've created while we have you? Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, I'm still alive somehow.
Nice.
Oh, no.
Yeah, those spikes are actually much stealthier in the last level, like in the last section of the game.
Oh, and I thought I had a chance to maybe go find some meat and then just quickly got spiked.
I'm so sorry about that.
Great. So yeah, I think we can sort of end it about here. Is there anything else that you wanted to mention before we end?
It's been a super fun experience. So thank you so much, David. And I hope to catch you later and talk about maybe how your study goes and
yeah, absolutely.
And welcome back to the show. This is the GDWC 2021 Awards. We're on day 2 of the pre-show, and we just saw that was Incarnation by Idan Ruz, a solo developer from Israel. The game is not only one of my favorites from the student games category, but I would think just in general from the whole competition, it's really, really special. As we mentioned before, it's only mouse controlled, so there's no buttons or anything like that. So the accessibility is incredible. The game's really difficult. I haven't beat it yet, but I know that I want to keep playing and try and beat it. And just the idea of the reverse progression is so unique. It's a really, really cool game. It's free on his itch.io. You can just Google Incarnation game and you'll be able to find it. Before we move on to the next game, I want to mention our Slido page that we have open right now. If you go to slido.com, enter room number 600382. We're currently asking you, what was your highlight of day 1 yesterday? So right now we have dev interviews, the games, just the vibe of the show, and then Pro console gameplays. So we have some good answers in there. We're looking for a few more, and we're going to introduce next question in after the next gameplay. So for now, you have a couple minutes. Come in, let us know what you thought about day one. So now we're going to look at the next game in the student games category. It's Lysfangha. At least I think that's how it's pronounced. Lysfangha comes from a group of French students. That's our second game from France from the student games category. And it's a really, really unique game. I mean, all the student games are really unique. I think they have such cool ideas. This one is a action beat 'em up sort of brawler game. It reminds me a lot of stuff like Hades, but what you can do is you can create clones of yourself and go back in time and sort of defeat rooms with your clones moving alongside you. It's really, really cool. You guys will get to see in the gameplay what it looks like. But yeah, so that's Lysfangha coming from a group of French students. Let's take a look.
Well, hey there, everyone. It's David again for GDWC. This time we're taking a look at Lysfangha. It's nominee for the Best Student Game Award of 2021. Another studio from France. I think we have, 3 out of the 5 Best Student Games are all from France. So shout out to you, France. You guys are making amazing games. I haven't had a chance yet to play Lysfangha, so I'm just going to go right into it.
Eons ago, the gods birthed a miracle of light, the Lysfangha. They left soon after, entrusting the world to their children. Ime watched over the people as Kale traveled, searching for wisdom. The Lysfangha's power ensured prosperity for centuries, but such power would only summon covetous dark forces. Now, as the ground splits apart, an ominous glow radiates from the temple. They have come.
Ooh, that setup is awesome. Ime says, looks like everyone got out safely. It doesn't seem to be settling down. I need to find out what is happening and fast. These strange crystals in the way look brittle. Let's go. Attack with this and do that. Oh, that's awesome. Dash with X. I will. Eliminate all of the monsters before the timer runs out. The amount of monsters left is shown.
Hello there. Let's dance.
I'm getting Hades vibes, definitely. I think it's undeniable that someone would see the same comparison. Oh, when the timer runs out, you get hit. Or press L1, you'll rewind the fight. Very cool. To beat twins, you must defeat them simultaneously. A living twin will heal and revive its partner. Beware of their deadly mortar
Let
shots.
this happen.
Oh, there's that twin. I see. How am I supposed to... Did I do it?
Let's not do that again.
How am I supposed to defeat... Press? Oh no. R2, okay. It's a devastating zone attack. Oh,
Another time.
I see. So my characters continue... Oh, that's awesome. What is this interruption? Who dares interfere? Oh. Who are you? What have you done? Don't you recognize your little brother? I know I changed, but still. Could it be? Gabor. Indeed. As pleased I am to see you again, sister. I didn't come here for a chat. Leave this place. What? Wait. Oh, mother, I've missed you. As have our people. You know, I'd rather not fight my brother again, but I fear this choice won't be mine to make. Guardians. Guardians block attacks with their claws. You can only damage them from behind. Attract their attention with remnants and strike their back while they get distracted.
Big one.
I will. I'll do exactly that.
That didn't go as planned.
Oh no, I only have 2 seconds left. I'm stuck. Okay.
Not this time.
I love the idea of the remnants. That's really, really cool. Oh no. Oh. Just in time. Got it. Ah, do you mind? I'll be done soon. Stop meddling. Whatever it is, you're destroying everything. You know I can't let you. It's not like you would understand anyway. You never tried. There's no stopping it. The visuals are absolutely gorgeous. Mother and father left us keeping watch of the Lysfangha. Yet our people kept time and space stable. Perhaps we were too complacent with his power. His corridors were so full of life. I must stop Kehor. And I'll mention as well that the combat is like extremely fluid. Those Hades comparisons are very valid. I think it feels kind of similar right now, a bit more simple, but still feels great. You're not letting us go, are you? I'm trying to right our parents' wrongs. If you knew even half of... Why am I wasting my time? You never listened. Why would you now? No matter what, with the Lysfangha in my grasp, the rift will be exquisite. That's crazy. Okay, so there's one of those big boys again. We got some more of the... I don't know what they're called. Those are monsters that share a life.
Won't let you.
This is gonna take me a while, I think. So I'm gonna go. Okay.
Ha! Not this time.
Right. So you're fighting there. I'm not even doing anything to this guy.
That won't happen.
Okay, so this guy, he'll
won't
die
let
now.
this happen. Let's not do
What?
that again.
Oh, did I die? Oops. Oh, the mechanic of the remnants is so cool. And I got my ultimate,
Happen.
so I can use that.
Another time. One more.
Oops. My...
Take that.
Oops, I'm stuck there. Got it. The rank system is really cool too, because when you're fighting and you're doing these battles, you in the middle of it, you're aware of, oh, I should have done this, or I should have done that. And it's a good reason to kind of go back and redo those fights, because now you know that, well, if I send my remnants this way and I go that way, I can get it done so much quicker. If you thought these would be enough to stop me, you were wrong, little brother. So it would seem. What did our parents do that would justify... No. He's not stopping. The Lysfangha altar is right at the end of the western hallway. Quick. They seem almost alive. I've never seen anything like these before. Could they be what Kehor was telling me about all those years? I wonder how different things would have been if I'd listened. Well, here you are. What a nice little family reunion. Let's see how you fare against my guests. Ehor, please, there is still time. Stop this madness. Oh, do not worry, sister. Our end is nigh, but we will bear witness to their beginning. Oh my god. Okay. So I'm gonna go straight for these guys. What are they called? The ones who share a life. Right? So I took care of one, and then with my next remnant, I'll take care of the other one, since they need to die pretty much at the same time. Right. Okay.
Oh, I see. Is this how you got this far?
Oh, this is awesome. I'm feeling a lot more like comfortable and confident with my abilities.
Using father's power against me?
So I think this Guardian, is that what they're called? Is going to take me a little bit to get through. Let's see. I need my remnant to come quickly. Okay, so I got to take care of this guy. There's still 3 up there. That's cool to hear hearing Kehor's voice acting.
Or maybe I can.
So let's see, there's still the Guardian. Aha. Right, so now I should be pretty much done, right? Yeah. Ah, that's so cool. I never feel too like I'm hopeless. Like at a certain point, I'm gonna run out of remnants. I think they're quite generous with that, and I think it's really fair for all sorts of levels of skill for the players. This is merely a setback, but I'm sure I won't make that same mistake again. Goodbye, sister. Okay, oh, wait, no! Thank you for playing Lysfangha. Ooh, man, these student games are amazing. Team Bagarre. Wow, look at that concept art. That's beautiful. You can see that it really, the level art really reflects the concept art as well. Awesome. I had a blast with it. I think the gameplay, the game mechanics are like perfect. I think the combat is such a good mix of, again, I keep comparing it to Hades, that really fast and fluid gameplay, but mixed with there's a puzzle to it, like trying to figure out how best to do the combat. There's a challenge difficulty. That's cool. There's such a good marriage between the two. Again, the puzzle and the just action, and then just the world is gorgeous to look at, both just visually, I mean, artistically and technically. Anyways, I'm not gonna. I need to stop gushing about all these games, but yeah, Lysfangha, very, very good. I recommend check it out for yourself. Thanks so much for watching. This was Lysfangha, one of our top 5 nominees for Student Game of the Year.
Welcome back to the show. That was Lysfangha, one of our nominees for the Student Game of the Year. We have 2 more games in this category, but before we get to the next one, I want to check back with Slido. So with Slido, if you go to slido.com, enter the room key 600382, you can join us. We're asking questions all throughout today. We did ask yesterday as well, so we want to get to know who's watching. If we're combining all the days together, yesterday we had people preferred tea, people preferred to play games alone. If they had to play games with people, it was in teams of 4. Most of them were from the USA or maybe Finland. So we're getting a bit of a picture of who's watching. And now the question we have going on is, what was your highlight of day 1? We saw some of the answers earlier. Dev interviews, vibe of the show, the games. We have a couple new ones. The ducks. I know what that's about. The VR kayaking game with all of the ducks, the rubber duckies. At one point they were kissing, if you guys watched that. And then I'm going to guess my girlfriend's watching, or Mom, is that you, the handsome host? It could be Mom. But we have another question going on very soon, I think just about now. We want to know more about you. We want to know, are you maybe a developer? Are you a student? Are you working in the field? Or you just like video games? So go to Slido, let us know about you. So now on to the next game. So we have another game from a group of students from France. This time it's Postbird in Provence. And this game is an extremely cute game. You play as a little bird, a postbird, and you have to go around to this this village called Montelimas, and it's in Provence, and you just deliver a mail to people, these really cute characters, really cute animals, really charming game. It's for all ages, kids, adults. It's just quite the experience. So let's go check it out now, Postbird in Provence.
David with GDWC. We're playing this time Postbird in Provence, and we're joined by Marceau and Salome.
Hello.
Okay, so let's start. So the game, before we go too much further, is a student game, a student project.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It took
Graduation
us
project.
8 months to be created.
And how many people were part of the team?
14 people? Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. And when you created the game, did you have the freedom to do any sort of game that you wanted to make, or were there certain guidelines or styles that you had to create?
Yeah, completely free. Yeah, completely free. We had to pitch the game. I don't
Yeah.
present it, and
it was a very not competitive, but there were a lot of pitch, and in the end we only had 10 pitch selected. So there was a selection, but we were completely free.
Okay, so let's talk to... Bonjour. I'm here for the job.
I can't see your screen.
Oh, no, okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Now it's... Okay. So on the game, you can tell me what the different roles that you two were responsible for on the game.
Yes, of course. So I was in charge of game design. So basically, I'm with all the team, but I was specifically doing all the rules about the game. So we had to think about what the player needed to do in the game. So you are playing Marcel, and he will need to deliver packages that don't have any addresses, and you will have to find the right person to deliver the package. I need to Salome speak now.
Yeah, so I was in charge of game art, and I mostly did the concept art and 2D elements like on the UI and stuff like that. So I made most of the character design, and it was really fun.
Yeah, I think I'd like to know how did the idea came to be that you'd be playing as these different animals?
I think I just wanted to draw animals.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really love Animal Crossing, so it was a part of the inspiration.
Yeah, I was going to ask about Animal Crossing because I had the same sort of impression that aesthetically it sort of has the same, and even when the animals talk, it reminds me of Animal Crossing as well.
Yes, about that we had several problems because we originally had vocals that looks like even more like Animal Crossing talking, and our sound designer needed to reduce the entire vocals because it was too too close to the Animal Crossing way to speak. So we had a lot of work doing the onboarding because we aim for children around 10 years old. So we needed to create a tutorial that was very clear and very easy to understand. And we finally had several mechanics we needed to introduce as the bike you are controlling right now.
Yeah.
Like the little interaction you will have to do just next. You have a map also. And, like that, the village is pretty big for the time we had. So we really worked on the tutorial.
And Marceau, were you responsible for these sorts of mini games? With the first one was the box that you were spinning around, and now this sign. It feels like there's these small mini games in the whole game.
Yes, exactly. I was in charge of that, but we discussed about it with the whole team, and basically the inspection of the package is the main core loop. From right now, you don't have any package to deliver anymore. You will have to begin another day, but this is your main core loop. So you will have to deliver packages, and but you will also find a lot of little interactions all across the village. and I was in charge of this little interaction and designing it and how to make it.
And the writing as well. Whoever was responsible for the writing on the team, I think, did such a good job. I think the characters, well, mixed with, I guess, Salame's concept art, they're so full of life, and you can tell that they have like personalities and not just some text, but they have like life to them.
I will let Salome respond to that.
Yes, we were 3 on the narrative design. I was with Alice, another game artist, and also Marceau at some point. And yeah, we really enjoyed writing the little interaction. And we tried.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I said we tried our best to give personalities to every villager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sorry, I was saying you are switching to another day. So each day you will have a certain number of packages you have to deliver, and each time it's a new packaging, sorry, and you will have to inspect it and find clues in order to deliver it to the right person.
Yeah. And this is so fun, the physics with the oranges in the box, that you can hear them sort of banging around the box as you're looking for the clues.
Yeah, so if you are playing with Joy-Con controllers, you can use the gyroscope in the Joy-Con, so you can turn it around and inspect it easily.
And the architecture, is this all inspired by Provence?
Yeah, we made a lot of research to find a little town that really feel like south of France, and especially Provence. We looked at the color of the house, the shape of the top of the house.
Yeah, the roof.
Yeah, the roof. Thank you. And all that. So, and also we looked at the greenery, what type of trees there were, and all that.
And I love the use of French as well. It's I think it's little in the fact that anyone can understand. You know, everyone knows merci, and the names are French and stuff like that. It really sort of puts the idea that it is in France, and it's really charming.
Yeah, we tried our best. But I found that most of the English speakers have trouble to say the name of the town, which is Montélimas.
Yeah.
Which is a play on word, but it doesn't work in English. So yeah, it was a bit funny.
So you have a lot of luck because you talk to characters that needed to be deliver a package, but you didn't pick the package she corresponded to. So you still have the package you inspect earlier, but you didn't find the good person for now.
Ah, okay.
And we needed to simplify a lot the way we deliver the package. So if you choose the deliver option, it will automatically choose the good packages you have in your bag and deliver it, because it was we found next to some playtest that it was too complicated to choose the good package and deliver it to the person. So it was kind of a way to simplify all this.
Yeah, it really works. I don't know if it's the world design or the level design is so much fun. Now that I found that there are hidden stamps, it's sort of like my eye is looking a little bit everywhere to see if there are more. And now with this jump for the cart, I feel like there's so many little secrets that I can find throughout the world. Oh, another one.
Yes, exactly. So, yes, if you look into your book, you can find some achievements. The left, yes. Here are all the achievements you can release in the game, you can do in the game.
Oh yeah, find all stamps.
Yes.
Radio. Oh yeah, that's right. I saw that one of the loading screens said that the radio will give hints and meet all the villagers.
That's it.
And I really enjoy. Oh, that's so. I love the wind when you hit the jump. Yeah, I like that the cart. It doesn't. It's not in a fixed place that you can call it anytime. So you don't have to feel like you're keeping track of where the cart is.
Yes, exactly. I wonder if you will notice it, but your bike is always with you, and in an earlier versions of the game, the bike was you can forget your bike, and you will need to backtrack all the way you have done on foot to get back on your bike, and we found it was very frustrating to not be able to quickly move around the village without the bike.
Yeah. So I wonder, I have, of course, the package with the oranges, and I come up to this cat yelling orange. So I have an idea what they might want.
Yes, it's pretty obvious, but keep in mind we are targeting young people, so we wanted to get it as clear as possible.
And yeah, I think it's really fun that they're yelling orange and. But I think even though you're targeting such a young audience, I think it seems like any age would enjoy this game. I think there are so many things, well, from the writing and the charming look, and then just the exploring around. I think anyone could enjoy this game.
Yes, basically right now you have finished your journey, so you can just end the day and go to another day, and finish the game. But you can also just explore the village and try to find all the little interactions you can do with it.
Like this.
It's really like an exploration game.
Yeah. Yeah, so I should have mentioned before as well that, well, of course, we talked about how you guys are students, and this was nominated for the Student Game Award, made top 5, and I think well deserved. And this is such a genius touch, the buildings that they collapse so they don't block your view.
It was found by one of our programmers.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of difficulties to find a way that didn't overload our CPU, because, as I said before, we was developing for Switch, for Nintendo Switch. Yes, and you can swim. Sorry, but we had to find a way to keep visibility on the character, even if he was behind the buildings. And this technique was the most efficient and the most eco performance.
Yeah, it doesn't take too much. It's not taxing on the Switch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the music and the sound effects, was that done from someone on your team as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 people actually. And they were really good sound designer and composer.
Yeah, they did a great job. Thanks to them, we have a great ambience.
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw that in the settings that you can control the, the music, of course, you can control sound effects, but of course, and then the bugs, or the crickets.
Yes.
I thought that was such a nice
Yeah.
touch.
Yes, it was a running gag, in fact, between one of our teachers and the sound design team.
Mm.
Yeah, they keep saying that the cicadas weren't loud enough. So in the end, we just put the slider. And,
Yeah.
So yes, if you are heading into lavender field that are on the east side of the village or the west side, you can hear cicadas that are very, very loud.
I need to go see now. Oh yeah, you can see on the map. And this character, Salome, what? There's so many features about this character, like the hat and the big beard and the big tail. This character must have been so fun to come up with.
Yeah, I really had fun designing him.
Yeah.
And for each character, I tried to imagine what is his job and all this. And for this little guy, he was a former another engineer, so really smart. And he's like the only person in town to know he's in the video game.
He's very self-aware.
Yeah, really smart guy.
Yeah, I can hear already the louder cicadas. So I'm wondering, because I know I can't swim, but
Can you make it?
oh no, I think this looks like it's a jump maybe. So
Yes, you have a jump. Didn't try it yet, but you have a jump.
Oh no, wrong button.
Yeah, it's a bit easier with the controller. I know, but
Yeah, the keyboard is a bit difficult, but
not. Yes, the way.
yes,
Yeah, you made it.
Well played.
we use splash.
Here.
Yeah, and Marceau, you mentioned before that, you know, of course I've done the delivery sport today, but it feels so fun to just sort of ride my bike and see what else I can find. And
You didn't find anything yet. Not everything yet, so. I don't want to spoil, but you also have a petanque minigame in the village.
ah,
Don't
It's a bit
spoil.
high.
now I'm looking for the pétanque.
It's a bit high, but yes, kind of.
Well, if we don't find it
Last part.
during the Let's Play, then people will have to play for themselves and find.
Exactly.
I haven't been too far this way, so let me go see. Oh yeah, the bugs are so loud when you get close to.
Yes. So here you are close to the mayor house.
Yeah.
So you can see he has a gold statue
Yeah.
in his garden. Also a pool, swimming pool.
But you can.
No, I can't swim.
Yeah.
But it's so funny. This gold statue, I feel like, tells me so much about the mayor. That
Yeah.
what kind of person would have a gold statue of him? Well,
In his own garden.
yeah. Yeah.
So originally we were planning to add 3 mayor. In fact, the mayor was like how to say it? He gives player to the packages to the player, but it has like 3 personalities, and you can find him around the village like 3 times. But one time he's the mayor, one time he was in his house, chilling around, and another time he was in the cicadas lavender field. So you found it. Well done.
Jean Bonneau. Ah, okay. This must have been so fun for you, Marceau, to come up with all these sorts of mini games that also fit in the world, and that makes sense.
Yeah, but I wasn't the only one working on this. We think with the whole team to create all those little interactions.
Yeah.
Those mini games. And we had to make choice, so the Gridpunk minigame was one of our favorites. Well played.
Yeah.
So also with the Joy-Con controllers, you are able to do the little impulse with your Joy-Con in order to throw the ball.
Oh, yeah. That must have been quite fun to create a game with those control mechanics in mind, not just a keyboard or a controller, but with the gyro and motion.
Yes, because our main platform was the Nintendo Switch, so we needed to design it all around the Joy-Con controllers, and we wanted to use the gyroscope in all the functionalities that offers the Joy-Cons.
Yeah, there's so many things that are just there just so the player can have fun and interact with, and I think it's brilliant.
Yes, the village became a big playground.
Yeah. Well, I think this is a perfect time. We're ending the day for the game, and I think the Let's Play must come to an end. But before we end, is there anything that either of you want to mention about the game that maybe we haven't talked about?
There is a little mechanics at the end. If you continue the dialogue, you will see an ending sequence that will show some of the characters of the game, and depending the side quests you have completed and the achievement you have completed, you will have more or less interactions with this ending sequence. So you don't have found everything, so you don't have the whole cinematics in the end. But you have unlocked the little lavender branch on your hat.
Oh, this scene is so cute. Anyway. But yeah, so I was gonna keep playing, but yeah, unfortunately we must come to an end. I want to thank you guys so much for, well, first of all, making the game and participating with GDWC and meeting with me. This was really, really fun. I had so much fun. I want to keep playing more of Postbird in Provence.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you everyone.
And welcome back to the show. It's David again here for GDWC. This is the award show 2021. We're on the pre-show, day 2. Right now we're looking at student games. And before we continue with the student games, though, I want to mention Slido. So if you go to slido.com, enter the room key 600382. We're asking you, the audience, what's your role within the gaming industry? Are you working in the industry? Are you a developer? Are you just interested in it? Or are you a student? What's funny is we're in the student games category. 0% of you are students, but that's fine because 60% are already working in the industry. So that's really, really cool. It's good to sort of know who's watching, what kind of people we have. So we're going to keep that question open. Let us know what your role is within the industry. If you're working, student, you're just interested in it. So, oh, it's already moving. Well, we'll come back to that in the next time. But here we have Mecca. I don't know how she's doing it. She's sleepy. I'm just yapping away. But she doesn't seem to mind me. But our last game that we're going to be looking at for the student games category is There You Are. And There You Are comes from Funky Dango. It's a two-person team, which is really cool. It's a narrative sort of walking simulator type game, and it features sort of stop motion graphics. So it has a really, really cool style. And what's really fun too about Funky Dango, the devs for There You Are, is it's 2 women. And I think from what I remember, it's the only completely women team. We have lots of women within the different teams, like we just saw now with Postbird in Provence. We have Salome who was there, and a lot of other teams. So I wanted to point out that the representation is really cool. It's good to see how the industry has moved forward with, it's not just a male-focused industry, but there's all sorts of people who can join and they have their place. And so it's really good to see. But Funky Dango, it's 2 women who have made the game, and they're students in the US. The game, like I said, it's a sort of a narrative game. And we have not just, all sorts of people, but I want to point out that we have all these international places, students, developers, all sorts of people who are part of the competition. And within all of the teams, we have the highest representation of the developers are from France, which is really, really cool. Yesterday, one of our people here was from France as well, and whenever we'd mention there's a game from France, we'd get some cheering back there, and same thing with the UK. So France has the absolute most representation. They are killing it with our award show. USA comes in second place, and then after that, I think it's like UK and Italy's in there quite a bit as well, and Netherlands. So all sorts of representation. We got some South Korea is going to come up later, and all sorts of places. So the representation is really, really cool. But that's enough about all that stuff. I was mentioning Funky Dango, There You Are. I had a chance to sit down with the 2 developers from Funky Dango, and we sort of played through There You Are. And I highly recommend playing it for yourself too. It's available on, I think it's on their itch.io. So if you look up Funky Dango, itch.io, you can find the game. And it has 2 different endings. So I played through the game. I've actually played twice, and I got the same ending twice. And then when I actually sat down with them, they let me know that, no, actually there's a second ending. So I kind of want to go back and see if I can find that other ending, but you can find it for yourself too. Like I said, you can download the game. But enough about me. Let's actually take a look at There You Are.
Okay. So let me start the game. There you are. So I think with Discord, I'm not sure if the audio is coming through, but we can hear it over here.
Okay.
And what were some of the inspirations for the game?
Yeah, Ray, could you introduce a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, we came up with this idea maybe in 2019. Actually, Ron did research about unresolved grief earlier. So we were thought about maybe we can collaborate with each other, because I'm also making animation on my own. So actually, there is a short animation film called There You Are. So we can share all the 3D assets together.
Yeah, so other than that, this is a story actually based on our friends and also Ray's friends. Yeah, they actually suffer those unresolved grief. We want to see if we can make a game to address that, to let people understand what the situation they were in and how they can try to pass through it.
Yeah, let's go. I think there was a cutscene, so I think this is a good time to go down and talk to Dad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot that there were some dialogue choices. So I guess you can choose what side of. I'm gonna go with. Are you serious? Yeah, so very sad, but I think it's such an important story to tell and something that is can be pretty common, and especially for if there are people who are in the same situation, this sort of story can be really nice for them to hear and go through the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and this moment was really cool. The how you sort of meditate or breathe and calm yourself down.
Yeah, I try to mimic the feeling when you have deep breath
Mm.
and transfer it into a gameplay.
Yeah, the color coming, the saturation coming back to life when you're sort of taking those deep breaths. I think it's such a perfect way to portray sort of the feeling when you have those deep breaths and you're getting emotional.
Yeah, actually, those are really good ideas.
Mm. And I want to give so many compliments to just the decorations or the sort of the design of the house. And there's so many little things like in her room. Just there's so many little details or so many things to look at. I think it's really quite beautiful.
Thank you. We were thinking when we have more time, we should maybe make more objects to interact with player.
Yeah, and in this scene when she's walking with her head down the whole time, it's quite touching. There's so many little touches to the game that just make it quite like it hits the emotions that you're really trying to portray. Boots. Oh yeah, and the cabinet from the beginning when you can't go in. there's such a curiosity to it that I remember on my first playthroughs I kept going back to it, seeing if I could open it eventually. And well, we'll see how far we get into the game, but it's such a good thing that sort of from the beginning you're wondering why can't she go in? What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like to give the idea that the room is feel cozy and warm,
Mm,
but still have something unusual in this place.
yeah.
You know, it's not that great. There are something not good there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, this is small puzzle. So there's some memories where
Yeah.
you found them before and then put them back.
I'm wondering what I'm missing. Let me go back to the book. Oh, I hadn't noticed this. Oh, that's so upset about what's happening. Oh, am I able to go down now? Is that? Yeah, yes. And the art from sort of the mother's, I don't know if it's supposed to be cardboard or paper, but the mother's art is really beautiful as well. And when when the frame falls apart and everything spreads all over the floor, that's really another really powerful moment I find. Oh, there was an eavesdrop. I just ran into the room.
To work there.
Yeah, that's so sad. And this moment, were there sort of inspirations for this moment when she's almost in this sunken feeling of grief and sadness?
Mhm.
We wanted to create a world that as a metaphor of her inner world. So we were thinking maybe we want a black and white or black and white world. I remember we watched a short film called Vincent. I'm not sure if you know that. Who is the animation director?
Tim Burton.
Wrong. Oh yeah, Tim Burton. That's his earlier work, so we got inspiration from that. So we thought maybe it would be cool to create a high contrast of her inner world.
Yeah, and
Yeah, because we want.
oh
Yeah,
yeah, go
please.
ahead.
Yeah, so we want to make the transition feel right.
Mm.
You know, it's like so we really had a hard time to find a good solution to show the transition. How do we show the inner world change? So yeah, after tons of work, like try to let everything distract and then it doesn't work and then go back to search for more solutions and finally Ray point out maybe we can take a reference from Tim Burton's Vincent. So use the sharp spotlight and black and white, use a huge contrast to give the feeling, okay, you are in another world.
Yeah.
So yeah, then everybody gets it. Whew.
Oh, and the contrast here of the artwork being in color in comparison to everything else. Again, I think it really hits that point. And from our character that we're playing as, does she or do they have a name?
Yeah, her name is Sue.
Okay. All right. I did see that in the earlier. Well, the design of Sue, I really like. There's just how sort of round her head is, but then her arms are just these really long and thin arms. But then she sort of has another more circular, I guess, like middle part to her. I really love the shapes used to create her.
Thank you.
And then the nose as well sort of replicates the arms, just the long sort of slender arms. And this is such a beautiful way to sort of tell memories. Again, the different art style.
Yeah, we want to break a little bit about the art fatigue. No. So when you're in one type of art too long, so we want to transfer to another art style to give you some break to see, okay, this is so cool, and then go back to normal art.
No, let's take the one that I picked up. Oh, that's so cute. And the lighting in the game too is really quite beautiful. It reminded me now when I just saw this sort of neon sign, but the lights up here, and then the candle, the fireplace, and the lights coming in.
Fabulous works.
Yeah, the amount of animations and cutscenes that the game has, it's really impressive. Yeah, well, that was the game, and yeah, it's really impressive that it's created mostly by you two. I know you mentioned that there was help, and but I think it comes down to mostly the two of you, and I think it's such an emotional and an important story to tell, but also a fun one, and like we just saw, there are puzzles there as well.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, there are two endings. Did you get a chance to play another ending?
Oh, well, I did beat it before, but if I recall, I had a similar ending to this one.
Yeah, it's a narrow ending when you keep in a unresolved grave. It's not like you are
Oh,
going to escape it very soon. It's just you stay there. So it's so fun because I found some comments in community. They mentioned that they actually, rather than walk through, they actually want to stay there. So
oh,
I think that's open to players what choice they want at the end for this girl.
yeah, that's really beautiful. I didn't realize that there's another one. Well, then I think that pretty much comes to the end of this. Is there anything both of you would like to say about the game, or maybe what you're doing next?
Actually, we are making another VR game right now. So we are we are planning to keep our art style and honing it to make something better. So the VR game is called Aria. Ron, you can talk more about it's also a narrative VR game.
Yeah, it's a narrative VR experience where you sitting you are going to have a space trip. So unfortunately, there's something bad happen during the process.
Yeah.
But yeah, we will see. We will see. It's another story. Would be you and with your AI assistant to have the adventure together.
Is there sort of a planned release year? Do you intend on having it done by this year, or?
We hope we can be done in this year.
Yeah, I hope we can publish in this year. Also, it will be a short game, so give very deep. We target to give a short game, but with a really deep experience inside it. So yeah, hopefully we can make it this year.
Well, I hope it does work out, and I hope, yeah, I know there could be so many road bumps with game development, but hopefully it can stay on track as you two want it to be. But yeah, again, thank you so much for making the game and having it out there for everyone to play. I think everyone should play it, and now that we know that there's another ending as well, that you can go and find it for yourself. And thank you for joining us, and thank you for participating with GDWC as well.
Thank you for having us here.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. It's David again here for GDWC. We just took a look at There You Are, the last nominee for the Best Student Game of 2021. And I wanted to mention that we have Slido open. If you go to the website slido.com, enter room number 600382. We're closing out this question just about now, but we asked you, what's your occupation within the games industry? The majority of you said that you're working in the field. Last time we checked, we didn't have any students, but we do have students now. We also have a few developers, and some are just, they just like it. They're just here as their hobby. But we're going to be asking you, hobby just jumped up live. So now we have an equal amount of people who work in the industry, and they just like it. But we're going to be going to a different question very soon. This one focuses around the student games that we just saw. So we're asking you, what is your favorite game? Was it Incarnation from Idan Ruse? We have There You Are. That's the one we just saw. Lysfangha was the action roguelike game. What else? Astreia's Gift, already the winner right now, was the sort of puzzle platformer. And then there was Postbird in Provence, the one where you play as Marcel, the cute little bird, riding his bike around Montélimar, delivering postal letters and stuff like that. You guys saw it. You know what it was. Actually, oh my God, it's changing all the time now. I love seeing the bars move up and down. Postbird in Provence now is in the lead. So we'll check back with that later. So next, we're going to move on to the hobby category. And the hobby games are games that are non-commercial games. So they're out, you can play them, and they're free. And we have 5 games, as with every category, for this hobby category as well. And we have a bit of a sneak peek, a little trailer, to show you guys the 5 games that are coming up for the hobby category. Let's take a look at it.
Great. Gotta check the plan with Dad. Hope he likes his birthday gift. Are you serious? We are not skipping.
All right, so those were our nominees for the best hobby game. And you'll notice that some of the games we've already seen before, we just ended that little trailer with There You Are. So they're actually in two categories, student games and hobby games. So there's already two games that are repeats. So this category, when we're looking through all the gameplay, we're actually going to show only the three new ones and not the ones that we've seen yesterday or today. And the first game that we're going to be taking a look at is Arid. So Arid comes from a group of students. Let's see. Was it the Netherlands? I believe so. Yeah. And it's a sort of a survival game. You're in the Atacama Desert, and you have to take care of yourself. You're surviving, so you have to look for different stuff to drink water, hide from the scorching sun. You just crashed your plane. I think it's set in the 1920s, I think. Don't quote me on that, but it's a really, really cool game. I can't believe how huge it is. I only got to play a little bit with the developer from Arid. I had a blast with it, and there's so many mysteries. You can go like in mine shafts and really, really cool stuff. I bet you guys are going to enjoy it as well. So let's actually take a look now at the interview that I did for Arid.
All right, very nice.
Okay, so this is the Let's Play for Arid, and I'm here with Feiko.
Yeah, that's me. I'm Feiko, so I'm one of the designers on Arid. I'm actually the lead game designer. Yeah, so we worked on Arid with a team of about 21 people. It's a survival exploration game set in the Atacama Desert. And, well, I guess we will see how you manage to survive in there.
Bubba, this is Tiger. Do you
and you know what? I just realized I'm not even sharing my screen with you. So let me do that.
That might be nice.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so I've just started now the sort of the intro cutscene.
Company said we go east, and that's it. Over.
I'm telling you, Bubba, there's some real bad juju going on here. Christ! What is that? Damn dust cloud came out of nowhere!
Tiger, you gotta pull up and out! Dust is coming up the end!
I can't! I'm stalling! I'm dead stick! Gonna have to land. Bubba, tell my dad!
Great intro segment. I really like
it's
how
always cool to hear it.
when all you have is the audio and there's nothing really to visualize it, so you just kind of, I don't know, I really like the fact that it's just all audio.
Yeah, that was also, well, we were a student project, of course. We had to cut some corners somewhere, but this was a really amazing way to still have a really cool intro. Still get the feeling across.
And here we are. So, on to the game, you mentioned that you were, sorry, was it the sort of lead designer?
Yeah. So lead game designer, we had a few different teams, of course. Level designers was a pretty big team as well.
Textbook.
And we worked with about 9 game designers. So I was basically overviewing the whole process, in charge of some of the systems, and working together with our producer to fulfill the vision of the game.
I got busted up real good. The crates should have.
And the story, did you have much? Were you in those meetings a lot when the story was discussed? Because I think it's quite a unique story. I didn't even know about the desert. I had to look it up to see if it was a fictional or real desert.
Yeah, it's really cool. We started with research. Oh, there's some delay going on.
Oh,
that's fine. Yeah, so the Atacama, I didn't know what the Atacama Desert was before we started this project. And the more we did research, the more we found out that there's some really intriguing stories in there. And we tried to combine that with the story of the game as much as possible.
I'll need a torch.
We also reached out to some of the developers of other similar survival games, like
whoever's in there, I come in peace.
Raft, the narrative designer there.
Yeah.
So we spend a lot of time on making the story as big as
Water.
possible. That's our main
Thank God
selling
for
point in
small
this game.
favors. I'm gonna need to ration that. Looks like someone was staying here recently. I hope they don't mind me squatting.
And everyone can see during the Let's Play that at the top, the sun exposure bar, I need to obviously get out of the sun because now things are going bad. Oh.
Oh, this is my favorite feature.
Aren't you adorable?
I really had to fight with my producer for this.
It reminds me of, if you know the Twitter account, Can You Pet This Dog?
That's basically why we did it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a welcomed feature.
Table, fireplace. Is that a workbench? Looks like they had the whole 9 yards.
Oh, this is really cool. And then, of course, your hunger and thirst go down.
Yeah, you kind of trade off the hunger and thirst for more energy. And I think the sleeping was one of the most difficult features for both our designers and our programmers to implement. There were so many changes on that. But eventually it worked out really well. And at the start of the year, we had a bunch of requirements from the teachers.
Yeah.
One of them being a single-player survival game set in the Atacama Desert, and we couldn't have base building. Basically, we did big research on like 60 different survival games. I think 95 to 99% have base building and multiplayer, of course. That's like the big feature nowadays. So that's, well, at first I was kind of annoyed because base building does give you a big audience, of course.
Yeah.
But in the end, it worked out really well, I think, with rebuilding features. And there's a lot of games that don't really have base building, but still have the feeling of progression. Like The Long Dark, of course. They do it really well. We kind of try to make something like that.
Yeah, and finding this sort of, I forget what it was called, but this place where you can rest at night reminds me as well as The Long Dark and how you find those cabins and places to rest. So now
Yeah, exactly.
I should have fuel for my canteen, or my torch, hopefully. Let's see. Alcohol, maybe. I'm not sure. But I wanted to see... Oh, I can repair. Okay.
I can give you a tip if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't want to say too much, of course. You eventually skipped right past it.
Did I? Was it in this direction, or?
Yes. No, in your inventory. You do have it.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh. It was the second one.
That's another thing we did much more, well, with this project than previous projects, was playtesting. We had a Discord community of about 2,000 people, all wanting to help us out.
Baba?
So
It's gotta
near
be.
the end of the project, we just
I
had
need to get his
week-long
attention.
playtests, a continuous playtest, basically.
That's really cool.
It's so frustrating to see players struggle with your features.
Yeah. Yeah, when you think it's just so obvious, and you're thinking, why can't they figure this out?
Yeah, why are you being so stupid? The players aren't stupid, it's just, you should change your design.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just still so impressed by the scale of the game, and just the art team, of course, did an amazing job at recreating. And the music, was the music done from fellow students, or was it a soundtrack that you were able to find online?
No, it was actually made by our sound designer. He's also a student at a different university.
Yeah.
And he basically did this as a side project. It's
Really?
impressive. Yeah, he had no experience with developing sounds for games at all, just more like theater shows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But we kind of inspired him to get more into game development. It's really cool to see.
That's really cool, yeah, because from the music, and especially the trailer music really stood out to me, and I thought this is like creating such a perfect mood for the game.
Yeah, it was spot on right away.
Yeah.
Impressive how he works. We actually also released a soundtrack DLC available for free, of course.
Is it? Yeah.
With like 20 songs he made for the game.
And the game, I forget, is it on Steam?
Yeah, it is on Steam.
Okay. And I think it's free on Steam, isn't it?
That's a mine shaft.
Yeah, completely free.
Yeah.
Rappel down that
No
way.
plans to change that, so
Should
we
be able to
received
find
so
a way
many
out.
positive comments from
I'd
people that
rather
it was free,
find
and
another way.
yeah, it's just amazing to see how the community responds to something like this, to a project like this.
Yeah, so anyone who's watching and they like what they see, yeah, it's free, and it's, by the sounds of it, yeah, like you said, it's a lot longer than than it had to be with school, and there's quite a bit of game here. And I enjoy so far that the survival elements don't feel overbearing.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like you're able to explore and do as much as you can, but also keep an eye on, you know, your well-being. But I find there are many games that they just focus a bit too much on the survival aspect, that it becomes a distraction from the, I guess, the game itself.
Yeah, it is really challenging to find a balance in that, so I can understand why some developers are really struggling with it. And for us as well, it was really hard to find a balance in this. Our target audience initially was more of the hardcore gamer.
Yeah.
Like the long dark fans. They really like, well, suffering in survival games. But in the end, we had to tone that down a bit. And still there were some people who said, no, this is too hard or this is too easy. So as one of our final updates, we released a difficulty menu at the start of the game.
Okay, so encumbrance does affect you, but I'm still able to walk around as well. I'm just a bit heavier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it basically builds up in tiers. The more you carry, the slower you get.
Did you have a favorite part of developing Arid? Or is there a certain feature or that really stands out for you?
Yeah, all the attribute systems. So attributes, can you call them attributes? Yes, sure. More like the status effects. That's the naming for them.
Oh yeah.
So if your health gets too low, your thirst gets too low, you get a status effect, and you have to actively work on that to solve it. One of them you just got was encumbered. There's a bunch more. Won't spoil them all. But it was a lot of fun just working on these and trying them all out. And especially with the different systems our programmers made, we had a Google Sheet where we could enter all the items and different recipes and different status effects. So it was really easy to just go crazy and test what works and throw stuff out if it doesn't work.
So now I'm trying to. I was just going around and then I it's right in my face, but there's the hint system, and I thought, oh yeah, I probably should be crafting stuff, not just walking around. And I know there's a workbench up there, but I'm wondering if there's more to be found down this way. Are there sort of enemies, or are you just combating sort of the elements and your own survival needs?
Well, there are some enemies,
Okay.
but I won't spoil them.
Yeah.
I think you will reach them in this playthrough.
Oh, okay.
And of course, I don't think you will encounter these. There's different kinds. Of course, we also had some more realistic, some more real-life inspired enemies, like the Atacama wasps, which are huge wasps, really creepy. So we added those.
Yeah.
Of course, why not? But yeah, enemies were a challenge in this game, but they really add a lot.
Just the idea of giant wasps is kind of terrifying.
I think one of our artists made or found a model of one of those giant wasps. It was so creepy. We added them to the game, scaled them up like 10 times.
Oh, what is... I wonder what that is. Yeah, now I can hear the birds, and it's making me a bit I'm wondering, like, am I safe here? Do I have to worry about?
That's something that I really love with the sound designer and our team. Of course, the tiny, well, spicy details like this. Of course, the sand, and you have some birds flying around somewhere. The bird sounds, all of those tiny things, they really make the experience for me.
Yeah, and the birds, they sound like just the way the audio was designed. They sound like they're coming from everywhere, so it's really distracting because you can't tell if they're in front of you or behind you. They're just surrounding you. It's really effective.
Yeah, really cool.
So these blue, there's been a few now, I don't know, blue tarps or blue cloths. Are they sort of markers for the game to sort of push you forward?
They can be, yes. Of course, the game is kind of linear, unlike many other survival games. So cloths like those, you can pick them up and deplete the resources in one area to keep moving on. So picking up the cloths in this case would show you that you've already been there, kind of like Hansel and Gretel. Is that the story?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like, at least from my perspective, that you found such a great team to work with, and you've already made such a successful game that, oh no, this is sad. That it would be nice to be able to continue working with everyone who wants to be involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was such a talented team to work with, and we had a lot of fun during development of this.
I've noticed it, earlier in the game, but the effects of the sort of the heat waves, if you will, really cool. It just looks. I don't even know how to describe it. I guess it looks really cool. Is a bit too simple a way to say it, but. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what we also discovered. Our previous project in university were maximum 3 months long, so we never really had time for polishing the game and adding stuff like that. But making sure that the polish is there, the tiny changes make the biggest impact on your experience in the game. It's really cool to be able to do that. Sleeping next to the mummy, nice.
Yeah, I know. I walked out and then I saw how tired I was, and I thought, well, I don't have a choice. I have to. So you mentioned sort of the status effects earlier. Are there visual effects that go along with it? Like if you, maybe by the time of the end of the Let's Play, I'll run up the meter for the sun exposure and we'll see what happens. But so with other status effects that you can get hit by, what other stuff can we find? Is there like maybe poisoned or completely fatigued?
Yeah, there are quite a few status effects related to food poisoning or poisoning in general from the bee stings. You also have alcohol, so that was a fun visual effect to work on. And but yeah, most of the visual effects are related to your direct needs as a player. Okay. So, for example, thirst is one of the main visual features. If your thirst depletes, then you basically cannot see well, just like in real life, I suppose. And we took a lot of inspiration from Green Hell in this case. It's a really, I wouldn't say realistic, but it's very detailed, the survival in Green Hell. You have so many status effects. It's of course survival in the jungle. Lots of diseases to work with, and I believe they did it really well. You found.
Yeah, I just
work of the level designers.
I was really surprised that I saw that, and terrifying. Well, yeah, just like the mummy in the bed. When you see that, it kind of puts you in shock.
Kind of. I didn't actually know that they left this in.
I just noticed here. There's, I don't know if it's a rope or a pulley system or
a hook.
Oh.
Might as well hold on to that.
Oh.
Okay, I think I have a bit too much stuff at this point. Oh yeah, I wanted to see what happens if I hit the max sun exposure. And of course, I really enjoy that. Obviously, once you go to the shadows, you're not affected as much, but
And you also have some different items that you can help to reduce sun exposure or cure sun exposure. It's all done through the crafting system, and there's so many tiny details to all the systems we have. In the end, once you keep adding on to systems, they become so complex and so detailed. That's, well, I'm sure you know, as a game developer, most projects that I've worked on at least are like held together with duct tape. If you change one thing, everything breaks.
Yeah, and I've only had the chance to develop one game at this point, but the whole time that we were developing up, we kept saying to ourselves, let's just scale everything down, scale everything back, because everyone had all of these great ideas, and then eventually it's just like, no, we can't do any of these, so let's just make it simple. And like you said, by the end of it, it was just it was held together by duct tape. But that's sort of the fun of it.
Quality games.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it works, it's amazing.
Yeah.
As long as you don't change anything. And in Arid, of course, we had the full release, and we have the bug reporting tool in the game. So it sends me a Discord message directly if you report a bug in the game.
Yeah.
But working with so many systems and so many players, they found so many weird bugs or glitches. At one point, we had a player with 30,000 kilograms in his inventory without any negative effects. We're like, what? How did he even find that many rocks?
I wanted to point out as well that the artist's work on these rocks is amazing. It's so detailed, and there's a bit of it's not just a flat texture. There's actually some bumps and grooves and everything to it. Yeah, so it's the Let's Play.
There's the details in there.
Yeah, it's fascinating. We're nearly done with the Let's Play, but I want to see what happens if we go all the way up to the sun exposure, and then we can end it there. But since we're coming to an end, do you want to say? Is there anything that you want to say more about Arid, or about yourself, or what you're doing next?
Yeah, sure. Well, so far, my voice doesn't want to work with me anymore. But so far, it's been amazing to see the community's responses on there.
I wanted to see if there's fall damage.
Yes, there is.
There is. Sorry, continue.
Okay, the community so far in Arid has been amazing, and we really want to keep working on Arid for the community. Let's make this into a big project. Yeah, we do have a Discord channel, of course, Discord server. And maybe for you or for the people watching this, I think if you repair the mine entrance, that's where things, in my opinion, get really interesting.
Yeah.
Won't spoil too much, but it will be challenging as well.
Yeah,
fun.
I had the impression that, oh, this is really cool as well. Yeah, I had the impression that I should focus more on the crafting side of things, but during the Let's Play, it's difficult to sort of concentrate on everything, so I just focused on getting around. But yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what's down there.
Yeah, and I gotta say, you're playing this pretty fast. It's impressive. Do you play survival games often?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Like Long Dark, as you mentioned, well, we've talked about many times. I've put a lot of hours into that game. I love it. But yeah, so thanks so much for joining me. This is really fun. And again, Arid is free for anyone who wants to play. And by the sounds of it as well, that you and the team have been really supportive of your fans and any feedback that they have. So yeah, it seems like such a great experience for everyone involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anyone has any questions, I'm always, well, most of the time online on Discord, so feel free to hit me up there.
All right, I think that's a good time to end it then. Okay, thanks again for joining me.
All right, thank you for having me.
Welcome back to the show. It's David again for GDWC Awards Show Pre-Show, Day 2. We're looking now at the best hobby games, the best nominees for the best hobby games. Hobby games are qualified as non-commercial games, so there are games that are out there that you can play absolutely for free. We have 5 games in the category. 2 are actually repeats from older categories. There you are. We just saw in actually the student games. That's another one that's available in the hobby games. And we have Avian. That was one of the nominees for the fan favorite games that we saw yesterday as well. So 2 of those are actually repeats, which is really cool. But the next game we're going to be taking a look at is Frame of Mind. And Frame of Mind comes from Sample Text Studios from New Zealand. And I had a really great sit down with David, the developer, on Frame of Mind. And Frame of Mind is really hard to explain. It's, I guess you would describe it as a puzzle game that sort of twists your entire reality. The solutions are hidden all over the place, but you have to sort of use, well, it's really hard to describe. I think the best way to show you what the game is to actually look at the gameplay and the interview as well. So let's take a look now at Frame of Mind. We're joined here with David. I'm David, as some of you might know, and we're playing Frame of Mind. All right, so I won't continue the existing game. I'll start a new one. Great. So first thing I wanted to ask, David, when did the team start working on Frame of Mind?
We started working on it about midway through 2020. We were given a prompt to make this game, which was monochrome, surreal, and 2D with 3D elements. So we made a prototype in about the span of a week, and then we finished it in the span of a month, and then we spent another month just polishing it up. So
that's amazing. So I guess that's what prompted the art style, because I was going to ask about the distinct look of it, and you mentioned the monochromatic palette, so that's where it came from.
Yes,
okay.
yeah. So I think we took inspiration from games like Borderlands, where when they render their meshes, they render it twice, once for the inside, once for the outside, which gives everything the outline. And then we had our talented artists go through and do all the line work on the props to give them a bit more of a drawn look.
Yeah, it looks incredible. It's really, really unique. I know that sort of the first impression that I had, or one game that it reminded me of, is Unfinished Swan, if you're familiar with it. Although very, very different, because that game, you're in a lot of environments where it's just white and you have to paint the environments to find yourself. But in scenes like this, where there's just a few details, it's really quite striking and really nice to look at.
Thanks. Yeah, we often get compared to Antechamber, which I think is a compliment.
So I haven't made it this far in the game yet, and just seeing how this hallway acts as... Alright, so this is... I feel like I'm going for quite the adventure. Oh, I see. This is awesome. So, and you mentioned beforehand that you handled some of the puzzles? Or some puzzle design?
Yeah. So when we had the prototype done, we had 1 or 2 puzzle elements already made. And then as we went through, we kind of tried to string the puzzles together, making more complex versions of it. Largely I was implementing the ideas that our designers had, but then also, just trying to see what we can do that maximizes the use of the 2, the monochromeness.
Yeah. This was really clever too. I step on the tiles and I look up and I notice, hey, wait a second, there's something above me.
Yeah, this puzzle was quite interesting because we noticed that we didn't intend it to be a hidden walkway from above, but it kind of ended up having that outcome, and we liked the idea, so we kind of stuck with it.
And the team that worked on the game, from what I could tell, that there were 6 people involved?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and you mentioned before that there were 3 programmers. Was the audio made from someone in the team, or how was that made?
Yes, so one of our programmers is quite talented with a lot of game design elements, Ben. So he also did all of the audio. He created the soundtrack and implemented basically everything that you hear.
That's really cool. I find God, I'm so confused. The audio really fits the whole theme of the game. The music, I should say, fits the whole theme.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh. Yeah, around every corner, I just find myself so surprised. This is really, really fun.
Yeah, we tried to include kind of those little like elements of storytelling that weren't really attached to the game, but just like kind of looked like something interesting.
Yeah.
We've had a few people that kind of read a lot into it, and we're kind of, we're glad that people can see our game for more than what it actually is. But a lot of things we were just like, oh, that looks quite aesthetic.
Yeah. I think that happens when people. Okay, I think I'm going into circles now. When people analyze your art, but you haven't put that much thought into it, and then you're kind of like, oh, yeah, well, maybe that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So this was probably the second puzzle that I made.
Yeah.
So this was one where we initially started with the concept of something kind of crazy, of an infinite staircase. What would that look like?
Yeah.
And then we obviously had to create a puzzle out of it. So hopefully soon you'll discover it.
I'm trying to figure out the solution, but
we've had some playtesters walk around in circles for 10 minutes, and that's always fun.
I think that you might get that today. But I love because of the limited scope, or the limited palette. I find that it limits how much you can do with puzzles and stuff like that. And I love that because from the player's point of view, you know that there aren't things out of your control that aren't going to be involved with the puzzles. It's like everything that is present, you should be able to figure it out. And I love that because like I said, you don't have to worry about all these other sources.
Yeah. We noticed one of the strengths of the game was also a weakness in creating the game. Because there's no shading on anything, there's no ambient occlusion, you can't tell if there's a black surface in front of you and then a black surface behind that. You can't tell where one starts and another stops. So that ended up being quite difficult to design, but it also meant we could have like fake doors in places, and literally anywhere, as long as the hallways and the wall behind it was the same color.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, and from my point of view, I love that stuff. It's just, it always catches you by surprise. Like just that moment back there when I just walked across and I had this moment of like eureka, like, oh, I figured it out. There's a door here the whole time. Okay, so I feel like these irons are teaching me something, but I can't.
Yes, this is one that we have a lot of players get stuck at, and I think we did something very unintuitive here, which also started out as a bug, actually.
Really?
Yeah. So when creating because we made our first-person control from scratch, when creating that, you have to limit how far up the player can look. And one time I simply forgot to implement that, and then I was like, oh, this is kind of funny. You can like look all the way behind you, and then we were like, actually, how about we add gravity switching just by looking up?
Oh, I love it. It's really clever, and again, going back to sort of the limited skill set, it kind of makes sense within the game that, of course, why wouldn't you have that? It seems to fit.
We do have.
I'm having a blast. I just wanted to mention that, but yeah, go ahead.
We do have a lot of people start to get nauseous, and we've had a lot of reports of people becoming sick from our game.
Yeah.
Which we didn't get during play tests, so we thought would be fine. But we noticed after we got tons of downloads on Steam, that was quite consistent.
Yeah, I could see that being an issue. Luckily, it hasn't affected me yet. But
That's good.
Oh. Okay. Were there inspirations from that you can speak of for the game and sort of the puzzles and how they were created, other than bugs and stuff like that?
Not that I can think of. I think a lot of them was kind of just initially thinking of how we can like change up everything, and then like change up the idea of a first person game, like non-Euclidean geometry. So that was kind of inspired by games like Antichamber, which have done that quite a bit before.
Yeah.
But a lot of the other things we've actually just discovered ourselves by accidentally tripping upon them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're kind of happy with how that turned out, but it also meant that there's a lot of stuff that it's hard for players to understand, just because it's so different from a lot of other games.
Yeah, and I think that aesthetically, I think there's something quite appealing to maybe non-gamers as well. But you're right. I think that there is quite a bit of complexity that I wonder as well with non-gamers how they would approach the game as well. If it's something that people like you, people like you and I who are quite experienced and they sort of understand how games could work. But there's sort of lots of things here that you have to change your mindset and think that, like the anti-gravity. Okay, I can all of a sudden shoot myself across the room.
Yeah. A lot of our set dressing as well was done so that the player could help position themselves. Again, if you have a big room and you've just got large like walls of color, it's very difficult to see where anything is. So if you can put an iron on the wall, then it helps the player see, okay, there is that's a physical object in front of me.
Yeah. And I thought for me that the iron on the wall was a good reminder as well that, I can, or I should use the anti-gravity in this room. But it's funny that after you've used the anti-gravity a few times in the same room, I sort of lose sense of what is up and what's down. Everything just feels, anything could be up or down at this point.
Yes, yeah. This room was quite hard to develop for because I found myself often getting lost in it, even after playing through it 10, 20 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I love this. I didn't realize that there would be an edge. I thought it would kept going, but
yeah.
Okay, so I've hit that switch. Now I'm trying to see where I could use that. And explore. Oh, there was.
It's very funny, like as a developer, always watching people play it. Because when you know the solution, you're always like, just go there, just do that. But yeah.
It must have been really fun to watch, to see the playtesting for this game. Did you guys get to do quite a bit, or?
We did a fair amount. Our puzzle designer was always very excited to show off his puzzles, which was quite nice. So the moment he'd make anything, he'd be like, "Hey, someone just play this, try this out."
Yeah.
And it was very easy to like very quickly see if a puzzle was good, effective, what needed a change. So lots of playtesting, from like just a single minute worth of playtesting to the entire length of the game. Yeah, we've had a lot of people get one or two and then they just try and get in there because it's such a hassle finding the other ones.
Is there an order that people typically get them in? I'm guessing this must be the first one people usually get. The spade.
Yeah, there's one or two that people often get first. I think it's the spade, and then there's another one. But because the geometry of the room is so confusing, a lot of people just get them in completely random orders.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's quite interesting is when you look at the room, like normally, just as a 3D environment, it's actually very simple to navigate. But because of the the lack of color and shading, it makes it so much harder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny when you said that. I was just thinking, well, yeah, easy for some maybe, and I'm here struggling to find the other two.
Yeah. Do you need some help?
Yeah, if you could give me a hint for the next one.
Okay, so you were close earlier. If you flip back around and go to the door.
The door down here?
Yep. So yeah, if you jump off the ledge. Yeah. Somewhere down there.
Oh.
Aha.
I love the element of surprise. Again, I mentioned before the sort of the eureka moment, like, oh, it was here the whole time. I find this game has it in just tons of those moments where you just feel so clever.
Yes, yeah. That's definitely like the most satisfying feeling as a game developer, seeing someone else feel that, and you're like, yes, I managed to make them feel satisfied like that.
It worked.
Yep.
Let's see. I had been here, haven't I? Oh, no, I have not. Okay. Well, now we can go back.
There you go.
And how long does it typically take for players to complete the game?
I believe our average playtime is about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Which is quite a nice period of time because you can finish it in one sitting. But we actually have quite an interesting speedrunning community that they've managed to nail it down to 2 minutes or something crazy.
Oh my God.
Which...
But that's speedrunning. The people who speedrun, I find are incredibly, I don't know, brave or resilient. Okay, we have one more.
This one's also very tricky.
Oh. Yeah, because I thought there isn't much for the anti-gravity, although there's a bottle here.
Yes, that was something we were trying to telegraph a little bit better to the player because we do turn it off and on at certain times. So at this point in the game, yeah, it is turned off.
Okay. Oh.
Yes. Yeah, that's one of my more favorite just little moments where it's not quite a puzzle, but it's a nice like illusion.
We're back in the flat. Oh, and the sort of the beginning with the computer, it reminded me a lot of The Matrix. How the computer is buzzing and then you go up to it and all of a sudden you're transported into the new area.
Yes, yeah. We were trying to go for a COVID kind of theme. A lot of us have been like locked indoors, and at the time of making it, we were kind of, always trapped, and we couldn't like see that many people. Here in New Zealand, we got it a little bit better than I think most of the world.
Yeah.
But we noticed that a lot of people had a hybrid of work and life, and it was very difficult to separate them. So their life space, which would be where the dinner table, they ate dinner, suddenly became their office. And I think that's where a lot of the imagery kind of comes from. We're trying to merge like the office and the home life in a way that kind of blurs everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it comes through pretty well as well.
That's good.
Oh. Oh, this took me as a surprise. This is completely different. I think the audio design does such a good job as well to, oh no, to sort of transport you to this new area because of course, oh no, it looks underwater, but I think the players might be unsure of what exactly they're looking at, but then the audio is just really sells the idea.
Yes, yeah. That was one of the things that I think, yeah, we put a lot of effort into making sure that the underwater area really felt that way, and I think it was the sound guy coming in and just giving that little like muffled sound that helped everything.
I'm so nervous. I'm not entirely sure this is gonna work, but let's see. Ah, I made it.
Yeah. Yeah. We have a lot of people actually who don't understand the mechanic of those eyes. I think it's very easy to miss.
Yeah, I feel like it has been taught well during the main game, but I guess yeah, it could be missed as well. Okay.
Yeah. And this room actually stayed from the prototype. So this was about the first piece of content we ever made.
Yeah.
And we were thinking of actually having a whole series of these like lining up puzzles. But we very quickly realized that they were quite easy to solve. You can very quickly understand the axes upon which things are happening. And then it becomes a very simple game of just like, which side do I stand at? And it was also very difficult to line up each individual piece.
Yeah, now I'm trying to see how I can get into the kitchen, and I'm thinking there must be a door somewhere, maybe. Let's see. This is tricky. I must say for me that I love games with discoverability and sort of creativity, so Frame of Mind is like right up my interest. So I'm having a blast playing this. I'm really happy that we were able to do this together. This is really fun.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. This room we have a lot of people who complain to us about it afterwards, but we we think the complaining's good.
It's good to stump players a little bit. I was thinking, is there a crouch button? But there hasn't been so far, so I wouldn't think that all of a sudden there would be a crouch button.
There was talk when we were making it of having an interact button, but we wanted to try and limit the amount of abilities that the player has to as few as possible, just to help it stay quite cohesive. Because the moment you can interact with things, it's like, what else can I interact with? This TV, this coffee table, why not?
Oh no. I'm looking in the environment to see if there's any way I can get around. So it's not this simple. It can't be.
No, it's not. You are correct. This room we have a lot of players half stumble on the solution as well. And I think that helps that makes the playtime vary quite a bit. I mean, some people take an hour and some people take 15 minutes on their first playthrough, and it's just sometimes the player will just hit the button at the right time, and then suddenly, oh, they're actually in a different place, and then they realize the solution straight away. And I think that's kind of one of the troubles of having a puzzle game which is based exclusively on your position. If the player like moves slightly, they can discover like that.
I'm so annoyed. It was there the whole time.
Yeah, I think it throws the player off because we actually teleport them from the ocean world into a hallway going that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so the player has to like backtrack and understand that, like, you know, sometimes you got to go back to go forward.
Yeah, not everything will be exactly as you remember it either.
No, yes. Yeah.
Oh, is this an infinite hallway? David, what are you doing to me?
Yes.
I just saw the horizon kept changing, and I'm thinking, no.
Yeah. That was a very fun one to implement as well.
Oh, okay. Huh. Well, I think, let's see what time it is. Yeah, I think unfortunately we have to come to an end quite soon. I don't want to stop playing. I think I'll keep playing afterwards. But what is there anything else that you'd like to mention before we end the call?
I don't think so. Yep, I think, yeah, kind of just hope you have fun, and if you get stuck, let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. And for anyone who's interested in playing, it's the game's available on Steam. Any other platforms?
We do have it available on itch as well.
Okay.
Just for those of you who prefer itch, you can get an exe. But yeah, just Steam for now.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. I really genuinely had a great time playing it, and I'm happy that we got to get together and do this together.
That's good. Thanks for having me.
All right.
It's been fun.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the show, my lovely people. That was Frame of Mind from Sample Text Studios from New Zealand. David was such a great host with joining me and stuff like that. I had a really, really fun time playing Frame of Mind. It messes with your brain. But I wanted to go back to Slido because we have an active question right now. If you go to slido.com, enter room number 600382, we had asked you, the audience, what was your favorite game from the student games category that we saw not too long ago. And we have in the lead, Postbird in Provence, then Incarnation, Astreia's Gift, There You Are, and Lysfangha. So all 5 games are absolutely phenomenal. I'm happy to see what people prefer and what they choose as their favorite for the that category. But next, we're going to go to another category coming up quite soon. So before we jump to our final game for the hobby category, I'd like to mention as well that if you go to our website, the GDWC.com/awards, we actually have a second stage. Right now we have a second stage open for Business Oulu, where you can join them to sort of create a game. They're looking for all sorts of people, programmers, artists, musicians,
and they kind of help you go through step by step. So go check it out. It's on our second stage, but come back here as well. This is the main stage. But if you're interested, don't forget to check out as well Business Oru. So, as I mentioned, we have one last game for the hobby category because there were two others that were repeats from other categories. So we're only showing you fresh footage. And this game is If on a Winter's Night for Travelers from Dead Idle Games. It's a duo from Germany. And personally, I've played this game a couple months ago. I was doing a stream on Twitch for GDWC. It was Halloween themed. So we were looking for horror games. And while not necessarily a horror game, it certainly has horror elements. It's a sort of point and click adventure game that is set aboard a train. And you're playing as 4 different characters throughout time. And you sort of learn about their story. And it's kind of some stuff is scary, some stuff is kind of messed up, some stuff is really sad. It's really an amazing game. I highly recommend anyone who's interested give it a chance, play it. It's on Steam. As with all the other games from the hobby category, the games are free to play, so you can pick it up for yourself. But let's take a look now at the gameplay for If on a Winter's Night for Travelers. Hey, David here with GDWC. Next, we're going to see a Let's Play for If on a Winter's Night for Travelers, one of our nominees for the hobby category for 2021. I've played through the whole game on stream some months ago, so I figured instead of playing it again, I'd rather show you guys my initial reactions. So the upcoming footage was recorded a couple months ago when I was doing a Halloween stream. So enjoy If on a Winter's Night for Travelers. All right, February 1929, somewhere in Central Asia. I just look at this game. It's gorgeous. Animations are gorgeous. Young man, is everything all right? Young man, you seem agitated, says the skeleton. Are you not enjoying yourself? Oh, yes. Yes, certainly. It is a lovely party indeed. It is, isn't it? Such a delightful costumes. And the music, exquisite. Oh, but where are my manners? My name is Layla. I'm Carlo. Pleased to meet you, Sweetie, what is wrong? I can tell there's definitely something on your mind. Are you looking for somebody? Oh, no, it's just that... I know it must sound peculiar, but I can't seem to be able to recall how I got here. What do you mean? Surely you must remember something. Well, I was at this hotel in Rome. That I do remember. You're far from Rome. Rome! What a beautiful city. Were you on vacation? In a way, I was there to meet with my paramour. I was waiting for him to arrive. The silent room. Ah, beautiful Rome. So glad to see you again. Still as majestic, as decadent, and of course, as loud as ever. Oh well, I'll sleep when I'm back in Turin, I guess. What time did Patrick say he would arrive? I'm sure I left his telegram around here somewhere. Ah, here it is. My shooting star, thrilled to see you. Please check in at the Grand Roma. Everything taken care of. We'll be there around noon. Love, P. And I got some dialogue options. He's thrilled to see me, thrilled. Be still, my beating heart. Oh, you and Patrick. I should take a quick look in the bathroom mirror and make sure I look presentable. And also, check if room service delivered the flowers I ordered. Everything needs to be perfect. socks, underwear, a couple of shirts, and that Rolex Patrick gave me at the first party we met. I'm sure he would like me to wear it. And Patrick's loaded. There you go. There, so fancy. Let's go take a look. Table, radio. No, we need to brush you up. Main door. I guess we'll be over here to the bathroom. Toilet, mirror. You look handsome. You lucky handsome, you devil. You really hit the jackpot this time. What if he is the one, the real one? Can you imagine? Having to tell my mom and everything? Okay, you know what? We'll cross that bridge. When and if we ever get to it. For now, you look just dashing, young man. Perfect. I love the, better not leave the room. Patrick should be here any minute now. The audio, the background noise and stuff like that. Sounds really cool. This very expensive glass table feels like it's missing something. Oh, it's like a centerpiece. There's even a radio in the room. A radio! This place really has everything. Yeah, the 1920s, man. Radio will press anyone. I wonder how this works. Oh no, what have I done? Well, you don't have a record, do you? The bar, whiskey, gin, vermouth, amaretto, Campari, and of course, yum, is that limoncello? 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 You get it. Right, I had to call room service. One of the greatest inventions of humankind. Is it? Thrilled to see me. Thrilled. I'm just so tired from my trip. I just want to take a nap. But Patrick should be here soon. Maybe we can call room service and have breakfast in bed. I'm wondering if there are... It's a very Italian bar setup. What gave it away? The limoncello and the Campari? You certainly can't buy good taste with money. Room service. Huh. Wink. I'm sure these towels cost more than what I make in a month. Been there, done that. Huh, I'm not too sure what I'm meant to do while I wait for Patrick. Nothing interesting about my socks. Just gonna click around quickly and... Street. Who even needs an alarm clock with this pandemonium? Alright, grumpy pants, come on. Great, room service delivered. But I should move them somewhere else. Ah, so they stand up a bit more. Gotcha. Oh, that's cool. I can... my cursor becomes the flowers. There we go. Much better. And here's the card, just as I requested. To my one and only. He's going to love it. Ooh. Run to the bedroom. Is that the phone? Wait, no. It's the door buzzer. Patrick! Oh, Patrick's handsome. Carlo! Patrick, so happy to see you. I gotta give Carlo a... Look at you. It's been too long. What's that noise?
Don't tell me you've tried using the radio. Oh, Carlo, Carlo. Always so unabashedly yourself. Let's see what I can find. There. Isn't that so much nicer? Thanks. What a relief. I've missed you. Me too. I'm so happy you made it all the way here. So, how do you like the place? You mean the room or the city? Both are quite excessive. The room. Pretty fancy, isn't it? Very much so, especially that painting over there in the bedroom. The artist really gave it all. It's a sight to behold. Oh, this I must see with my own eyes. This way, I presume? Ha 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 ha. Oh god, I'm so sorry. You better be. You're not the one who has to sleep with that over his head. Absolutely fair. I'll have them transfer you immediately. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Look at this amazing bed, though. Wink, wink. What do you say? Wouldn't you rather get a drink? We should really make the most of that amazingly equipped bar I saw in the living room. Even if it's only in solidarity with my fellow Americans suffering under the grip of the Volstead Act. Oh, sure, coming right up. That's my bambino. Let's do this. It's okay, bambino. So, one for Patrick, one for me. I love the cursor. Such a good detail. Salute. Cheers. Let's see. Let's go with the flowers. Oh, by the way, those flowers are for you. Oh, they're absolutely lovely. And look, they come with a card. To my one and only. Charlie, Carlo, I need to tell you something. Oh no. Want to sit down? I'm fine here, thanks. Look, Carlo, we can't keep doing this. I'm sorry. I don't like either of these options, but the "Are you serious? You're dumping me" seems a bit less pathetic than "Don't you like me?" Actually, that seems like something he would say, so let's go with that. Why? Don't you like me anymore? Come on, Carlo, you know it's not that. I like you, but this doesn't mean that I... Look, you know just as well as I do that it wasn't meant to last. Don't play dumb now, please. I'm not playing dumb. I truly was starting to believe we were made for each other. And where exactly did you get that idea? Well, in your telegram, for example. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you the one playing dumb now? Here, let me get it from the other room and I'll show you. You're exhausting, Carlo. Like that raccoon dog said, first option, which is... I'm glad we think alike. Alright, where's that telegram? Here it is. Thrilled to see me, he said. Undisputable proof that he loves my shooting star. I see. How can I be so naive? Thrilled to dump me. That's what he was. Oh no. Bobby Knoxer, how you enjoying that music? Alright, Patrick. Your shooting star? Of course. Fleeting. A passing glimpse, and then gone. Is that how you justify it to yourself? I'm just some crazy adventurer? Or did the deuce put the fear of God in you? It's not that. And it has nothing to do with you. I like how he's chilling like that. It's just wrong. I'm sorry, Carlo. Okay, let's go to the Twitch chat. What do you guys think? Wrong? How can this be wrong? Or, oh, you surely can't be serious now. First again. Says Raccoon Dog. Wrong? How could this be wrong? The only thing that's wrong is having to hide it. But things will get better one day. They have to. Look, I don't expect you to understand, but I have read the articles, these medicinal journals. Carlo, there are doctors. They can help. They have this new therapy. I'm going to tell my wife everything. I know she'll support me. She and I will go through this together. Discreetly. I know we'll be stronger for it in the end. And you should think about it too. I read about the hospital near Turin and Colegno. Carlo, they can fix you. Alright, what do you guys think again? Patrick, no. Not you, please. Or, I'm speechless. You're such a coward. Second. And Raccoon Dog's on it with the answers. I'm speechless. You're such a coward. I don't know what I ever saw in you, Patrick. Stupid me thinking you cared. But no, I'm just a symptom of some illness to you. A boil, a cyst that you can just cut away. Oh, please, Carlo, cut the drama. I have a wife, I have children. This is what a man does. Period. Oh, what do you think? A man? A snake is what you are. Or spare me the excuses and just get out of here. A snake. A man? A snake is what you are. But of course, you are a businessman after all. You're just maximizing benefit. This enterprise has turned risky, so you walk away. Okay, I don't have to put up with this. Please call room service and order me a taxi cab. We're done here. I'm done with you. We're just done. You know what? It'll be my pleasure. Anything to get you out of my sight at this point. Yeah. Oh, the music has stopped too. Ring. Room service? I'd like to arrange a pickup. Yes, a regular taxi cab will do. Owen. Patrick Owen. Room 1046. Thank you. He's not going to be there when you leave. Oh, he is. I thought he would have just left. They will be here in a few minutes. Good riddance. Go back to that wife you don't love and those children that you hate. How can you stoop so low? You're worse than sick, Carlo. You are deranged. I'm so sorry for you. I think I'd rather just wait downstairs in the lobby. Move away. I'm done with you. Then what are you waiting for? Don't let the door hit you on your way out. Oh. What? You just gotta confess. What else are you gonna do? Raccoon top. Oh wow. Oopsie. Getting some big reactions in the Twitch chat. Oh no. Oh god, Patrick. Oh god. I can't run out like this. I need to think. I think I need to wash my face. Yeah, that animation was amazing. Plus, I love how it just came out of nowhere. Shoot. What happened? Why am I standing here? I was on my way to the bathroom. I need to wash my face. I need to calm down. Okay, here come the mystery vibes. Interesting. Hand basin. You can't run out of here. So much blood, so much blood. You're dead. And it was me. It was me. Oh God, Patrick, I'm sorry. I never wanted this. But I can make it up to you. You'll see. Just wait, Patrick. I'm coming home. What? Dude, what is wrong with you? You can't... What? It's an invitation? To some kind of masked ball. RSVP not required. So this is supposed to be a mask? It slithers. What? And the next thing you know, I'm here in this train with a drink in my hand. And now this all feels unreal, like a strange dream. Like I shouldn't really be here. Oh dear, what a... now the voice are completely changed. What a terrible experience that must have been. I'm not surprised that you're feeling disoriented. Excuse me, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Not at all. What is it, darling? Welcome back, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us again for the GDWC 2021 award show. We're on pre-show day 2.
And we were just looking at the hobby games. That was If on a Winter's Night, Four Travelers from Dead Idle Games, a duo from Germany. Another one of my personal favorites from the competition. Actually, if you go to our YouTube page, we have Let's Play for the whole game. I fell in love so much with the game that I actually played the whole thing. It's on YouTube. But I wanted to mention as well, earlier, I mentioned that we have a second stage available on our website. So if you go to the gdwc.com/awards, as you can see here, we have another stage active right now for Business Oulu, and they currently have a live show where they're discussing game development, how to make games, and you can actually join their team to do so. And later on in the day, you can see that there's a second screen there for Fin Runs. We have a speed run stage, so that opens up in an hour. So we'll come back to that and we'll introduce the Fin Runs. So not only do we have those stages, but I also wanted to introduce or reintroduce, if you've been with us for a while, Slido. So you can go to the website, slido.com, enter the room key 600382, and we're asking questions all throughout the day as well as yesterday. And we have a question now that we've revisited a few times because we want to know who you are, where you're coming from, what are your interests, all sorts of stuff like that. Right now, we're asking, where are you joining us from? The majority of the people are joining us from Finland. We have Finland in big, bold letters, but we also have a bunch of places, cities in Finland. We have Tampere, Turku, what else? Lapland, Helsinki, Kajaani, all sorts of places. So Finland is absolutely in the lead for the most viewers that are from Finland. USA is another huge one. That one's a bit split up because we have people who either from California, we have Ohio, some are saying just USA as well. So if you sort of combine them, that's another big one. What else we have? We have England, Canada, Iceland, Estonia and Latvia as well are two other popular ones that we have. India has stepped up as well. We had one this morning, and now we have even more from India watching. Israel, France, Philippines, and New Zealand. So we have quite a worldwide audience. That's really, really fun to see. So you can go to Slido and let us know where you're watching from. But okay, we just finished with the hobby games. So we're going to move on to our next category, which is mobile games. So let's take a quick sneak peek at what games we have for the mobile games category. And so those are our nominees for Best Mobile Game of 2021 for GDWC. And I wanted to point out the third game that showed up was those little cubes that move around and move around. That was Mojito the Cat. From the back room here, we're hearing some ahs and stuff like that. So I wanted to point out Mojito the Cat, extremely cute game that will be coming up later. But we have our first game from the mobile category that we'll be taking a look at, which is Dive in the Past. So Dive in the Past is not only on mobile, but it's also available for VR. It comes from 3D Research SRL from Italy, and the game is both a game, but both an educational tool. The whole game is you go underwater, you submerge yourself, and you're looking for old wrecks from old ships, even some newer ships, some old cities. And the game sort of tells stories that are based around the sunken ships or those sunken cities. You get to learn about some different characters or, you know, historical events that happen. It's really, really cool. I love how they blend in, you know, the fun, but also the educational at once. And so that's the next game where we'll be taking a look at. All the mobile games, of course, they're available for either iOS or for Android. So you can pick up most of those games on either platform. So, but for now, let's actually take a look at Dive in the Past.
Hey everyone, it's David with GDWC. We're doing a Let's Play, this time for Dive in the Past. And Dive in the Past is one of our nominees for Best Mobile Game of the Year. And it's also on, let's see, Oculus. Yeah, so mobile and Oculus. And the game is pretty cool. It's part education, part adventure. Let's see, let's jump in. Welcome, Albert. Hello, Albert. How do you know my name? You see, you are inside my pages. Yeah, but I can't see beyond myself. You have to look back if you want to look beyond. They see hands-on for today and for the days to come. Vicissitudes of mighty and opulent civilizations' tragedies, or unknown people like me. I couldn't get through all that. Tell me who you are. I am not, for many times I have been. What do you want from me? Find again the objects that belong to me. My story is your story too. Let's go, let's start. Ooh. Well, we're gonna do the tutorial, yeah. This is the right location to practice your new equipment. Let's go. So right now I'm playing the mobile version, which, well, I'm playing through an emulator, but this is the mobile version. I'm assuming both versions, this and Oculus, are close enough, if not identical. Hi Albert, this is a training to get familiar with your new equipment. The boat sunk in this area. If you are not sure where, tap on the map to view exactly where it is. Guess we'll just start diving. Tap the minimap to open the map pad. Minimap. The compass? Okay. Gotcha. Great. Now go towards the sunken boat to learn the scanner mode. Sunken boat. We have to find it though. Reach the sunken boat. The boat sunk in this area. If you're not sure where, tap on your map. So is this the one? Or is that us? No, I couldn't, because we're just above. Let's just go this way. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Let's check. Well, let's turn a little bit this way. Right? And a little bit more. Yeah, that should be good. Oh, it's like a dinghy, or what do you call them? Those little inflatable boats. Absolutely. The boat is quite little. Maybe you can get the job done with just one turret. Turret. Place the scanners. Oops. Red color means the scanner position is not allowed. Green color means it's allowed. There we go. Here's how your old boat was before sinking. Find the wireless headset. Well, easy to find. They're right there. Gotta get closer. There we go. Awesome. Easy enough. A nice tutorial. Okay, let's go off to Oreste. The original name of the steamer built at the Ropner and Sin shipyard in 1886. So I think this is where the sort of edutainment comes in, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, these are all actual ships that have sunk and the history is real behind it. On March 27th, 1942, Oreste, bound for Bar in Montenegro, was split in Croatia. Hit a mine that broke into two parts. The ship sank within 2 hours and today is located between the shore of Yaz and that of Tresno. Let's go. The ship was used by the Italian Navy for transporting people, food, ammunition, and other supplies during World War II. On board, there was a teletype, one of the first being manufactured in Italy, without a monitor and with 3 rows of keys. It used the Baudot code for the communication of radio messages, such as the request for rescue during navigation. The teletype. I was the one who had to transmit the message. I was the only hero among the crew, or maybe a spy. Depends on which side you are. Look for my teletype, face the sea and its stories, and discover mine. I was the radio man. That's awesome. I like how they're giving a bit more story and not just the context of the ship and everything, but with individual characters. Okay. Go look for the teletype. I'm on it. So let's open this up. Oh, whoa, it's huge now. Golly. So what are the... How low does this go? Okay, we're almost at the bottom. I'm just gonna go straight. I'm gonna go investigate this smaller area first. So I know this game was, like I mentioned, it was, or is, one of our nominees for Best Mobile Game. But I'd love to also see what it looks like, or how it plays in VR. Okay, so something to the right. No. Stern remains. Ooh, we got the stern remains. It's cool. I like the looking for stuff. Oh, so I'm not able to actually interact with it. It's just telling me that it's here. I like that. That's really cool. Okay, okay. Don't stray. Focus on the mission. So we'll... Oh god, what happened? I'll take you back. And we'll go focus on the big area. So slightly to the right. And let's go. Oh, you can already see it. That can only be the Orese shipwreck. Absolutely. So we'll throw down some scanners, see what we can find. We're looking for that, the Radio Man's teletype. Specifically. Okay, we have 5, I see. No, I'm gonna push a bit further. Maybe down here. A bit closer. Boom. Huh. Oh! The game does such a good job at placing you in this underwater world. It's really cool. So now we're looking for that teletype. You know, I would assume teletypes would be on the inside, but I don't know if we can get on the inside. And I would have thought the same about the headphones, but that doesn't matter because that was an open ship, so never mind. But yeah, let's look for this this teletype. Alright, I'm gonna go a bit further and then turn around so I can get a good view of everything. Oh, what's this red line? Let's follow that. Is that where the teletype is? Is it like giving me a hint? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, so there's like stuff in here. Okay. It's a bit tricky with just, you know, I don't have dual stick control. Reminds me of playing like PlayStation 1 or 64. Okay, is this might be teletype. No, it's not type. Oh, there we go. Bit closer. That teletype. A nice model too. I found it, Radio Man. Unveil the secrets, so I can play that to see what the secrets. What secrets? Oh. Release the withholdings, launching the lifeboats. Hurry, we have no time. Why are you still here? Captain, I'm trying to fix this machine. Oh. There is no time. You're relieved of office. No, I can do it. I want to send an SOS request. Boy, do you realize you're risking your own life?
Oh.
Oh, that's cool. Convince the captain you want to save everyone. Radio Man is a hero. Maybe. Boy, it's dangerous here. Why do you put your life at risk? To save my life. How do you value the common good? Stuff with the time and everything. What? Same as individual. Okay. Do you think you can succeed? I want to try while there's still time. Oh, yeah. Alright, but try to hurry. I will, Captain. Oh, come on.
Huh?
Oh no, Radio Man. I must fix it. Oh, well, we're fixing the teletype now? Find the missing pieces among the rubble, then turn on the teletype. So, let's see. Yep. Yep. Going good so far. Oh, little button. Maybe this goes here. And then just this little... Turn on the teletype. Ah.
Aha.
Finally, it works. Why are you still here? Come with me.
Oh.
One more second. Radio Man, you gotta get off that ship. I have to send an SOS message. Go ahead. So. Mission failed. Stop. Eagle 42 not flying. Stop. Tap the letters right in time and write the secret message. Hurry up. Oh no. What? Something's wrong. Oh, am I supposed to... I see. I was using my keyboard? Nope. Stop. Oh, they got the whole secret message here. That's cool. Mission failed. Stop. Eagle 42 not flying. Stop. Go to plan B 352. Stop. Mission complete. Well done. He just casually walks off. Like, I grab my jacket. Oh, Radio Man. No, no, no. My God. The Mayor Nostrum continues to narrate the opulence of great civilizations, the tragedy of bloody wars, the courage of famous and unknown heroes. Our story, the history of us all, is kept in the depths of our sea. History has to be believed to be seen. To be seen and has to be seen to be believed. My brain just, what am I reading? But I think that's pretty much a good time to call it with Dive in the Past. And well, before we finish, I just want to mention that I really like the different mechanics that the game offers. So obviously there's the main one with going underwater and looking for the ships and whatever item that you're looking for. But then from there, you just get so many more opportunities to learn about the characters, have a bit more story, a bit more background about everything, and then also have those little
extra gameplay moments of, well, you have to type something out, or you have to fix the machine, or the conversational thing where you have to convince your captain to let you do your thing. It's really cool. So yeah, dive in the past. Thanks so much for watching. This was really fun to play. And welcome back to the show. It's David again for GDWC. We're currently looking at mobile games, the nominees for the mobile games category. We just looked at Dive in the Past. That comes from the Italian team. It's a adventure sort of edutainment kind of game. It's also available for VR. But before we jump to the next game, we have a new question available in Slido. So let's take a look. So if you join us at slido.com, enter room number 600382. All throughout the day, we're asking you questions. We want to find out about you, the people watching, who exactly you are. So we have a new question that just went up because we have side stages that we'll get to after this. But have you visited the Business Oulu and FinRuns page? Yes, no, but I want to join it now. So let us know if you visited those other pages, and I'll let you know about those other pages and how to get to them. So if you go to our website, the GDWC.com/awards, you'll see that there's the main stage that you're watching now. That's us. But we also have two side stages. We have one for Business Oulu, and that's been going on for about 2 hours now. And you can join them. They're live now, rather. They have, I think, like 30 people watching, and they're talking about developing games, and you can join them as well to make games. And coming up in just 1 minute, actually, FinRuns is going to go live. And FinRuns is a speedrun stage. And they're going to be speedrunning for, I think, the next 5 hours. We have different games that have been submitted to GDWC this year. And FinRuns are going to speedrun, I think, 5 different games. So that's going to be a really fun one to look as well. But enough about that stuff. We're focusing on mobile games. So we just did Dive in the Past. And now we're going to be taking a look at a game that comes from Romania. And the game is Gridpunk. So Gridpunk is a 3 versus 3 online shooter. And you can join, I think it's on Android, and I can't remember if it's on iOS. But you can play Gridpunk, and you play online versus other players. It's a really, really fun shooter game. I can't recommend it enough. It's just a blast. So let's take a look at the gameplay for Gridpunk.
Lock and load. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Multi-kill. Killing spree. Ultra kill. Mega kill. Massacre. Rampage. Unstoppable. Invincible. Invincible. You win. Lock and load. First blood. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Multi-kill. Killing spree. Ultra kill. Mega kill. Massacre. Rampage. Double kill. Unstoppable. Invincible. Invincible. Lock and load. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Multi-kill. Ultra kill, mega kill. Massacre. Rampage. Unstoppable. Invincible. Invincible. win. Lock and load. Multi-kill. Killing spree. Ultra kill. Mega kill. Massacre. Rampage. Double kill. Unstoppable. Invincible. Invincible. Lock and load. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Multi-kill. Killing spree. Ultra kill. Mega kill. Massacre. Rampage. Unstoppable. Invincible. Invincible. You win. Lock and load. First blood. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Multi-kill. Killing spree. Ultra kill. Mega kill. Massacre. Rampage. Double kill. Unstoppable. Invincible. Invincible.
Welcome back to the show. It's David again for GDWC Awards show. This is pre-show day number 2. And right now we're currently looking at mobile games. We've seen already Dive in the Past, and just now we took a look at Gridpunk. And actually, is it possible to pull up the schedule? We'll show everyone the rest of the categories that are coming up. So, as I mentioned, we're right now looking at mobile games. Soon enough, in just over an hour, we're going to have a guest come and present for us for Arcweave. So if you're interested in video game design, especially narrative, that's one that you won't want to miss. Yanis is amazing. He's going to present, well, you'll have to see, just in an hour. And then after that, it's the big one, Pro PC games. That's the big category that everyone is interested in seeing the nominees for. So we'll be taking a look at that in just about 2 hours. So that's the rest of today. And the next game that we're going to be taking a look at, of course, is a mobile game. It comes from GTZA. Is that Studios? Yeah, from Spain. It's Mojito the Cat. So Mojito the Cat is a puzzle game. It's extremely, extremely cute. If you were here earlier, we were showing the nominees, some footage, stuff like that. When this game came up, there was a couple ahs, and it's a really, really cute game. It's really clever as well. And we were really lucky that the developers sent us footage of the game, so we can take a look now at Mojito the Cat. And welcome back to the show, everyone. It's David again, but not alone this time. We have Robert, and we're having too much fun in the office here that Mika actually fell asleep on his lap. So now we have a trio on the couch this time. So we just took a look at Mojito the Cat. That comes from GTZA Studios from Spain. And we were in the Twitch chat as well, chatting with other people, and everyone's commenting how cute the game is, and everyone's in love with it. So that was Mojito the Cat. It's available on Windows, Nintendo Switch, and of course mobile. But the next game we're taking a look at is Puzzle Story. Puzzle Story comes from Morak Soft. They're from South Korea, and the game is available on Android and iOS. And Puzzle Story is actually quite similar to Mojito the Cat on the first impression. It's these sort of little vignette rooms that you have to move around. But this time, instead of you being a block, you're actually moving the level around to sort of shape the puzzle. So we'll see. We have gameplay footage of me playing Puzzle Story. So let's take a look now. Hey, everyone. You're joined by David again. This time we're taking a look at Puzzle Story. And Puzzle Story was one of our finalists for the mobile category. So I haven't had the chance to play it, and I'm really intrigued. So let's just jump in, try it out. All right. Ooh, we can collect bonus items. Watch an ad. Well, I don't know if that's interesting for Let's Play. Skip. Act 1. So let's see. If you click the icon, you'll see the corresponding tiles. Touch the screen. Cleared. No, we won't be watching videos. You don't need to ask me. You don't need to ask me. All right. So let's see. We have to essentially recreate the first screen. And how did it go? Oh, there we go. Cleared it. All right, let's try the next one. You know, I should have done the tutorial, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Okay, so you're gone. Yeah.
The art is really, really beautiful. I'm really impressed. It's so charming. It's just really cute. Oh. Mm-hmm. I really want to click and see what kind of stuff we would get, but. Okay. So we need to get this guy over there. Ah! That's funny, I'm typically really bad with sort of block puzzles. I don't know what it is, it doesn't work for me. Let's see. Actually, I could probably hide this ad as well. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Every level is just completely different. That's really, really cool. Yeah. The puzzles, I know they look easy right now, but I'm sure that, you know, we're only on Act 1. Once we start getting further in, I think it'll get a lot more complicated. Yeah, seriously, like there aren't any reused assets. There might be some, but oh, that was really cute. Yeah, the amount of work that went into this must have been quite a lot. So we have two puzzles. Oh, okay. I got you. There we go. See, like I said, it's already getting a little bit more complicated. All right. Yeah. I like the little fish here. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Like we just had a level where we had these cats in boxes, and then we went to these construction men, and now we're on an island. It's just there's just so much variety. It's really, really cool. Remember when I was like, oh yeah, I suck at block puzzles. You're seeing it. You're seeing it. Seeing it in action now. Oh my god. There was another game recently that I played that had block puzzles, and I was just frozen. I'm like, I don't know, I'm stuck. So I get what I have to do here. Oh, I only had moves. I had certain moves. Oh, okay. You can't just click around like I've been doing. So I'm gonna try to put the island in the same corner as it is now. See if that helps at all. Problem is that this guy is... Yep. Oh yeah, we got it. Once I stop, like, trying to complicate things, just focus on getting the actual shapes. Oh, we got a nice little cake here. Let's see. See, I'm stuck now, right? This is just gonna keep cycling. See, this is what I was talking about. Like, I get into situations like this, and I'm like, I'm just stuck. Ah. I'm not the most clever guy. Absolutely not. You've obtained the key to enter the next act. Well, let's keep going. We got 2 more. Might as well finish those. It's just a really charming and peaceful game, isn't it? The visuals and the music are doing so much to sort of
set the tone, and it's really pleasant. All right, last one for Act 1. Again, with the art, it's just really cool to see. I bet there are people who are absolute geniuses with, you know, like people who can just do Rubik's Cubes in seconds. They'd see this block puzzle and just like assemble it in their heads and right away just with like 3 clicks. All right, no ads for us. All done, receive it. What do I get? Decorative items. Oh, I got a tree and this. That's cute. All right, World 2. Right. If you click on the icon, you'll see the corresponding tiles. I know that. Oh, I gotta move. Yeah, right? No. I only have 16 moves. I'm gonna screw this up somehow. I was so close. I was like 2 moves away. Puzzle story. No, I don't want to watch. I just want pure puzzles. And I'm all the way there this time. Okay, that's cool that it's different every time. Eh. So we gotta get that guy over there. Okay, not too bad. But see, just adding that one extra block can add already so much complexity to the puzzles, and I'm sure deeper in this world it will get more complicated. So I'm thinking that this has to be, right, the paths have to connect. So yeah. But I don't keep talking about the art. I'm gonna keep talking about the art for the whole time. But this must have been such a fun game to make the art for, because there's just so much variety and so many colors, so many color palettes being used. All right, so we got this road over here. Yeah, we got it. All these little animals and their animations. Really cute. Cute. Oh, I love this one. This is awesome. Plus, who doesn't love rope bridges? I just had another Let's Play. I was talking with one of the devs and we agreed. Who doesn't love rope bridges? Come on. It's like the coolest thing you can put in a game. Uh-oh. No, we got it. We're there. I'm having a blast with this game. This is really, really fun. Clever enough, but not frustrating. Gotta get this thing out of there. Oh yeah. We got this. Ah! But it's a fun twist on, you know, the typical block puzzles where it feels like you need to have everything perfectly lined up. You know, like there are the ones with like, I don't know, some Mario Party games maybe where you have to get the blocks in a certain position to make Mario's face or something like that. And this one is just about assembling specific tiles to make a certain shape, and I love that. I think it's really, really clever. We've done something very similar to this. Oh, hang on. Yeah. There's a shark there now, though. We're back. All right. Next level. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, we got this. Easy. Oh, this one seems even more simple than before. Let's see if I'm being fooled. And oh, there are two things to build. I see. So let's those two are combined, and then we got to get this one over there. Sorry. Eh. I think the game is really fair with how the progression's really fair. They like slowly start to teach you stuff, and you have time to really learn about the concepts and how the game expands on its ideas. Almost. Just gotta switch those two. Oh no. Uh-oh. I'm losing it. Wait. See, I get so confused and I'm just done. No, we saved it. We saved it. You know, I can go through the whole... I'm not saying I can go through the whole game, but I could go through the whole game with, you know, lots of tries and attempts. And I still feel like by the end of it, I would still feel like, I'm not good with block puzzles. I can't figure them out. Let's see. Oh no. So this should be simple, but okay. I think we got time for what? A couple more minutes? Couple more. So, we gotta get the corner here and then the long part. Oh no. Oh, that... Alright. Did I intend to do that? Absolutely not. But I did it. I pulled it off. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, the levels are like deceptively simple. Or again, it comes back to me just smooth brain. No ridges, just... Okay. Yep.
Oh no. Oh, we're good, yeah. Oh, what? There's another ship to be made. What? Oh, the island. Probably. Yeah. That's cool. I like the added complexity. Am I struggling? Absolutely. But it's fun. So this is that other corner piece. Oh, this is a tricky one. I've just stopped talking because I'm trying to. Now the game has. I'm like, I gotta do this. Puzzle story. I gotta get you. So yeah, I could. Not even cheating, but just make it easy for myself. And yeah, so this is lined up, and now I have to get that brick down there, and it's so far away. No. I hate this. Ah, so close. Now I'm just cycling. I'm gonna waste all my moves. Let's see. This guy has to get out of the way. No, I've screwed it up. And I'm out of moves. Whatever. Fail. Okay, I'll go for one last attempt, and that'll be the last one. I could get the help, but I'm gonna go and just pure. Oh my god, it's so spread out. I think the game has frozen? Fried? I don't know. What I'm trying to say is my brain is fried, and I think I've made it obvious now. Man, this is hard. And no, there's no way. I can see the 62 moves, and it's a lot, but I'm not gonna do it. There's no way. I feel like I'm so far away from completing this. I think I'm trying too much to line up specific blocks to go where I want them to be, fully knowing that I have to move everything all the time. I'm so close. See, 8 moves. I needed what, like 3 more moves and I had it? Oh well. Yeah, I know I failed. Come on, you don't need to bug me like that. Well, alright, that was my time with Puzzle Story. One of our finalists again for the mobile category. You can check it out. I think it's on. Well, let me tell you instead of just thinking that it's on something. Android and iOS. So, pick it up for yourself. Puzzle Story. Thanks so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
And welcome back to the show. It's David again, of course, from GDWC. This is the awards pre-show, and we're on day 2. Right now, we're looking at the best mobile game nominees. But before we continue with that, I want to point out Slido. So, if you've been with us throughout the day, you've heard me talk about Slido. I'm not done talking about Slido. We're going to keep talking about Slido because it's our way to interact with you, the audience, and we're asking you questions so we can get to know you a bit better. Of course, you can chat with us in our Discord or on Twitch as well. But here is where we're sort of discussing questions that we ask you live. So right now, we opened up a new question not long ago. It's what mobile phone do you have? So we have certain categories in there. We have Apple, Samsung, OnePlus, Xiaomi, I think that's how it's pronounced, or other. So, that covers pretty much everything. And as you can see, things are changing live. Right now, it's a tie between Apple, Xiaomi, and other. I know Samsung is absolutely huge, or used to be. I'm not too sure about mobile phones. So I'm sure they're going to show up at one point. But go to Slido.com, enter the room key 600382, and let us know what mobile phone you have, since, we're talking about mobile games. So we have the mobile games. We also have on our website 2 other side stages that are happening live right now. We have one for Business Oulu, where they're organizing with people online right now. They're discussing video game development, and you can join them. They're talking, music, art, programming, pretty much everything, and you can join them to make games. And on the second stage, you can see we've got live video going on now, FinRuns, and they specialize in speedrunning. And right now they're looking at Nyan Roo, the Super Cat. And so they're speedrunning games all throughout the evening. I think they're going through 5 different games. So their stuff is awesome, really, really good. But for us, we've got all sorts of games that we're looking at as well. Dev interviews, Let's Plays. I'll actually pull up the schedule for you guys so we can see what else we have going on for today. Actually, before we talk about today, let's talk about what we've already covered. So yesterday, we talked about the fan favorite games. We had a discussion with Oleg from Game Factory Talents. They're a recruitment company here in Finland, and they've taken all the best talent so they can fill in positions. He was saying yesterday, over 500 positions available here in Finland. So, the gaming industry is absolutely booming here. Yesterday, we also talked about the Pro Console games, VR games. So we have, under the VR games umbrella, we have Best VR Game, as well as VR prototypes. We also saw Game Jam games. So that was yesterday. Today, brand new day. What else do we have? We had student games. Then we had hobby games. Right now, we're on mobile games. But after mobile games, we have another guest speaker. We have Yanis from Arcweave, and that's coming in about 30 minutes. Look forward to that. Yanis is a screenwriter. He's worked in the film industry for almost 2 decades, and now he's working within video games. And if you're interested at all with video games, storytelling, narrative, structuring narrative within video games, you're going to want to check out Yanis's presentation with Arcweave. But the way we're ending today is with the big one, Pro PC games. That's the one that everyone is asking about. They want to know the nominees. They want to see a bit more gameplay. So look forward to that. So those were the pre-shows. We also have, tomorrow we have a in-person event here in Helsinki. We're also going to be live streaming it, so you can keep here on Twitch, and tomorrow we're going to be doing the same thing. So enough about all that stuff. We have games to talk about. We're doing the mobile games, as you guys know. We've already looked at Dive in the Past. We had Gridpunk. We had Mojito the Cat, the super cute cube game. And we just saw Puzzle Story. But the next game is completely different from the rest, actually completely different from the whole competition. It's called Svoboda 1945 Liberation. And how do you describe this game? It's part puzzle game, part, They take real interviews with people. Well, the theme of the game is it tells stories from World War II within the Czech Republic. They've gathered actors, real props, and they tell really, really heavy but important stories. It's a really, really cool game. Maybe I shouldn't say cool, but really important game to have. It's unlike anything else. So actually, we're going to take a look now at Svoboda 1945 Liberation. Hey, thanks so much for joining me again. It's David for GDWC. This time we're looking at Svoboda 1945 Liberation. This comes from Charles Games, and they are one of the finalists for the mobile category. I'm playing it on Steam, but it's also a mobile. Yeah, so we'll play the game. It's quite different from a lot of the other games we're playing. It's a mixture of adventure gameplay with full motion videos, interviews with actors. It goes through memories of people that lived during World War II and the aftermath. So instead of just talking about it, let's actually play the game. The characters and story in this game are fictional, but they are based on archived testimonies and real historical events. The village of Svoboda, Czech-German borderlands, 2001. Oh, do I have? I see. So typically I play games beforehand so I can sort of know what I'm getting into. But when I was researching the game, I thought I just want to go in pure. You know, I want to have the full experience with you guys. So I don't actually know how the game goes. But let's see. November 21st, 2001. I was sent to Svoboda to survey a local schoolhouse. I discovered a village haunted by its past. Don't waste your time with that survey. Save yourself the blood. The school... People don't care about what happened 50 years ago. People care about tomorrow. You gotta be faster with the subs. Communist collectivization 1952. All the townsfolk had decided for themselves if they stood with the village or against it. And those who stood against it had to suffer the consequences. These are beautiful. Liberation from Nazism, 1945. They shot my brother in the school. Didn't Mr. mention it? He was there on May 8th, 1945. My God. The blend of the interviews and the comic strips is just really effective. Expulsion of Germans, 1946. I recall that my aunt could only pack what was absolutely necessary. Our bags couldn't weigh more than 50 kilos, and Czech soldiers monitored her as she packed. November 23rd, 2001. I'm haunted by everything I've learned about Svoboda, my family, but I have to finish my work. Two days before. Oh my God. You work for the Heritage Institute. A local historian from Svoboda is seeking landmark status for a schoolhouse. Am I supposed to investigate the school and its history to approve or deny his request? Hello, this is Mayor Novaka speaking. Go straight to the school. Mr. Vilk is waiting for you there, and come see me once you're done so we can wrap things up. Goodbye.
You're from the Historical Preservation Society? So, are you going to let the school get torn down? Oh, okay, let's see. I can say, I don't know. I have to see it first to take some photos. Can't say anything from the outside. Can I come in? Let's do it with, can I come in? Of course. Where should we start? In the attic? Come on, let's go. Oh, this is really cool. This was my military unit. They're all dead now. This is locked. You can't get in there, Klepal. Locked it a long time ago. This is really, really impressive. I wore that at the Dukla Pass with General Svoboda. It was a slaughter. We fought the Germans with hardly any ammunition. These used to hang in the classroom below. Germans from the Reich used to come here for vacation. They acted like they were a superior race. And Czechs, for them, were a lesser people. Trying to save these for last. I think the roof is original. Rumor has it that a German hanged himself in here, rather than face expulsion. I've never opened that chest. The Germans must have left it behind. And I guess we need a key. Yeah, so let's check those chests. I've never noticed that before. I wonder how long it's been here. Oh, there's a key. Right, we've seen this one before. We got rid of Nazism. Slingshot, a jacket. Oh, so much more stuff. That belonged to my wife, Maria. You see just the abundance of wheat, sort of like portraying that the amount of riches that they have and people can eat. Right, let's check this. Here we go again. What? But that's my grandpa. So, we have three options here. Do you know who took these photos? Do you know the people in these photos? Or my grandfather is in one of these photos. I'm going to go with my grandfather. This one? I don't know. Ask Mr. Studnika, he lives next door. He wanted to speak to you about the demolition anyway. What's the situation with the demolition? You don't know? They're going to tear this all down. Klepal will get the land. He wants to tear it down, put up a new building, and expand his business. And of course the mayor will sell it to him. The teacher, Mr. Studnika, he wants to preserve it and build a memorial. At least that's what he's been trying to do for a while now, but without much luck. The proposal for his historical landmark status must be his latest attempt at saving the school.
Why would the mayor want to sell the school, or what do you think about it? I'd rather know what he thinks about it. Of course, the mayor just wants, they want to make money. It makes no difference to me. I won't be here much longer. What can I do? These things are outside of my control. Okay. I'm sorry, but I've still got some work to do. Follow me and come, I'll show you. Come. Good morning. Are you looking for someone? I was born here during the war. It's all different now. We still live in that apartment. My father was the school's headmaster. So what? You want to come back? Oh no, I've been living in Germany for many years. I brought my granddaughter so I could show her around. Now we're going to the guest house. How can we get there, please? Continue straight, then turn right. Thank you. Goodbye. There's the car. There's Anna, Rachel, the German woman. Jan. Let's go see the German woman. I wonder what that's about. Anna Grachel. Born in Svoboda, visiting from Germany, expelled from Czechia after the war. Expelled? She didn't say that. Talk to characters by clicking on their photo. You can return to the same character repeatedly. Excuse me, hello there. Are you looking for someone? I'm doing a survey for the old school. Do you have a moment? Or hi, can I ask you about something? It won't take long. I mean, yeah, well, I'll ask her about something. Well, my granddaughter just went out, but why not? Come on in. Because I want to know more about her personally. The school is interesting as well, but... So, how can I help you? You were born in the school? Or I found some photos in the school. Can I show them to you? Excuse me, could you tell me why you're here? Well, she's probably just revisiting her roots. I'm sure she doesn't have some ulterior motive. Let's do the photos. I'm going to get down to the core of it. Show this. That doesn't ring any bells. I'm going to save Grandpa for last. Wait, that's Rudolph. You found this. It can't be. That's my older brother. I haven't seen him since he disappeared after the war. My parents were arrested and taken somewhere, along with other Germans from our village. My aunt contacted the Red Cross to figure out what became of them, to see if anyone knew anything about them, but she found nothing. So it must have ended badly. What's this? Wild explosions. Oh, this is interesting. So it goes like, you want to read all about it. That's really, really cool. And this game is just really impressive. And I like that they're telling the story of her as well. It gives a bit more perspective as well to how the war affected everyone, not just a certain group of people or... Yeah. Yes, that's my family all together. My mom, dad, me, and Rudolph. Alright. So, it must have been shortly after the war when these people started showing up. They needed to vent their anger about the few Sudentag Germans left behind. Women, children, senior citizens. I see that photo was taken by my brother Rudolph. He's obsessed with photography. I don't recognize that person. Please, would it be possible for me to keep these pictures? It would mean so much to me. We'll do the copies, yeah, because it's absolutely not. I need these photos for my historical survey. Or I'm sorry, but I need them, but I can send you copies. Let's do that. Thank you. Now there are three options. I found my grandpa in these photos. I think your brother knew him. Or you really have no way of contacting your brother? Or what happened here when the war ended? I'm gonna go with the grandpa. I think, she seems like quite a sympathetic person. To be honest, I don't even know if he's alive. He went missing after the war. He didn't want to stay with our aunt, who took care of us after our parents were taken. She had a terrible time with him. He ran away constantly before he disappeared for good. We left for Germany without him. So you were expelled along with your aunt. I recall that my aunt could only pack what was absolutely necessary. Her bags couldn't weigh more than 50 kilos, and Czech soldiers monitored her as she packed. What I remember most is that I kept asking where my parents were. My aunt said that we meet up with them soon. How awful that must have been for her. Can't imagine. We received a notice that we were being relocated to Germany together with instructions on what to bring and what we had to leave behind. Aunt Helga tried her best to pack the necessities for herself and 2 children. This is to inform you that your entire family will be relocated to the German Reich. You are to report with all your family members at the assembly point. Yeah. Instructions. All evacuated persons are to equip themselves with warm underwear, outerwear, footwear, blanket, and food supply for 7 to 9 days. Furthermore, evacuees are permitted to bring wedding bands, small keepsakes, and articles of daily use weighing up to 50 kilos per person. It is forbidden to take any Czechoslovak banknotes or money, foreign currency, or money out of the country. Huh. Trying to pack forbidden items was risky. My aunt did not dare do such a thing and left all her valuables at home. 1946. My aunt took care of me after my parents disappeared. She had a son a bit younger than me. Who will milk the cows? What will become of us? No animals. But that's my kitty. Waldy must stay here, yeah? You heard the soldiers. I'm not going to do the accent. But how will she survive here alone? You have to stay, Waldy. Be good and don't do anything naughty. Because I'll find out when I get back. You won't be back for like 60 years. Get up. Waldy, don't. Yeah. Scram, you mutt. Oh, I need to go give my dog a hug now. So, what happened to you next? Did you receive any news about your parents? How do you feel about Czechs now? Do you hate them? Of course not, she doesn't hate them. But let's find out. No hatred, no. I just think it's a shame how many pointless crimes occurred here after the war. Yeah. Because of it all, I grew up without parents. And not just what happened to my family. I think we should all be talking about all the crimes that have happened. Not only those committed by the Nazis during the war, but also by those perpetrating by Czechs after the war. You can't seriously be comparing the expulsions to Nazi atrocities. Was it understandable though, after all the suffering? Or you're right, it's good that people are talking about it. Well, yeah, I gotta go with this one. Yes, when I was older, I learned more about Nazism. And I found out what the Germans had done during the war. The hatred these actions provoked is understandable, but the murder of innocent people is not. What did your life look like after you ended up in Germany? Or how did living in Germany made you feel? Or after all this, what's your attitude towards Czechia today? Let's find out. I've been living in Germany for 55 years. My homeland. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. But I have a special connection to Czechia. I'm interested in what goes on here. I'm interested in all sorts of Czech literature and art. But now please excuse me, I've chatted for too long. And I know you have a meeting to get to. I also want to look around the village with my granddaughter. Bye-bye. So that was our time with Anna Gretschel. It's cool how there's all the information that we've discovered from her. And yeah, now if we wanted to, we could revisit Anna. There's Jan, Joseph, and Alois. I think what I'll do is I'll call Mom, and then unfortunately that'll be the time that we have with Svoboda 1945. But let's see what Mom says.
Ahoy.
Hi, I'm in Svoboda doing some work and found some photos. There's a guy in one of them who looked a lot like Grandpa when he was younger. What would a photo of Grandpa be doing there? It has to be someone else. It says, but he looks exactly like he does in the photo Grandpa kept on his credenza, or probably from the end of the war. He's got a rifle and an armband of some kind. It's true, he was in one of those volunteer units. And after the war, they were active around Zatek. He mentioned that there were still a lot of Germans there, but I don't know much about it. Okay, well, thanks. Maybe I'll find something while I'm here. All right, let me know. Take care. Very interesting. Helga's cottage. Anna Gretschel was in the care of her aunt after the war. They were later expelled to Germany, right? Okay, yeah, well, man, I just want to keep playing. I just want to find out all about all these people and the history of this place. And I mean, what can I say? I said it before, but I think this is extremely beautiful, not just with visually, but just the stories and everything. I think it's a really important game as well. Really important stories that need to be told. Recommend it. Everyone check it out if you're interested in this sort of thing. Svoboda 1945 on mobile and on Steam. Welcome back to the show, everyone. It's David again for GDWC. We just took a look at Svoboda 1945 Liberation. That was the last of the nominees for the mobile category. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We also had something related to mobile games with our Slido. So let's go over here. We actually introduced a new question, but before we do the new question, I want to mention, go to slido.com, enter the room key 600382, and we asked you, the audience, what mobile phone do you have? And the majority was Apple phone or Xiaomi, and then there was other options as well down there that didn't make the cut. They weren't the top ones, but those two were the ones. And we have a new question available. We want to know from you guys, what was your favorite game from the mobile category that we just saw? There was, well, now we have Svoboda 1945, the one we just saw, is in the lead now. We also had Gridpunk, Puzzle Story, Mojito the Cat, and Dive in the Past. So let us know what game was your favorite. So that's Slido. Now we're on to something else. We actually have a guest speaker with us from Arquiv. It's Yanis Georgiou, and he'll be joining us pretty soon. Oh, okay. We have
Hello?
Yanis with us.
I'm here.
Perfect. Hey, how are you?
Hello there. I'm fine. Thanks for inviting us in the GDWC.
Absolutely, yeah. I wanted to give our viewers a bit of a background as well on you, that you have almost 2 decades now as a screenwriter, working in films. Now you're working with video games as well as a narrative designer and storyteller.
Yeah, and content writer. So
Yeah.
I do the, newsletters and social media posts and everything. But what I definitely enjoy most is writing the fiction stuff, the interactive fiction and little games here and there.
Yeah, and you have a presentation for us now on how to sort of create a point-and-click adventure game.
Yes, exactly. So shall I start?
The floor is yours. Absolutely.
Okay, so let me just click the sharing button, and here we go. Can you see the Arquiv page?
Yeah, we see your Arquiv page.
Okay, great. So as David mentioned, I work for Arquiv, and Arquiv is an online application for writing and prototyping narrative for games, and it looks like this. This is the design mode, and this is where we work on a project. In a nutshell, we create diagrams by connecting little text boxes that we call elements. So this is an element, and we connect elements together. There are some conditions that we are checking with variables, and once we do all the tree and we create a flow, we can then press the play mode button, and this takes us to where we test the project as a choice-based game. So today I'm going to take you through a little project that we are currently working as a team. So we're making a game, and that's what the Arquiv team said. We decided to create a short game, which is a point-and-click adventure game, which is being written in Arquiv and developed in the Godot game engine. And we decided to do this because, on one hand, we wanted to go through the journey of our own users to understand what they're going through and their needs. And on the other hand, we wanted to demonstrate how you can use Arquiv to make a game by decoupling, this is important, the writing process from the development process. So hopefully I'm going to show you how in the creation of this game we're using Arquiv to write everything that has to do with story. And obviously the most obvious example is the dialogue, but also all the replies when you interact with objects, whatever reply you get, or when you examine a character. And also the variable checking variables and assigning values to variables. This also will be taken care from Archweave. And when I say variables, I mean the story variables. For example, if you pick up a key, you can open a door, and some variables are being assigned and checked. And the game state. So everything like whatever items you're carrying, whom have you spoken with, all this Archweave will take care of. And then we export all the data from Archweave as a JSON file, and we import it to the game engine. And in the game engine, we are creating everything that has to do with the user experience. So the point and click user interface, game mechanics like inventory system, or pathfinding when the character walks around a room, or changing rooms, loading other locations, etc. Sprite animations, sound and music, and everything comes together in the eventually in the game engine. And what's great with this decoupling of the two is if you want to change something in the narrative part, you don't have to go and bother the developers. You don't even have to get into the game engine's project file. You just go back to Archweave, you do whatever revisions you need to do, and then you pass, you give the rest of the team a new JSON file, which fits right there, and everybody's happy because nobody messes with the other departments' things. So let's have a look at Archweave itself, and I'm going to walk you through the environment and the prototype. So first of all, okay, this is the play mode, as I said. This image, okay, to start visualizing the game environment. But without getting really committed with final art or pixel art, I just did a few sketches with pencil and uploaded them on the project. And Archweave allows pictures, but of course you cannot point and click inside the pictures. They're just pictures, but they're important to start getting a feel of the game's visuals. And also to start creating creative discussions between the team members. So, for example, when I did the first few pencil sketches, they looked like this. So let me go to the assets, which is where all the images live in Archweave. This is the initial sketch of the corridor. And the first reaction of the pixel artist was, so this is going to be a first-person game. So I said no, and I went back and added the main character, the player character. And on top of that, because it's confusing to move around locations using the choose your path interface, where you have to go north and south and east and west, but all you have is choices one on top of the other, I also added those notes here with arrows so you can orient the reader, the player, better. So if we move around a little bit, for example, if we go to the balcony, we see there's another character there called the bellboy. And I'll just take you through the diagrams and show you how, at least for me, it works better to structure the flow. So one method that I find effective is to create a diagram for all the rooms. So one diagram is this. And the good thing with Archweave is that you can actually break your diagrams down to smaller parts. So there is one board. All these here are the boards we have, and each of them has different diagrams. So there's one board here called a map, and every element in the map is a room. And this is the starting room here. The corridor, this is where we started, and we went out to the balcony. So we followed this connection to this element here, which is called balcony. Now, we can move around the map like this, and when we find some game object, and when I say object, I mean it can be a character or an item, we can dive into the relevant board that deals with that object. So the bellboy board is in a different position is called objects replies. So I click on that and I go here. This is a board that has, it has all the objects that you can interact with in the game. And because we want to keep it simple, we'll only have the examine, which is going to be like an eyeball icon, and either a hand icon or a mouth for characters. So you can talk, or you can handle objects, push, open doors, pick up stuff. So if we go to the balcony and click on the bellboy, we have those two options, examine and talk, and this is from here. Now, if we examine the bellboy, we get a short reply, and if we talk, we go to another board, which is called Bellboy Dialogue, and it is here. There is this folder here that I've put all the dialogues with all the characters. So there's a dialogue with a cop, a policeman. There is another musician called, just a parenthesis, this game is about heavy metal festival in the 80s, which happened in a parallel universe in Greece. Anyway, we're working on it. But let's just go to the bellboy dialogue. It all happens in a hotel. So we start here, and let's talk. And we go to this element here. This is the player character, and this is the relevant diagram. So this board contains all the dialogue tree for when you are talking with the specific character, the bellboy. And no matter how many times you've spoken to the bellboy, it always lands you here on this element, and then you get to check if you have spoken before or not. If it's the first time you speak with the bellboy, you follow this direction here. Otherwise, you follow that direction there. So we get some variable checks. We get options. So, for example, hello, may I help you? And then we get, hey, you are Apocalypus, right? The journalist. So you can choose yes or do you know me? And this, of course, is represented by two connections that have two labels, yes and do you know me? And if there is, if some conditions are being met, sometimes you can add options, but only if some variables are true, some conditions are true. So, for example, if you have corpse paint on your face and you get the option, the additional option to say, how did you recognize me? So this is how it works with the dialogue. Let me just zoom out a little bit. We get the options and we get variable assignments as well. So for example, this element has, if you mention something about coffee, you get this espresso mentioned variable assigned true. Okay, let me just say a few words about those big images and those little images here. This image here is the cover image of the element. So remove cover and add cover. And this is what shows in the actual play mode. So I've put all these images here so that we see who's talking on the play mode. And those ones here are actually what we call components. And if I click this one, we open something like a character sheet, like an object. So every object of the game, whether it is a character or an item or a spell or whatever you want to represent with statistics or with information or backstory or whatever, you can create a component and you can find all your components here. And I got components for characters at the moment, some items. There's a box of merchandise, festival program, master key, etc. And the reason I've put the components here is because the components, the game engine can then read and understand who is talking and who is delivering which line. This is one of the methods you can do that, I guess. So once the dialogue is finished, and we eventually reach a point where we say goodbye or thanks for Yeah, thanks. And then we go back to the balcony and go back to the map. Now, excuse me. One note on the prototype. When we play the dialogue here, it feels a little cumbersome, a little clunky, because we do choose whatever we say, but then we have to click the continue, and then continue, and then continue. This is just for the prototype, because when this goes into the game engine will decide, or you can decide with the game engine, how you deliver those lines. Maybe they have a timer and they appear by themselves one after the other, or you can press escape and move to the next one until you find a next line with options, like this one. And then you can stop and choose. Just like, I mean, think like the classic LucasArts in the 90s, like Monkey Island and Indiana Jones. One other point is when you have such a prototype, you can quickly see what works and what doesn't, even for, well, one is the story, but also for visuals. And like I said before, with the first person, is it a first-person game? I did all those close-ups here, but we're not gonna cut to close-ups. Eventually, we decided we'll stick with the room view and just have a little animation on the heads of the characters with the lines superimposed over their heads, so we know who's talking and what they're saying, and they're going to be different colors. The letters going to be different colors for each character. Another thing is that we quickly realized that we don't want to go, for example, this has a lot of depth. The image here has a lot of depth, and we're going to have the character walk down the hall and getting smaller, and we didn't really want to do that. We wanted to keep it more simple, so we decided to go along the route of this. All these things we were able to see quite quickly with just pencil sketches, and instantly they become interactive, thrown into Archive. We can play them and say, no, I don't like this. And we can throw them, and, you know, we don't have to cry because it took us like months to make it. Okay, so once we are happy or we want to export for the game engine, we go to this button here and export, and JSON file what we want. And we can include the assets, which are the pictures, or we can skip them. And we take the JSON file and we put it in the Godot or the game engine of our choice. And for the moment, I have a little demo of where we are currently at. Let me just get this. Okay. Now, this is a silly sample, and it's using totally irrelevant assets with the story and totally irrelevant dialogue with the story and the assets. And the inventory items are actually by Heartbeast from a tutorial on YouTube. So it has nothing to do with the story, but I'm just testing the mechanics here. So this is a video. It's not a game. It's not the game itself. So I'm just playing this. So we have put some timer for the lines. They're not working very well, but you do get the lines, you do get the choices, and you don't have to press continue. The lines just appear one after the other until a choice comes up. So those dialogues are actually from the JSON file. I also added some interactions with objects, but those are hard-coded at the moment. The replies are not from Archive. It's just, you know, they're placeholders. And that's it, more or less. So At the moment, all this project is for us is us testing the waters of integration with a game engine, and it's mostly me monkeying around with code, basically, but it's valuable research for us. And what we're aiming at the moment is to deliver an official solution to the problem of integration with game engines and Archweave, because so far Archweave is self-sufficient as an application for writing and testing interactive and branching narrative and organizing and managing game content. And it's also an easy way to create choice-based interactive fiction, if you like. But in regard to game engine integration, users so far have been giving their own DIY solutions, and we want to provide something official for the most popular game engines, at least like Unreal, Unity, and Godot. So far, the main challenge is how to pass the logic from Archweave's own scripting language, which is called ArcScript, onto whatever language each game engine uses in a way that is sustainable and scalable. So we're working on that. And we're very determined to do that. And the good news is that we've also received a mega grant from Epic Games this year, which is helping us accelerate the development. And what this means is we hired one more developer, increasing our team size from 3 people to 4. So we stick with our goals and to make Archweave more and more flexible and powerful, while at the same time keeping it simple and writer friendly. So thank you very much for having us here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Yanis, you can hear me now, yeah?
Yes, I can.
I had a few questions then for you. We discussed even before we met that personally I'm very interested in Archweave, and I wanted to know, Archweave, is it now, it's live, people can download the platform?
It's been around for I don't know, 3 or 4 years. And it's not downloadable. It's an online application.
Okay.
So you go online. This is the browser that I was showing you before. It has a free plan, so you can subscribe for free, and with some limitations in terms of size of projects. And then it has a pro plan. And then it has also a team plan, which is for larger teams. But even the free plan allows full functionality in terms of sharing your project with viewers and editors. You can have some people that can actually edit with you, so you can actually collaborate in real time. This is something important I didn't mention, that Archweave is a real-time collaboration tool. So you can work with your team at the same time in the same project.
Yeah, and just from me personally, I was able to last year make my first game with some schoolmates of mine, and you brought up decoupling, and that would have been so important for us, because when we were making our first game, we had our narrative writer who would, if he had to make any changes to the script, or if there was a small typo, he had to sort of change it, send the file to a programmer, and then wait for the programmer to then implement it in the game, so then we can see the results. And doing it this way, it's so much easier for whoever is responsible for that to be able to make those changes themselves, send the JSON file over. And now, like you mentioned, the fact that it's live as well, that multiple people can get in there, it's incredible. I think that's something that definitely I'm going to bring for me, and I'm going to mention to some of my friends who I know that they're especially interested in point-and-click adventure games, that they need to check out Archweave, because it seems like the perfect sort of tool for them to be able to use that.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah. But it is obviously everybody's happy if you don't have to mess with each other's work. Yeah. The writer is happy if they don't have to deal with code, unless they love code. But even it's even safer. You don't have to open something that you can break, and then you give it back to the other person. And can you fix that, because I think I did something? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but thank you so much. Yeah, Archweave, everyone.
Thank you.
Anyone who's interested, definitely check it out. And Yanis, this was really wonderful. Like I said, I'm going to take this with me and tell my friends about it as well.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here with you.
All right. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
So that was Yanis Georgiou from Arcweave. That was a wonderful presentation. That was really, really cool stuff. And of course, if you're not a game developer, a lot of the stuff can seem a bit complicated. But for the game developers, that's like the perfect tool. Narrative design is really, really complicated. Sort of what Yanis rather mentioned is that if you pick up a knife, it can change your whole game. You know, it can change a whole narrative structure. So small things like that are actually a really big deal. But that was Arcweave, and now we're actually going to move on to our last category of the evening, which is the Pro PC games, and we have a bit of a trailer for you guys. So let's take a look now at the Pro PC nominees.
Hello, Jano. Since I was little, I've always dreamed of becoming a writer. We went to see Gran.
So those are our nominees for our Pro PC category. Before we move on to the actual games, I wanted to go back to Slido since we have some results in. So if you go to slido.com, enter room number 600382. We're asking questions. We've been asking questions all today as well as yesterday. Right now, the question we had live, or still have live, I guess, is what was your favorite mobile game that you saw from the last category? And right now, Svoboda 1945 Liberation is winning by quite a bit. We also have Mojito the Cat. If you've been with us for a few hours, you've heard the ahs and the oohs from Mojito the Cat. Really cute game. So that one's also getting a lot of votes. So those two seem to be the absolute favorites. So if you have an opinion, which I hope you do, go to slido.com and let us know. So back to the Pro PC games. That's the last category of the evening, as well as both pre-show nights. Pro PC game, we have our first game, which is A Winding Path. We also have Alina of the Arena. We have Lost Twins 2. We have Lost Words, Beyond the Page, and Northern Journey. Those are the nominees that we saw earlier. The first of those that we're going to be taking a look at is A Winding Path. That's right. From Three-Eyed Games, 3 developers from Germany. And I had a chance to sit down with them, do a dev interview with A Winding Path. That's the one that if you saw in the trailer, it's completely black and white. It's hand-drawn art. It's really, really charming game. It's the sort of game that you can sort of sit back, relax, talk with the different people in the village. And it's sort of a puzzle game, a bit of platforming in there. It's really, really a fun experience, and it's made by, again, Three-Eyed Games. So let's take a look now at A Winding Path.
All right, well, thanks for joining me. We're going to be playing A Winding Path. And I have here with me, in order on my screen anyways, we have Christian, David, and Florian joining me.
Hey.
Okay, so A Winding Path. Let's start
Oh, we had someone on the team play. All right. So we were discussing a bit before that the game started development just about 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was
Alright.
pretty much a side project. So development all in all took about 1.5 years, which seems long for like the tiny game that Winding Path is. It's about 2 hours in length, I think. But yeah, it was decidedly a side project where we could invest just a couple of hours per week into it. I actually took a couple of days of work at some point to be able to spend more time with the development myself. But Christian and Florian were working full time, so that's where the fairly long development time comes in and makes sense.
Mm.
Also, when we started the game, we didn't have much. We had the art style, that's where it all came from. And I actually have a box here next to myself with a lot of the scribbles that I did on paper. That was like one of the early early drafts for the general art style. And 100% of the art that you see in the game is drawn on paper with a pen and then scanned in and pieced together virtually. Right, and we just had the art style, and we had no idea what kind of game we're going to make out of it. So the first months, first half year, maybe even, we were just trying things. We were experimenting with the pacing that we'd like to give this game. We tried different ideas for combat, both melee combat and ranged combat. The ranged combat is actually, it survived. You can, later in the game, there's an archery range that you can do some bow shooting. Yeah, whatever we did, we found that we want this game to be very peaceful and calm and relaxing, and no amount of combat fit with this until at some point we decided to just make it a pacifist game.
Yeah.
You're just walking around helping people solve their problems, basically.
And when we were talking beforehand, you mentioned that the three of you are programmers by trade, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So all three studied programmers with years of experience. We met at VW and doing some heavy 3D application programming for the big company. And so Florian and David used to make games on the side as well. I did as well, but those guys, they were already friends and working together for a couple of years at least when I joined. And I was just super happy to have people with the same mindset, to find them at my workplace. And I would say we hit it off pretty well from the get-go. The idea was charming. We realized we worked together well, and we really liked just the vision that we had for this cute little game that we wanted to make. And for me, that was basically what drove me throughout the 1.5 years that it took to finish this.
Yeah.
And of course, there's some ups and downs with everything. And being programmers comes with its own challenges, because you're so used to making systems and whatever, and you kind of lose yourselves at times fiddling with the stuff, and then you end up in a place where you need to refocus again, try to find a new way forward. And I mean, as David said, that was super interesting for me as well, because it's the first game where I didn't have a rough idea of what it was going to be in the end. So when we started, we really had this one scribble that we started with, and a rough idea that it was about wholesomeness, and it should be something that brings joy and happiness. But that was it, and we had no idea. And as David said, we tried different things, and with everything we ended up liking, we integrated that into the game as best as we could, and then we had to change so many things on the way. And yeah, the story was evolving, there were characters added, there were whole different areas being developed, and that was super exciting just to be part of. I just remember also at some point we were trying a very different movement style. So when you move around in the game right now, that's super calm, and he's not really in a rush. The character is not really in a rush to go anywhere. And at some point, I remember us having like a super agile player character running and jumping around, but it was still the same environment you're all basically the same environment that you're walking through now, and that was so not fitting that we ditched it for a good reason, but still so funny. So there's plenty of those tiny things that we tried that didn't make it, but that really helped us get a better idea what the game was going to be. And that also helped us being developers, not having the experience in maybe creating audio and visual stuff.
Yeah, and well, those two that you just mentioned, the visuals and the audio, I really wanted to know about, because I was so pleasantly surprised when you mentioned before that, well, yeah, the three of us were programmers, but to me, the first thing that really caught my eye was, of course, the art style, the visuals, and then the music and the sound effects, how minimal, but like it's really expertly done. And I was wondering, David, you were talking about that you had the first scribbles, and who was responsible for the art? Was it one person, or did everyone contribute?
I think the art was 99% me. Like the doing. Of course, there's a lot of iteration and back and forth and feedback where people tell you what actually looks good and what doesn't.
Yeah.
So that was all like a group decision. But the actual doing of the art was me. It was pretty crappy in the beginning. For example, you can see, it's not the greatest example, but you can see this tree here. That's how I used to draw trees in the beginning, right? And if you go out of this cave for a bit, there are gonna be trees, and they look quite a bit better. So a lot of the art actually got a redraw towards the end. I mean, these little bubbles, they are the original stuff, but yeah, you can see the difference between those trees you see here and the first tree that I ever drew, basically. So there is a lot of experience that was gathered throughout this process. Yeah, a lot of trial and error.
And what about the audio? Because I think, as you all mentioned before, that there's such a sense of calmness, and the sound effects are used so perfectly. Like in this room, you just hear this nice crackling of the fire, or when you open the doors, or when the text comes up, there's a little scribble. I think there's so many little touches that bring so much depth to the world that players might not even pick up on the first time because it's so passive, but it's done so well. Who was?
And I think you can take a lot of credit for that.
I mean,
a lot of stuff there.
I think it's a bit of the same as with the art style, and where the essence of it is being a programmer with an interest in audio or with an interest in scribbling. In David's case, the minimalism really comes to our advantage there.
Yeah.
And so it was basically, it's easier to make a minimalistic audio and visual style work than in a hefty 3D action game where there's so much going on, and so
yeah,
the whole game basically came to our advantage and the way it ended up being. So with the audio, that was we integrated a ton of field recordings done by other people. I credited in the end, where credit is due. and that helped us a lot to get a sense of atmosphere and scale to things. And also, as you said, there's some. We realized once we had those snippets in that there were some things missing, that the place still felt empty, and that's so in a similar way as we approached gameplay and story and level design, we also approached audio. So it's basically the same principle over and over again with small iterations, and we realizing where something was not feeling right,
Yeah.
and then going and fixing that, and then reiterating again, and that helped a lot. And so I would say in the same way that David said that he was, I don't know if I was 99% of the audio work. I have no idea actually, but basically it was a team effort. Less, even if it was that way, it was a team effort because we really everybody gave feedback and had ideas that one of us then ended up implementing in whatever way. So yeah, that's I guess that's why you get this nice feeling of completeness, because we spent so much time on these things that we felt were missing. And because our game isn't a huge game in scope, still not too small actually, we ended up almost breaking our backs with the amount of work that we put on. But yeah, I would say it was doable and we made it. So that really helped us.
Yeah, I think extending. Sorry.
Yeah.
Extending on what Christian just said is like, I think this approach of building a very systemic game where we have like a lot of like atomic pieces that we can pile together to make mechanics out of this and extend them over the levels, something that did us a lot of good in the long term, because we were able to kind of start introducing elements into the game, building them out, polishing them, and then kind of building more and more complex patterns out of those presumably simple elements that we constructed.
I can definitely understand that as well, that you're right with the world feeling more alive with these animations, because now there's the sound of the birds chirping, and I could only imagine if I could hear these birds but everything was still, it would feel like there's a disconnect here, because I can hear that the world is alive, but what I'm seeing is not telling me that the world is alive, everything is stable. So I think those little touches, as you said, really does bring a lot to life.
I think it's also a consequence of the gameplay of the game being so minimal, right? If you have like a bullet hell game or some action game or something, you have to put attention on the gameplay and making the feedback for your actions juicy and great. But in a winding path there, you don't act as much. You walk around, you explore, you discover, you just enjoy the environment, and that is what needs to be good at giving you information and some sense of some sense of that being great, you know. I guess if we had more gameplay, or if we were a more gameplay focused game here, I guess we might have put less attention to these details, because we just wouldn't have noticed them as much.
And we would not have had the time, because polishing would have gone to gameplay more.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah, a lot of effort went into the writing. A lot. I'm not sure about the number. It's like 50,000 words or something.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it's a big chunk of work, and I mean, as much as that information helps, we're all developers, right? And the one thing I notice is, sure, you can write, you can draw stuff on paper, and if you spend time with it, you might even get good at it, and the result can be great. And personally, I'm very happy with the outcome of all of that. But at the same time, I have to say, it was a really dragging process at times, because you're just not good at what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right? Or I was just not good at what I was doing. Writing is also, at least in large parts, I took care of the writing. Everybody chipped in there, and we had a lot of back and forth. But yeah, me personally, I noticed, okay, I can write good stuff, but it just takes me a lot of time to get into that mindset and to actually make it really good. Whereas when I went back to programming tasks, I just noticed, so, hey, this is what I've been doing for years. I can do that. I can estimate how long it will take. I just know what I'm doing.
It comes
The other process
naturally.
the other stuff was way more, way harder.
I wanted to know as well, what were some of the inspirations for the game? I think I hit this scene and I saw quite this big mountain, and sorry if I forget. I think you mentioned you're all from the north of Germany, and I think southern Germany is more mountainous. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But so anyway, the long way to get to what were the inspirations for the game?
I think that's an interesting question, because from my perspective, I'm not sure if I really had like the idea of this game should be like XYZ or something. I think what went into this, like, we all have a history of playing games, and I think everyone kind of brought in ideas from what they liked in the games that they played. And then I think for me, a lot came actually from the pretty clearly defined art style that we had. So we started with a scribble that David had of his house with his bubbles, and I do recall like us standing in the kitchen a few days before we actually started the prototype, and you showing me this image and be like, hey, let's try out how this feels when it comes to life. Basically, I think having this limited art style in a positive sense, like a very clear idea of what you can do, and then this idea of building a story around this that evolves around being a nameless hero in this world, but not doing like the classical hero things, but instead like trying to mend this world and finding like comfort, finding friendship, which kind of was something that we felt like everyone could use a bit in the times that we were developing this game.
Yeah.
And I think this brought a lot of these ideas, like what kind of characters do we want to have? What kind of jokes do we want to tell in the game? What kind of ideas we want to push in the game and things like that. And for me, I think the game kind of inspired itself, as cheesy as it sounds right now.
Yeah, I was also about to say it's largely self-inspired, if something can be self-inspired, but it was really, the basic premise was the art style, and this sort of, I mean, it's not a modern setting, right? It's not exactly a medieval fantasy setting or anything, but it definitely has this sort of antique touch to it. It's a little bit detached from modern stuff. I've been reading a lot of, I don't know if you know the author Clark Ashton Smith.
Can't say.
He's an American author, and he wrote alongside Lovecraft for the Weird Tales magazines and that sort of things. And he always has this, he has a style that I think at the time inspired me a lot, and still does, which is, well, it's old writing, so it's definitely not modern. Always a bit detached from the mundane, you know. It has this sort of melancholy to it. It uses very nice words. So I've read it in English. It's not easy to do for me as a non-native English speaker. But it uses very beautiful words, and it chooses them very deliberately. I think that's something that inspired me personally in this game. But also, as Flo said, we started with a sketch and we built something, and from there on, we sort of discovered what the game would be, and we removed everything that would distract from this this sense of exploration and this calmness and this peace that we wanted to convey to a large extent, I think.
Maybe to add just a tiny bit from my perspective, it might have also been inspired by escapism. Heavily inspired, maybe. I mean, it's an escapist game, so it's meant to just be a relaxing experience that you can play for a bit and then feel different and just relax, basically. And it might have had something to do with all the pandemic stuff that was going on while we were developing. I'm just guessing. I'm not sure actually. But I might have had the need to escape the reality that was my life at the time, and be in this more happy, more simple, calm and slow-paced world, and happy choices and memories maybe. So that might have had an influence and might have been an inspiration to the whole thing as well. I mean, it's still not okay. There's this one work or several pieces of work that we based this off that inspired us to make this, but still, maybe it explains a bit more than why we felt the need, or why I felt the need to make a game like this. In the times we had.
Hey David, there's a great quote that just came to mind. I think it's attributed to Michelangelo, who made the sculpture of David. That's why I'm bringing it up. Well, he was asked, like, how do you make this great sculpture of David? And he's like, I just chip away everything that doesn't look like David.
Yeah.
And that's largely how I think A Winding Path was made. We did stuff and we just chipped away everything that doesn't fit. And that's somehow how it ended up being like it is, I think. Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring the quote largely.
Yeah, it does feel very, very lean. You know, like everything that is there belongs there, and it doesn't feel like there's this extra feature or extra mechanic just because it's fun or it could distract someone. It feels like everything that is here belongs here. But I'd say that our time is nearly up with the Let's Play for A Winding Path. I wanted to ask beforehand, if there's anything else that the three of you wanted to mention or talk about before we end?
I don't know. If you end up playing A Winding Path, please hop on our Discord server and tell us how you like the game. In any case, we hope those people that end up playing it enjoy their time and get something full out of it. Hopefully an experience that sticks with you for a bit even after you've played the game. I think that will be the ultimate compliment for me. But yeah, that's just about it. The game is out there, and if you feel like it could hold your boat, then there it is.
Yeah, and the game it's on Steam. Is it on any other platforms?
On itch.io as well.
Okay. Yeah, well, perfect. So thank you so much, Christian, David, Florian. This sort of game is exactly the sort of game that I'm interested in. So after we're done here, I know I'm going to continue, and I'll reach out to you guys and let you know how the game went for me. I'm really enjoying it, and it's really, really beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back to the show. It's David again for GDWC, joined by Mika the dog. And we just took a look at A Winding Path from Three-Eyed Games, 3 developers from Germany, and that is part of the nominees for the Pro PC game. That's the last category that we're looking at for the pre-shows tonight as well. So we have our next game coming up. It's called Alina of the Arena. So Alina of the Arena comes from, I think it's called Pinix Games. I'm not too sure to pronounce it, actually. Pinix Games, and they're from Taiwan. And the game is an absolute blast. They are inspired by Slay the Spire, if you're familiar with that, and Into the Breach. And it's a card deck building roguelike game where you're in these arenas and you have to defeat enemies, but it's not just attack and defend. They have all sorts of skills, knockback, you can dodge attacks. It's really, really cool. They sort of take a twist on the roguelike deck builder genre, and it's really, really fun. So next we have a clip. It's me doing a Let's Play for Alina of the Arena. So let's check it out.
Hey, so we're going to check out Alina of the Arena, one of the nominees for Pro PC Game of the Year. I'll be doing this alone. The developer wasn't able to join us, but let's jump in. So we got Rookie, Pro difficulty. Let's go with the General difficulty. So Alina of the Arena is a sort of tactics roguelike. You'll see it uses elements like you'll see here Slay the Spire, where you have this branching path that you can go up. So let's start off with the fight. So just like Slay the Spire, it also uses different cards that use energy. So let's see. So we got here our character Alina and a stab beast. So its attack is an area of attack. So what we'll do is I think we'll have to hit them and then sort of guard ourselves. So we have initiative, which lets us move, but it's the first card. If you don't use it right away, it goes away. So I think in this case we won't need to use it. But I'll start off with the wind-up skill. So next attack does double damage. That's good. So hit them and then we'll guard. So we'll take a hit, but that's fine. Yep, blocking. So now they got 14 HP. Max we could do is 12. So we won't be able to really defeat them, but I'll do one strike, guard twice so I can completely block. Oh, not completely, but block some of the damage. And your HP follows you from round to round, so you don't get to heal in between. And you'll notice too that, like here, we have a Rusty Shield that we could walk to and pick up, and some rocks that you can throw. So some items show up in the battlefield that you can use. But this leaves a wind up. Boom. Enemy's dead. It's cool because you're playing in this big pit, this arena, and you're seeing that people are throwing money at you. If you're doing well during a fight, they'll throw more at the end. But if you're doing bad, they'll start to boo you, and it's really cool. So now we get to choose a new card after every fight. A lot of these I've never seen before. Let's see. Let's go with this one. Okay. Yeah, and equipment's like I was saying, there's different the rocks or shields you can pick up, so you can have these different items. So we got a Rusty Shield. Then we can move on to the next event. So what we have to do is basically win the 4 fights to then go and face the champion. So we'll go for another fight. Okay. So let's see. These two have this AoE attack, so we gotta watch out for them. But I'll jump over here. Wind up. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that because I don't have an attack. Okay. Well, I'll use this Watchful. There we go. Okay. So now this guy has me completely pinned. I can't move. And then there's an archer here who he's gonna get us if we... Well, we can't move. So... Oh, but you know what? The kinetic move that we used on the last turn follows through. So now our next attack does double damage. So... Yeah, see, I can't move. I'm stuck there because of this guy. So I have no choice but to... Oh, actually... I have a slam which makes me, well, it makes me knock back an enemy, but I can also then move. So I'm gonna hit him with this and slam him. So I'm getting out of the archer's way. And I will then, let's attack him, yeah. Okay. So this guy's almost taken care of, so we can do that. But I'm gonna move first, and then strike, and strike this guy. Oh, and someone just threw a Molotov cocktail, a flaming bottle. Okay. Here's a rusty dagger. So there's always so much equipment that you can pick up from around you. So I'm gonna start with the initiative. Go here, so I can get out of the way of the archer. Got a rusty dagger. Let's put it here. So rusty dagger, increase damage by 0, but whenever you deal unblocked damage, apply bleed. So I'm gonna use the wind up and watchful. Oh, I did not know that the archer would attack his companion. That's really cool. So let's see. He's got 10 health. We cannot take care of him because we only have the one strike. So what I'll do is I'll move him here. Strike. So he's taken care of. And then, yeah, there's only the 10 HP, so we can get him out of here. There we go. And we didn't take too much damage, so that was good. Full on attack, deal 18 damage, but then it exhausts, so it disappears for the rest of the game, or match, I should say. Ray shield, gain 3 block, increase gain block by 2 each time this card is played. That's really good. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I seem to be focusing on a sort of a defense build. Yeah, let's take this flaming bottle. I'm gonna switch it for the rusty shield. And then you can sell your equipment at the end of the game as well. So we could rest, or train as well, which makes us level up. And then there are these events. I had some events before and they're pretty nasty. So I'm gonna go rest, just in case. But actually, I'm pretty confident with how much health we have. So I'm gonna train, which lets me upgrade one of the cards. Let's see. Wind up is pretty good, so now it would cost nothing. Okay. What else? Ray shield, that goes by 5. Actually, yeah, I'll go with the wind up. That's pretty good. That's my favorite card so far, so the fact that now it's free. Oh god. So we could face an elite or one of the events. I haven't been able to defeat an elite battle, so I'm gonna go with the event. You wake up to find yourself tied to an operating table. Don't worry. Experiments like these are perfectly normal in the arena. A small figure squeaks as they approach. After all, what better use is there for the lowlifes here? Now come, which one do you want to try? Lose 10% of your health or receive vampire's blood. So restore 2 HP when you kill an enemy. This one is lose 10 HP and werewolf's blood. Gain 2 strength when you kill an enemy. Increase damage dealt by 1. Why not both? Lose 90% of your current health. Receive both abilities. No, that's way too risky. I'm gonna go with the werewolf one. Yeah. And let's go for this fight. Ooh, so we got some new enemies here. The acid toad. Enemy plants a lob to pustule. Attack to intercept. Alright. Let's see. So I'm gonna move a bit closer because I have a feeling I'm gonna want to take care of that toad. And strike. And ray shield. Okay. That was a bad idea. I shouldn't have done that. Because now we're stuck because of this guy, the Hellhound, and this guy is intending on attacking us. Not good. So I have the free wind up. I'm gonna do that. I only have one attack. So let's do that. This and this. Oh, and I have the flaming bottle, of course. Throw 5 to apply. Throw to apply 5 burn to enemies within an area. Take 1 direct damage at the end of each turn. Actually, I'm gonna use it on this guy. Yeah. Boom. Burn you to a crisp. Oh, that's cool. Of course, yeah, it affects the enemy as well. So I'm gonna let that toad kind of burn over there. I'm gonna move here. We've got a rock. I can pick up the rock right away and throw it at someone. So let's do that. And then I have strikes and guards. He does 4 damage, so let's just take one guard, negate that. Oh yeah, I'm loving the pyro stuff. It's unfortunate I can't get out of the way for them attacking me. Unless I... No, I'd have to move first and then slam my way out. If I do this, slam, I'm still gonna end up here, aren't I? Yeah, but that's... Actually, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Raise shield. Yeah, I'll just go a bit defensive here. Okay, so good. So he died before he was able to attack me. That's good. So, wind up. Strike. And he's still got 7, but I won't be able to take him out now. So I'll just wait a bit. Try to defend myself. Move over here. People are throwing stuff. Searing ashes. I won't be able to take care of him either. I don't have enough. I need to pick up some items, I think. Okay. So. Let's go. Let's take care of this guy. Strength +2. I forgot I had that, actually. So, let's go here, wind up, strike, let's defend ourselves so we can block that 4. Yeah, blocking is so crucial because since your HP follows you from match to match. So I'll be able to do this, fight's over. Yeah. Cool. And then again, I get to choose a card. What does this roll? Move 1 tile, reduce cost by 1 each time the card is retained. Interesting. Vigilant, gain 7 block, draw a card. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep focusing on the defense. So I got a new sword, increased damage by 2. We could take these Searing Ashes, keep them for the next match. So we do have quite a bit of gold, so let's go see what's at the shop. Cards and equipment. Oh, we can't afford anything. So let's go look at... Oh no! Okay, well that's my first time going through that, so now I know I can't... So we can meditate, we can switch a card's color, forget a card completely, or create a new one. Let's create a new one. So, final blow, deal 2 damage. Increase by damage by 1 each time this card is retained this fight. Interesting. Flurry or reflex. Let's go with the flurry. Okay. So I need to have 2 more fights. It seems inevitable that I'm gonna have to face an elite. Unless there's a fight in this event, so let's see. Lose 50 gold. Let's do that. So now I got this new hand axe. Okay. So yeah, I'll go with the easy fight for now. Ooh, spiky. Who are these? Spike beetle. Okay. We have the archer who's obviously aiming this way. So I'm gonna move this here. 9 HP. So I can take care of this guy. Oh, that's what the spike does. I should have read that. Well, now I know. We got a shield there. That'll be handy. So obviously I need to block beforehand. And that will take care of him. Yeah. Okay, so the archer's coming for me. I'm gonna move here to pick up the shield. And I'll swap that here. So now the shield increases my block by 3, which is amazing. So let's do that. Wind up is free. I don't really need it, but I'll take it. And boom. Oh, and someone threw a health potion. That's gonna go a long way because I've taken quite a bit of damage so far. So I'm gonna throw this out now since I don't need it because I'm gonna pick this up. Heal myself. 10 HP. Very nice. So now they've actually, did I pick this up myself? Did I do that to myself? Fatigue. Anyways, I have to get rid of this card. And yeah. So he's coming for me. But I can take him easily with one strike. Let's do that. And get rid of some of these fatigues. Can I slam my way? Oh, I can slam my way closer. I didn't know that. Really cool. So I've had in a previous match where the archer sort of stays back, and I was waiting until the end of the match to go and face him, and the crowd was turning on me because it was taking so long for me to get there. Oh, that's easy. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Select a new card. Hunker down. Block is not removed each turn if you do not move. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that. It's an expensive one, but totally worth it now that I'm doing sort of a defense build. So the sword is already weaker than this. Although this gives me fatigue. Yeah, let's swap that out. I don't want that fatigue anymore. It's taking up room. So we need one more fight. I guess I'll go with this elite. Let's see if I can actually defeat one of the elites now. Okay. Yeah, they're all really strong. See, 44, 45, 40, 43. And they both are doing AoE attacks. Oh my god. This is already bad. So I'm thinking I should use the hunker down. I'll use the wind up because that's a free one. And then hunker down, I'm just gonna have to take hits right away. Yeah. Oh no, now they're circling me. Okay, so I'll move. I got a rock, I'll pick it up and throw it. It's good that he's focused, he's aiming the other way. And I've got bleed, don't I? Oh, now they're surrounding me. I can move up here. And this will do 10 damage. Let's do that. And then just another strike. Yeah, as I thought, I'm not gonna get through this fight. These elites are brutal. Hunker down, disabled. What is a spear potion? Very cool. So, I'm just gonna run away. Oh, I shouldn't have done that because now the weaker dude is up here. But so let's go here. We can use the wind up. That's free. Strike, and then sort of block a little bit. Yeah, blocking will be crucial. Oh no, this is bad. I don't have slam, which is too bad. So I can at least go here. Ray shield. Strike this guy. Oh, I'm in trouble. Especially with all these wounds in my hand. And welcome back, everyone. That was Alina of the Arena. If you think you can do better than me, which you probably can, because I just lost so many times there with the game, then go download it. It's still in pre-production, not pre-production rather, but it's still in development. So you can actually download the demo and let them know, how your experience goes with the game. That was Alina of the Arena. And we have 3 more games, but before we get to those, we're actually going to check out Slido again. So if you go to slido.com, enter the room key 600382. You can interact with us. We have a few more questions before the end of the whole pre-show. We have the current question that we're going to close out now. And we were asking you, what's your favorite game that you've seen from the mobile category? And right now, the winner is absolutely Mojito the Cat 3D puzzle labyrinth game. And then next up was Svoboda 1945 Liberation. And we have a new question coming in quite soon. I'll let you guys know what it is. It's what was your favorite category? So that's going to be coming up quite soon. So you can go to Slido and let us know what your favorite category was. So on to the next game. We have Lost Twins 2. And Lost Twins 2 comes from Play-Doh Games. They're from Pakistan. And I had a chance to sit down with one of the developers on Lost Twins 2, and we had a really nice chat. Lost Twins 2, before we go into the game, I want to sort of explain what it is. It's a puzzle game that you play as 2 twins, and you sort of have to move the level around. It's really, really cool. I've never seen a game do it quite like that, where within the level you have these puzzles, but then you have to actually move the level around so you can get to different parts of the puzzle. It's really cool stuff. So check out now the interview I had with one of the developers for Lost Twins 2. Okay, so thank you so much for joining me. This is Lost Twins 2, and you and the team have got a spot in a nominee for Best PC Game of the Year. And we were discussing beforehand, you're part of the marketing for Play-Doh.
Yes, hi, I'm Arid, and I do marketing and biz dev for Play-Doh. And we are really excited to hear that we have been nominated as a finalist for the PC game, and we hope for the best. And I guess we should dive in and start the game.
Yeah.
And let the viewers see how the gameplay is like.
Yeah, so I had the chance to play a bit yesterday and today as well, and obviously the game is very charming from the beginning. The art is so beautiful, and here there's sort of the one of the big features of the game is that you start playing as I forget what's the name of the girl character.
The girl character is called Abby.
Abby, okay. And is it Ben who's the?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was sort of the big surprise for me is, of course, in a lot of the trailers, you see that you play as two characters, but it's such a big feature of the game, and I'm excited to get into the puzzles. So how long has the game been in development?
We started the development in early January of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
So counting the date till now, almost 2 years, or like more than 2 years for now.
And right now the game is still in development. From the Steam page, I see that it's supposed to come out at some point in 2022.
Yes, it's still in development. We are done with most of the parts. So obviously, the gameplay does need some polishing towards the end, and we tried some alpha test and internal testing. We got some feedback, and we tried to integrate that into the game. So yes, I guess we'll still take some more time, but hopefully we will be releasing the game by the end of this year.
Great. And here is another, I guess the other big feature that I was quite surprised by is that, so in these puzzles you have to collect the sort of the yellow gems, but here all of a sudden it becomes this sliding blocks of the different rooms. And I just thought that was so clever, and the more you play, the more these get complicated, and it makes you scratch your head wondering like, oh, I don't know how to get over this, but I think that's such a distinct part for Lost Twins is how you use those rooms and slide them around, and it changes so much.
Definitely. When for the first time when I myself tried the game, I was a bit confused by like what's happening. But like after you play like the tutorial and 1-2 levels, you get the hang of it, and then the things get quite normal, I guess.
So now I'm stuck, so I have to. And I enjoyed so much the tutorial section as well, because it really teaches you as you go sort of the different ways to use these rooms. Yes. Like it starts quite simple, but now we have to slide a few rooms around, and
so in our very early builds, we weren't having a tutorial, to be honest. So we tested it and saw that it was a bit difficult for the players. So we integrated a tutorial to guide the players on how to play the game, because like as a developer, obviously we know our controls, but when someone else is playing, it becomes a little difficult for that. And we honestly don't know unless we see someone playing our game that how the things are going on.
Yeah, and the game seems like it's such a perfect fit for so many different people, not just people who are very experienced with games, but also people who have less experience with games. And I think it's such a welcoming game, like from the puzzles and then the visuals too. Everything is just so welcoming for people who might be new to games.
So like our main target was to make a relaxing and a calm game. So that's why we don't include any timers or deaths or to pressurize the player. So just sit back, relax, and take your time, and you can solve the puzzle in 5 minutes. You can solve it in 1 hour. Whatever suits you.
Yeah.
So there is no rush to that. Just to create a very relaxing and fun experience for anyone who wants to enjoy the game, rather than pushing the players to be fast or hurry through the game. Also, if you look at the background, they're always, if you stop the game, pause, look at the background, what's happening there. There's always something to see around. And again, when you start the game, so both characters are coming, so the whole storyline. And I think if you wait and take your time, there is more to enjoy in the game.
Yeah, those first few rooms, they really caught my eye because it's so beautiful, and the rooms are so filled with different toys or accessories or decorations that you can really just catch yourself looking at.
Yeah, definitely. So when we first time played the game, so we were looking at the rooms, and then we started counting. Okay, how many dinosaurs are there? How many blocks are there? And the planets and books and everything.
Yeah.
So it was really fun to actually explore the environment and see how much detail has, especially the detail in the starting rooms of the twins. Like a lot of work has been done on that. So it's really fun if you look back at them and explore. There are different things. That can also kind of describe what kind of personalities the two characters have, because for
I didn't think of that. Yeah, that of course if one of the children's room is full of dinosaurs, like you said, that it kind of can tell you more about their story.
Yeah, so like if you see like when in the starting, like Abby is sitting on the desk, and Ben is like pretty much I guess it was a chair or maybe his bed. So it kind of conveys the story of how the characters are like, and what their hobbies are, what their general life is like.
Yeah, and from the Steam page, I saw that there's so many more areas to see when the game comes out, that in this demo build that I've played, I think most of the levels are confined to this sort of area, but in the Steam page you see areas where they're outside or they're in so many different environments.
This is just the first zone of the game, so like obviously it's not the full build. So there are more zones to come, and obviously the puzzles will change according to the zone's environments. So right now what we are playing is like more like an indoor environment. So it's a castle, or like I would say a building, of the sorts. So right now, after leaving their home, they are in this first zone of the new world. And once they escape their zone, after completing the levels in this zone, they will be enter a new zone. I think I'm giving too much spoilers. So obviously the new zone will be featuring newer kind of puzzles and new kind of magical beings, maybe even.
Yeah.
So I guess it's too early to talk about it.
And the game is, as you can see, I'm getting kind of stuck. I'm trying to figure out, okay, I need to get Ben up to this block here because I need to use it to get Abby up. So while visually I think it is quite welcoming and it's a cute game, the puzzles are quite difficult as well. And I guess like you said as well, that on the first few times you played, you would get stuck as well.
Exactly. Now for, I guess I had played the games of more like 20-30 times for now. but still there are some levels that I still get stuck at. Obviously I cannot remember the whole game.
Yeah, now I'm feeling quite stuck now because
yeah, we I guess we need to get to the box again.
Yeah. Well, I know that if I need to, I can restart the level as well, so I'm going to try that, because I have an idea that I should use Ben before I jump down.
Okay, well, let's start the game. You can, actually disconnect that, and, it will be much easier.
Yeah. And that was such a surprise that on my first playthrough, that when you get to levels like this, you can suddenly fall through the floor if it allows you, like here, there's a connection. And it really surprised me that, all of a sudden...
It's always about the connection. If it's not connected, it will be closed. And if you are connected, then you can shift to the other room. So it's also, I guess, adds more fun to the puzzles.
Yeah.
Because mostly I've seen in this level that players usually don't disconnect, and they usually fall down first. And I think that's exactly what happened here also. That, we fell down and the box was still upstairs.
But that's such a clever way to teach the player as well that, of course, if you don't disconnect, there are these risks that you'll fall, and you need to be careful.
Of course, but it's really fun. It's more fun actually watching someone else to play and fall into these traps.
So how long? I want to ask about the studio Playdo. So how long has the studio been working?
We actually started under the name of Playdew recently, just so we started under this name in August 2021 actually, but the team has been making games before that. So I would say we are fairly new if you consider our new name, but we have been making games before this under a different name. So yeah.
And what other games, in case people are wanting to see what else the studio has made?
We have another title called Explotons, which they can find on Apple Arcade. It's a 2D shooter game. I guess pretty fun and very challenging bosses there. Very 90s arcade style. So if you are interested in something with that, I guess you should try it out. And yeah, it has very cute cat characters. You know, the whole game is based on cats. So if someone is interested in cats and want to fight with cats and fly airplanes, I guess that's the game for them.
I think when you said cats, I can imagine so many people now all of a sudden like, oh, I really need to see what this is, because that's such a unique, like, oh, you get to play as cats now.
Yes, our main character is a cat, and even like the side characters, like it's a universe of cats.
And so with this game right now, it's coming on. It's set to come out on Steam. Are there any other platforms that have been announced that it's coming to?
For mostly PC, and be planning to launch on consoles.
Okay.
And ultimately, maybe other platforms also. Maybe ultimately it even end up on mobile. But yeah, for sure, our main focus is right now on PC and consoles.
Yeah. Yeah, and the reason I was asking is because I feel like it would be such an easy, or not easy, but such a good fit for mobile as well, because as you mentioned before, that there aren't time puzzles, so you don't have to worry about being so necessarily quick, or so I think it would go quite well for mobile as well, but hopefully there's enough success that you guys can be as on many platforms as you want.
Yeah, sure. We also hope that for you, that we can present this game on all the platforms that our players want us to be on, but it definitely depends on how much the game makes.
Yeah.
Or, you know. So yeah, if you want it on more platforms, we need your support for that.
Yeah. Yeah, because it is so expensive to be on so many different platforms.
Yes, definitely.
So this is quite fun, because now this room has been new for me. The other ones I've played before, but I didn't want to play all the way through, so I stopped myself. So now these puzzles are new for me, and it's making me scratch my head a little bit. And those doors that come up and down with the I don't know if you call them doors.
That's something new, because like I guess you have also played our old prototype build. This wasn't there in that one, so we changed some puzzles, you know, after playtesting and about the difficulty and something. So we introduced some new elements and, you know, deleted some old stuff. So a bit of changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I liked just that moment.
Let's see if you can figure this one out. This is like it's right in front of you, but I guess it's a bit difficult to recognize.
Okay, we'll see. I enjoyed that moment of interactivity where Abby had to hit the switch so that Ben could then go and get the gem. Okay, now I need to see.
Yes. That was like the main point of the game, that you know, you have to interact with both the characters to actually reach to an endpoint. So at some levels, one character does seem kind of stuck at one point, but you know, that has been done so that you use the other character to get them out of there.
Oh, now you made me nervous, because I'm thinking, oh no, I have to make sure I can get through this.
Yeah. And at the same time, I'm kind of distracting you with talking.
Yeah, so I know that I have to get here. Like you said, it's in front of you, but it's just having to figure out how to do it.
Yep.
And now I'm wondering, how do I get Ben out of here?
Yeah, that's the part. Actually, getting Ben out of here is right in front of you.
Is it? Let me see. I'm wondering if I don't know if that will work, but let's see. Oh no.
That should work actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that was the thing that that's a bit tricky to figure out.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Now I've stopped asking questions because now I'm so invested with.
Yeah, and as I see, you were at the end, but okay. Right. We shifted again.
Let's see. Because I know I can get them both here, of course, but now I'm wondering, is it as simple as... Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, and I wanted to say as well for you and the team, I'm so happy that you've had so much success with this category with GDWC, because I think, as I mentioned before at the beginning, just how clever the game is and how accessible it is for, it seems like for so many people, even people who maybe not play games that much, and the characters are so cute, and so is the environment, and I was really happy to see that this one show up on the list.
That was like I said, that was the main goal, to create a very simple. I won't say simple in terms of puzzle solving. It does have some challenges, but like a very simple and calming gameplay was the main aim for us, and we also tried to include our inspirations from Studio Ghibli into it. And if you look at our characters, you can find that. So we wanted all that, a fantasy, magical feeling, and have fun, explore the environment, and all things like that.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned Studio Ghibli, because I don't think that it would have been my first thought, but now that you mention it, I absolutely can see the influence. Just the art and the sort of the very nice feeling that you get from playing the game.
Yeah, so mostly we get the that your characters are 2D and your background art is in 3D. So obviously it's the thing is that obviously we wanted to include our love for Ghibli into it, and also because the zoom in and zoom out thing, and we wanted to make the things like the interactable objects more clear to the players. So I guess that's done better like in the 2D, when you join, all that shine comes through and everything. That's the thing that we thought could be better presented in 2D rather than 3D.
Oh no. So have you had the chance to watch many people like either play test or play the game on their own?
Yes, we are actually, we just ended our playtest today, to be honest.
Really? Okay.
Waiting to compile all that feedback and see what users think about this. So mostly for now we are testing how difficult the game is, or how players figure out things or not.
Yeah.
Obviously that's going to be the main part, so we can optimize the difficulty. And even like previously, with our different builds, we have tested among the friends and among the people at our workplace. So, and based on that, we have discarded many puzzles and added many things new. So yes.
I don't know why I thought maybe I could jump all the way up there, but no, I can't.
No, that's too high.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why it's a puzzle. Otherwise, if you could jump that high, it would defeat the whole purpose.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I think I know now. Yes, I think after this level, we'll be able to end the interview. But I wanted to ask: is there anything else that you would like to sort of mention about the game before we do end?
I guess there are a lot more puzzles and a lot more things that are still to come. So I would just advise people to follow us on our social media, where we do keep posting our dev updates and whatever we are making. If there's a new puzzle that we made, we give a little sneak peek, so you can see what's happening there and get excited about it, and even give us feedback if you are liking it, or maybe we will change it according to you.
Yeah, and I'd want to suggest people as well to go and wishlist it on Steam, and that's where you can see as well those other levels that I was talking about with sort of all the different environments that the game will feature as well.
And still, even on Steam, we haven't really, posted everything that's in development yet. So there are even more levels, and especially there are some levels that I personally like that we haven't revealed yet. Although they are present on our social media posts. If someone actually bothers to go way down and see them.
What's the best place to follow you on social media? Would it be Twitter or Facebook or?
We are present on our social media with the name of Playdew.
Mm-hmm.
So you can follow us on Twitter. We have Instagram presence, and we are also present on Facebook. You can join our newsletter on our website. Just put in your email there, and definitely wish list on us on Steam. I guess that are a few ways. and if someone really wants to talk to us, they can email us at our email address is present at our website hi@playdew.com. So we will also be available there.
Okay, great. Well, I think that pretty much wraps it up. If there's anything else, then let me know. But otherwise, yeah, Lost Twins 2. I can't wait. Oh, that was really clever. I'm really excited to see the full game when it comes out, and I'm gonna go and follow the studio on social media, because I'm quite excited to see what else comes from the game.
Yeah, sure. We will be glad to have you with us, and let you see what's coming more.
All right. Well, thanks again, and yeah, this was Lost Twins 2. Welcome back to all the viewers. GDWC award season. We're doing the pre-show day number 2. And we just took a look at, that was, oh my God, Lost Twins 2. Just had a memory blank. I wanted to mention as well, we have our Twitch chat is open. I want to give a shout out to FinRuns. We had a second stage with FinRuns. They're a company here, a team here in Finland that they speedrun games, and they just completely raided our chat. All of a sudden, I was just moderating chatting away with people, and we had our numbers just tripled. So shout out to FinRuns. That was really awesome. Thanks for joining us in chat. And we also have Slido. We can check out our Slido now. So if you join us at slido.com, enter the room key 600382. We're asking right now, what was your favorite category out of the pre-show and both days of the pre-shows? So right now we have student games
is tied up with Pro PC games. So I guess those are the two favorite ones we have. And Pro PC is actually the one that we're covering right now. So let's check out more Pro PC games. So far we've seen Alina of the Arena. We've seen A Winding Path. And just now, Lost Twins 2. And we have 2 games left. The next one is called Lost Words Beyond the Page. And it comes from Sketchbook Games from the UK. And the game is a puzzle platformer where the game is based around a little girl's diary, and you use words from the diary to sort of cast spells with the literal meaning of the word. So if she had written down like fire, then you bring it into the game and all of a sudden you can create fire. Or there's really all sorts of combinations like that with the words from the diary. It's really, really, really cool. The game's available on PC as well as all modern consoles. The game's available now. So if you have Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, wherever it is, you can pick up the game Lost Words Beyond the Page. I didn't have a chance to sit down with the developer. We almost did, but then there was a bit of a mix-up at the end. So unfortunately, I had to do the Let's Play by myself, but hopefully I'm entertaining enough. So let's take a look now at Lost Words Beyond the Page.
Hey there, it's David again with GDWC. This time we're taking a look at Lost Words Beyond the Page. And this is one of our nominees for the Pro PC category. One of our top 5 nominees for the Pro PC category. I haven't had the chance to play Lost Words yet, so let's see. This is really cute already. So this game comes from Sketchbook Games, and they're from the UK.
This book belongs to
Oh, who does it belong to?
me.
Oh, you. What do I do? Oh, okay.
Hello, Journal. Is it okay if I call you that? It's a bit formal, I know. But we've only just met. Let me introduce myself.
This is so cute. This is you, Journal.
I'm Isabel Barbara Cook. Most people call me Izzy, not Dad. He calls me Titch. He's such a numpty head. My little brother Ben calls me Isbo. I call him He Who Chews Curtains. He likes red for breakfast and blue for dinner.
Oh, this is really cool. The lines being used as actual platforms.
And then there's
Mum. Ah.
Mom, my top tea drinking buddy.
Guardian of the Biscuit Tin. I bet.
Ah! I go get my tea and this
This. Do I have to jump on this?
is Pinky. I think she's jealous of you, Journal.
Oh, I can walk on the paws. Pinky fact, actually. Afraid of mice. Pinky. This is extremely creative.
Today's my birthday. Dad
Does this
made
block
his
me?
best
Yeah.
cake. Mum and Gran started the singing. Ben gurgled along. I blew out the candles and made a wish.
Haha. That's cute. To be taller than Dad. Well, maybe. Maybe one day. Can I use... Yeah. Hey, it could happen. It could.
Since I was little, I've always dreamed of becoming a writer. This is where you come in, Journal.
The music really evokes these strong feelings as well. It's really well done.
Gran always says,
A writer writes. Oh, what's
A
this about?
writer writes.
Hey, Gran speaking.
No one ever got anything just by wanting it.
Guess that
I
birthday
guess
wish.
that birthday wish was a waste then.
The
Gran
watercolor.
said writing is about
Really, really pretty.
exploring your thoughts. It helps you unlock your feelings. I'd like to write something that will make Gran smile. She always talks about little acorns growing into big trees. Is that to make me feel better about my height? Or about my writing? I want to write a story, but what kind? A romance?
Maybe.
Science fiction?
Yuck, yuck, yuck.
A comedy? A drama? Fairy tales? Wait, we're getting somewhere. A fantasy story. So, how do I start my fantasy story? Once upon a time. Ugh, no one said this would be easy. Again. From the top. Not so far away. In the land of
Whoa.
Astoria. A place of peace and magic.
I'm hooked. This game is gorgeous.
There lived a girl named
Grace, Georgia, Robin. Let's go with Robin. I like that.
Robin.
Yeah.
Everyone knew her by the bright color.
Ooh. Green.
Of her green dress. She was ready to begin her adventure. In fact, she'd been preparing for it her whole life, for she was the only apprentice of the village guardian, Elder Ava. Everyone was very fond of Robin. Her heart was full of curiosity and compassion. The villagers agreed that no one was
As kind.
as kind as her.
This is completely different now.
Not too far away, in the land of Astoria. There lived a young girl named Robin. She was kind and loved taking care of the world around her. Suddenly, a faint speck of light floated down and began to buzz around Robin. Hello, little firefly. Did you come for my birthday? Oh, Elder Ava's gonna be so happy.
Good.
Let's head back to the village. The firefly shared Robin's excitement. I was also planning to make Elder Ava a fruit punch in secret. Maybe we can find some more berries on the way back, Firefly.
Maybe. Okay, so I'm controlling both
That's a juicy one. Good job, Firefly.
both Robin and what was this? Okay. I want to check out if there's anything on the left. Always gotta check. Yeah.
Nice and fat. This will be perfect.
I was wondering if the game was going to be the whole up and then right. Yeah, I was wondering if the game was going to be the whole book thing, which I would have been totally okay with. Is there something on the other side that I'm supposed to get through? Can't believe I'm stuck already. That's embarrassing. So let's see. Up and right. If I... Oh no. Hang on. Open book, cursor, jump, drag. So. Gotcha. I think the icon for the shift button wasn't so obvious to me.
Do fireflies drink punch?
Do they? Yeah, I mean, it's different than up, but it's not... I guess it's better than writing shift, maybe.
This will
It's
be
not
my
so
best
elegant.
punch ever. Come on, Firefly.
Come on.
The village is just a bit further down. Wow.
The voice acting is
I
super
love
charming.
doing that. The bridge was an old, creaky affair. Careful, Robin. Careful. Robin imagined shark fins circling below. Phew. We made it, Firefly. And... down!
That's really cute.
Robin knew many secret paths back to the village. Like this one. She loved feeling the roots around her, as if the tree was giving her a gentle hug. Nearly there, Firefly. Just one more little slide. Here we go! Woohoo! The old cargo lift, barely used.
Okay, this game is way too charming. Way too charming.
Secret entrance to the village above. Robin couldn't wait to give Elder Ava a hug. She'd be so proud that her Firefly came. Look, Firefly.
The music is amazing too.
Home. The warm lights and enticing smells of Elder Ava's hut welcome her. Elder Ava!
Happy birthday, Robin.
I've made a new friend.
One of our sacred fireflies. This is a very special thing indeed.
Does this mean...
Yes, it is time. Ooh. Would you fetch me that box, please?
Ava was sure that Robin would rise to the occasion.
We're doing the words again. Yes. Oh, that's really, really cool. So much creativity. And this seems like it's pretty appropriate for
Go ahead.
all sorts of ages, which is really, really nice.
This will store all the magic words you find. Some will stay with you, others are fleeting. They will help you overcome any obstacle. Now, your training is complete. Congratulations, new Guardian of the Fireflies.
Thank you.
Guardian? But that's you.
Guardian in retirement now. You should head to the shrine tree for the other Firefly's blessing. I'll join you shortly, dear.
Okay.
Oh, before I forget.
Of course, Elder
A
Ava.
little something of mine to mark the occasion.
Elder Ava reached inside her pocket and handed Robin a gift. Ava's favorite pendant, set with a sapphire.
Fast. Set with a giant sapphire.
Now, off you go.
Okay. The small choices are really cute too. It kind of gives your character, Robin, for me, gives them a bit more choice and a bit more agency. Like, oh yeah, I chose her cloak color and now her gem and her name. Really cute.
I can't wait to try out my magic book. And all at once, Robin was surrounded by the hustle and bustle of village life.
Look at that, all the letters and stuff. So what was the open book, right? Rise.
Oh, how'd you do that?
Oh, that's awesome.
She's got the power.
Absolutely, I've got the power.
Robin
that's
must
funny.
be the new Firefly Guardian.
That was amazing.
The best thing I've seen all morning.
Why do we have to be on cargo duty all the time?
Robin loved
know,
throwing
just looking at
stones over the rooftops, but not today.
No, she's a guardian now.
Robin has the book.
Today, the Firefly Shrine was waiting.
Go on!
It's a shame that we only get so much
She
time.
looked over her bustling treetop village.
I heard you had a bit of leaf mold.
with the game,
all she knew.
because I'm sure that we're gonna learn so many words throughout the game, and it's gonna grow into all sorts of different puzzles that you can do with the verbs that you now learn.
Paradise.
I could always use more paradise. Say 10.
But inside, she was still curious.
Hey, Robin! Happy birthday! No, you can't have a magic book.
Good to see you, Robin.
But
Well, Robin has one.
But that's different. She's special. But you
Oh.
say I'm special.
Careful, careful. No need to rush.
What an
That
amazing
world
game.
that lay beyond. The bridge swayed in the warm breeze. Its slats creaked with a gentle familiarity as Robin crossed it.
Oh, I see. Rise. Oh, I have to follow with it. The game just has such a, I don't know, such a feeling of discovery and creativity, and it's just wonderment, I guess is the word that I'm really looking for.
Robin. You have to see the fireflies. Let me get the gate.
And again, it just feels, oh no, so far, really age appropriate, so even younger kids could play it. Oh, look at that, that's so cool.
Robin couldn't wait to see the fireflies. Soon they'd bless her as new village guardian. What's being guardian going to be like, Firefly? I hope it's adventurous. Let's swing into adventure.
The music's doing a lot too. I know I complimented it earlier. But it's doing a lot of heavy lifting as well to sort of set the tone and the mood. Like the music is just it swells with this excitement, and
Robin crawled through the dank, dark tunnel.
now it's all getting dark and stuff. It's really, really effective.
It didn't feel like being hugged at all.
Oh no. Crazy to think it's the same game that we were playing, what, 10 minutes ago, focusing on the 2D platforming within the book.
The rocky cliff face posed no challenge to her now. The sacred bell to announce her arrival.
Oh, I see. It does a really good job, the game, I mean, it does a really good job at letting the player discover what they need to do without telling you. And like here, they could have easily been like, oh yeah, just swing to ring the bell, and then it's kind of like you don't get to discover that for yourself. So I think that's another one of its greatest accomplishments, that it lets the player kind of figure things out on their own. But now I'm stuck. I can't. Let's see. To announce her right, the sacred bell. Let's see. Oh.
At last, the tree was in sight, home to the fireflies, whose ancient energy kept the village safe from harm.
Hey, Astreia.
Go on. Show them what you can do.
Okay. Oh well.
That's it. They're accepting their new guardian.
Yeah.
I can get a lion.
Glowing light surrounded her, a timeless energy that birthed stars and forged suns. Now she was part of it, forever. And so Robin became the new Firefly Guardian, but her biggest adventure was yet to come. Hello, Journal. This time of the year.
I think this is where we'll need to stop. I'm gonna keep playing, but the Let's Play has to come to a stop here. Again, this was Lost Words. Beyond the Page comes from Sketchbook Games from the UK. And they're one of the nominees, one of the top 5 nominees for the Pro PC category. I had a genuine blast with it. I think, everything that I've described so far, there's just such an excitement, a wonderment, creativity. The music's amazing. So I had a really fun time with it. I hope that you enjoyed watching us play as well. Best of luck to you guys at Sketchbook Games. And thanks so much for watching. Welcome back to the show, everyone. It's David, still, for GDWC. We just took a look at Lost Words Beyond the Page. You saw me play the game, and I really, really loved it.
Like I said before we went into the game, it's available on PC as well as all modern consoles. So if you have a Switch, an Xbox, PlayStation, you can pick it up. The game is really, really sweet. We have Slido open, and I want to check out Slido with you guys. We asked you earlier, what is your favorite category that we've looked at? So far in the lead, we have student games, pro PC, hobby and game jam are also getting some votes. And apparently, fan favorite, VR games, mobile games, pro console games, and VR awards can go away. We don't like them. Just kidding. Just kidding. But those votes are for student games, pro PC. They're in the lead, so good picks. But we have just one game left for the whole pre-show. We're going to be taking a look next at Northern Journey. A hard one to say. Northern Journey. Comes from Slid Studios. It's a one-man team from Norway. And the game is really cool. It's a 3D sort of survival action game. It has these really stylized graphics. It kind of reminds me of like Xbox, like original Xbox or PS2, but not quite. It's better than that. It's really stylized graphics, and he kind of explains as well his aesthetic with the game and the characters, and it's really, really cool. So we could take a look now at Northern Journey. Okay, thanks for joining me for the Northern Journey Let's Play. I'm with Øystein. Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah, Øystein.
Yeah, so we'll play through Northern Journey. I'll start the new game. Okay, so we'll continue from here. So, how much of the game are you responsible for the art as well? And
I'm responsible for everything in the game. The only thing I did not make was the save and load plugin, which I bought from the marketplace.
Yeah.
Everything else is made by me.
It's such a beautiful game as well. Just looking around at the fog gives such an atmosphere. Like I'm a bit creepy, not creepy, but like worried. I don't know where I am. I'm getting shot.
I mean, fog is always beautiful if you use it right. Because you start to get this distance, you start to understand where things are far away. I have been known to use fog heavily in things I do.
Save it, disable. Okay. And are you a developer as well, professionally, or do you just make games as a hobby?
The inspiration. I'm trying to be a full-time dev, but I'm not now.
Okay.
I have a day job to keep myself afloat. Currently.
I'm very excited to see where. I know we only get to play a little bit here, but from the trailers that I saw, I'm very excited to see what sort of things we'll run into, because there's so many monsters and lots to see.
It was very important for me to get a big variety in landscapes and enemies and all these things, because many of the, for example, enemies, it's not like they are very advanced in the AI, so I couldn't just put them everywhere in the game. Then they wouldn't have worked. So I usually made a small AI specifically that worked for a specific situation.
Yeah.
And then I didn't bother to try to expand the AI to work on several other locations. So I just made new enemies all the time. And of course, since they are not high resolution types of things, I figured that variation could kind of compensate for that.
Yeah. The water looks amazing too. It's just, I find it's so. Oh my god! I got surprised. I find it's so rare to see such big 3D games made by one person. So it's very, very impressive.
Yeah, thank you. But I'm sure there will be more of these types of things. I mean, it's probably only possible in these last years to make something like this as a single person, because the tools have gotten so good. So I'm sure we will see more of those kind of games.
This is so. There's so much here that I'm wondering. I have so many questions, and I'm very excited to see how it goes. Okay. And these are health, right? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the health vials. They are very inspired by the health vials in Hexen, because Hexen is an important game for this game. So I sort of, as a little homage, copied some of the health items to be similar to the ones used in Hexen. Because of course the game is kind of old school in a way.
Yeah. Just the wind. So I don't have the key. Ah, yes, of course I can jump. Yeah, there's so many creatures that as soon as you see them, they run away, and I'm wondering what exactly is it?
You're at the top now, at the little town, I assume.
Yeah. I'll pay my taxes.
Yeah. Again, because my NPCs, I mean, the NPCs was well made very early in the process. When I wasn't that good of making things in Blender yet.
Yeah.
So I mean, to make them, if they had just stood there quite statically like many NPCs do, I think they would have been very boring. So again, to compensate for them looking the way they do, I tried to put them in some funny situations, and so you can kind of compensate for it.
Yeah, well, this is great too. The little kid sort of throwing or spitting the parts of the tree.
Yeah, try to make him look as obnoxious as possible.
Good company, of course. Yeah. Yeah, so you said use Blender, and the game, is it made in Unity, or how did you make the
Oh, it's
engine?
made in Unreal Engine.
Unreal, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, I tried. When I started out, I looked at the different game engines because I didn't know which one to use when I knew I wanted to make a game. So I first started trying CryEngine.
Yeah.
But it seemed really complicated to actually make your own things in it. I mean, once you get over putting the example level, after that I started wondering, but where do I actually start making things? And I understood with the programming part, and because it isn't very well documented, it would be impossible for me to make something with it. So I tried Unity. I kind of liked it, but of course first I needed to get the player controller working. Then I found an example on internet how to program the mouse look, and it was so complicated, I thought, to program it. So I figured I can't understand how I can make a game if I already find this complicated. So eventually I tried Unreal Engine and Blueprint. You know, the visual scripting language they have in Unreal. And I found that to just be amazing. Just because it was so quick to learn, and just because since it's node-based, there's so many. I mean, you don't get typing errors and all these types of things. It will basically tell you every time you do something wrong. So I found I could iterate so fast with it. So I think the main reason I could make this game is Blueprint.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I just realized now, I'm so sorry that I haven't even been sharing my screen with you. So you haven't been able to watch with me the...
No, I haven't.
Let me share with you now.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah. Yes, I'm still exploring now. I've found a big boulder blocking the trap, but I know I'm not strong enough. And in my journal, I have to find my way to the lighthouse.
Yeah, you have to do it. Yeah, not the gate open. Good. So for those who didn't, in a sense, get it, of course that flute player is a sort of, it's like an aspect of Odin in a sense. It's not very important in the lore, but it's kind of inspired by our Odin character.
Oh, this is really, really cool. You're just so high up.
Yeah, I mean rope bridges. I mean, who doesn't like them?
Exactly.
I mean, that is one thing I found really fun with doing game dev was just imagining just a crazy place and then being able to make it and kind of play it. So I've made kind of like a movie before, but I found just game dev to be very good for a very good medium for creativity.
Yeah. Oh, I see. So how do I... Is it like this? Yeah.
Yep, that's like this. I found it to be always difficult to convey how systems work. Putting a lot of text on the screen. So I'm sure it's not perfect yet.
I have a bit of experience too with making games, and I agree that's one thing that, because you as the developer, it's just so obvious to you that you would do this and you would do that it is very difficult to convey to players what to do, and some players just don't read anything and all of a sudden they're stuck because they haven't read, and it's difficult.
Yeah, that is very true. Yeah, and of course you yourself know from a technical you know why you did it the way you did it.
Yeah.
But of course the player might not understand that at all. So yeah, I know it's that is difficult.
Yeah. Okay, lighthouse.
Yeah, lighthouse.
Ah, we have enemies.
Yeah, I had to write that very specifically because right when I had launched the game, I understood many people didn't they didn't understand how the sights worked. Because of course it's a ballistic projectile.
Yeah.
So I had to try to make sure they at least read it. Yeah, that was my bad.
Nice.
You see, usually I found after a while that I usually made about half the level, and then I started making the music for it, because now I have a lot of screenshots I can look at.
Oh yeah.
And I can try to make the music fit the screenshots I have. And of course, when you have the music starting to be a part of the testing the level, I mean, when you have both those things, you start to really understand what's good about the level and what's not. So I found the music to be very important to have during the process, and not just thrown onto it afterwards. And of course, making the music was something I really wanted also. I mean, it was very important for me.
Yeah, making the music is... Oh, there's auto run, okay.
Yeah.
I make music too with some of the games that I've been able to work on, and it's so fun to be able to like you said, if you have a screenshot or if you have a quick video, and you use that as sort of a guide or inspiration to figure out the tone and everything, and it really brings everything together.
Yeah. When you find the right music, I mean, it's almost like magic when both the image and music suddenly work together.
Yeah. Oh, I should not have gone that way. Okay, so what do I need to do next? Open the forest path gates.
Yeah. So now you just need to return to the rope bridge, the large one, with the people with access.
Oh. Okay. And I'm wondering if this is the faster way. Maybe not?
I would think not.
Okay.
But, well, of course, both paths would.
Yeah.
And then now we can notice a thing I didn't know if you noticed the snake yet the last time.
Oh.
So yeah, that is one of the fun things I usually like. I don't know if you remember there was a dog there, the last time.
The dog's gone now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the fun, this snake is suddenly fat.
And of course, it's just one big piece in the middle because it hasn't been eaten yet.
Yeah.
The auto run is perfect. I keep turning it on and off because I just like to do that instead of holding the button.
Yeah. Again, auto run wasn't a function that I had when I released the game, but it was just a person on the Steam forum that suggested us you should have it. And I thought it was kind of unnecessary, but when I first tried to put it in, I mean, of course it should be there.
That's really cool that there's a map and now the auto run, I agree. Whoa. Caught me by surprise. The auto run is such a great feature. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I mean, I've gotten a lot of good suggestions from the Steam forum. Yeah,
I see.
because we were kind of like interaction with the trolls, but now we're not.
Ah, okay.
I did it like that because I'm trying to avoid all situations where AI code is going, and because if you save and load, the chances are so big that something strange will happen.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to separate the levels.
Trying to separate it. It's a shame you can't get the weapon up because you will probably need it soon.
But
it didn't work the one button either.
Oh no. No, I think you're right. My OBS must be causing problems. But I think at the same time the Let's Play must come to an end very soon as well. So I'll just try to run a bit further. But yeah.
I don't think you get killed yet.
But yeah, now we have the absorber, and I won't be able
to it's a practical item. It is because one time, I mean, I suddenly discovered you could basically speedrun the whole game without ever interacting with enemies. So I made the absorber thing so you had to make some kills to open some gates.
Yeah.
So you had sort of like a reason to kill things because the enemies do not drop loot or anything like that. And I also found the absorber to be a good thing for checking water depth. Because as you see, when you are looking at the water, there is this green circle.
Yeah.
And it's telling you basically that this is deep. You can walk here, but if it's red, you know you cannot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if the water isn't translucent, kind of have to know that.
I'm having so much fun just, oh my god.
Yeah.
I was having so much fun just kind of exploring and seeing what comes next. But I think that's the perfect way to end the Let's Play with me dying like that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. Well, this was a lot of fun. Is there anything else that you'd like to mention? You mentioned before that you're still updating the game and it's available on Steam if anyone's interested.
Yeah. It's still available, and I'm updating every bug and everything I am aware of. I'm trying to do, and of course there are some bigger updates I should probably try to do as well, like getting a controller working. I mean, you can get it working, but you have to go by some other type of thing.
Yeah.
Like this, and but basically the game should work very stable now, as far as I know.
Yeah, it was really fun, and I didn't have any issue. Well, I think the OBS wasn't letting me pull up the sling, but otherwise everything was really fun and it worked really well, and I had a lot of fun again, like discovering and seeing the different characters and how there's so many funny interactions with them, and sometimes they're giving you quests, and yeah, I had a really fun time.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining me, and this was the Let's Play for Northern Journey. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. It's David for GDWC. I have bad news. The show is coming to an end. As you can see, little Mika here is very tired. I think a lot of our people back here too are tired. I'm tired. I've been here, 8 hours on camera. But before we end, I just want to say from me personally, thank you so much for everyone for watching. This is, for me, my first big hosting gig, and it really means a lot to me. Thank you for GDWC for allowing me to have this chance, and everyone here as well for making it happen. And we have as well one last question for Slido. I've talked about Slido a lot, but this is the last time tonight that we're talking about Slido. But the last question we have is, what was your favorite game from the category that we just saw, the Pro PC category? So we have... already we have a vote in for Lost Words Beyond the Page. There's also, of course, Lost Twins 2, Northern Journey. I don't know why I struggle so much with that one. A Winding Path, and Alina of the Arena. So go in, get your vote. We're going to count those, and we'll look at them tomorrow as well. So speaking of tomorrow, we have a schedule for tomorrow that we can pull up as well. So tomorrow we have our in-person event here in Helsinki, and of course, if you can't join us, if you're not here in Helsinki, you can join us on Twitch. Same thing as we've done the last 2 days. We're having the event hosted online. So you have the schedule here. It starts at 6 p.m. finish time. So you have the time there, UTC +2. So you just have to figure out what the time is in your time zone. And we have, as the show goes, we're going to announce the winners of each category. We're going to have speakers who come on, and it's going to be quite an event. So we're really excited to get together in person as well. Everyone's going to be safe, and hopefully many of you join online as well on Twitch. So that pretty much covers everything. We really had a blast covering the 2 days for the pre-show, looking at all the games, doing those interviews with all the people that we had a chance to meet and do all the Let's Plays. We had so many games, and so many of them really look good, and I hope many of you decided to go check them out. Some games are still in development. Lots of them have already been released. A lot of them are free as well. So, don't hesitate. Go check out those games. So we're going to come to an end now for everyone here at Assembly Studios. I want to thank everyone, of course, for here and our sponsors. It would not be possible without all our sponsors. So thank you for everyone for sponsoring the show. And as we end the show, we have one last video to show you guys. It's the official selections list from GDWC. So it's the games who we want to give a shout out to who didn't make the nominees for top 5, but they're really important games that we wanted to showcase as well. So we have a bit of a video to end this stream with. So enjoy that. But for tonight, David Branco, I'm out. Thanks everyone for watching.
2021 was our biggest year yet. Here is our official selection list. We start off by taking a look at Catfire 2, a mobile action shooter game with stunning pixel art. Equip weapons and defeat the legion of zombie cats. Next comes the parody throwback game, The Transylvania Adventure of Simon Quest. Play as Simon Quest and make your way through Wallachia to resurrect Dracula, only so you can defeat him yourself. Against the Storm is a roguelike city builder in a fantasy world where it never stops raining. Build and manage settlements inhabited by beavers, lizards, and humans. Kill, die, learn, and repeat. SA Proxy is an ultra-stylish, cyberpunk, top-down twin-stick shooter. Choose your character with unique abilities, select your arsenal, and get ready for SA Proxy. Blade Assault is a 2D action roguelike platformer with stunning pixel art. Defeat the corrupt military of Esperanza and bring back justice to your world. Travel across levels to restore your vision with a friend in Blind Bond. The catch? You can't even see yourself. Communicate with your friend to solve puzzles and to save yourself. Gladio and Glory is an arena-based beat-em-up where you can upgrade your gladiator. The game is based on physics where every battle feels fresh and fun. Roll is an ultra-relaxing score-attack deck builder, but played with dice. The game is plain and simple at first, but countless upgrades and deep strategy will keep you coming back.
These woods.
Goblin Stone is a turn-based RPG. Play through this epic procedurally generated world with stunning visuals and change the fate of these little goblins.
Full of peril, and there are many who hunt them.
Join atoms together to create larger and larger molecules and honk. Follow the laws of physics or feel free to experiment and see what you can create yourself. Nej is a serene and evocative experience brought to life through expressive hand-drawn graphics and a gripping soundtrack in this puzzle adventure game. Knife to Meet You is, well, a knife throwing game using real physics simulation so you can spin, twist, or throw your knife however you intend. Time to fight the internet trolls atop a 1920s typewriter. Can Spam Bradley save the internet using kung fu and chess? Find out in Play It Again, Sam. Pilot your spaceship in the original and wacky world of Project Starship X, a twisted and cartoony look at a Lovecraftian world.
Tiny!
Help Lucy unlock the secrets of dream control before it's too late in the extremely witty and charming point-and-click adventure game Lucy Dreaming.
Oh, that did a big fat load of nothing.
Play and program at the same time in DreamScript. In this experimental first-person puzzle game, you need to reprogram the world to solve puzzles and progress further. Follow the story of Ozana in Winterlore Chapter 2. Mend herbs, brew concoctions, and cook sweets for the solstice feast for your guests, although some were never invited.
OMFG 1 Million Fatal Guns is a fast-paced, over-the-top roguelike FPS featuring... Is this script right? Yeah, alright, well, featuring over 30 million different guns. Ona needs your help to become a full druid. Travel through thick forests and swamps, inhabit creatures, and fight evil in the beautiful 2.5D platformer Ona the Druid's Path. Reality and dreams collide in Project Morpheus, a prologue where you get to play as East and face the monsters in this action-packed game with clever puzzles.
Steve?
Live Adventure is a second-person adventure game seen through the camera of Lens, filming his sister Real.
I can feel the mystery under my feet.
Oh. Wait.
Welcome to Space Choice.
Space Choice is an experimental game about reacting and making choices quickly. Time is your most valuable resource, so make sure that you use it right.
Make the best out of a bad situation.
Chaos Brigade is an arcade shooter where you control a team of 6 space exterminators and lead them in the ultimate space cleanse. Swing all over the place with the superb techno-synthwave soundtrack of El Gancho. Wipe out enemies with your trail or with bouncy bullets and upgrade your Coco to destroy dangerous bosses. Choose your mech, customize your loadout, and become a bounty hunting pilot in this deck-building roguelike. With corruption spreading, more bounty means more danger in Jupiter Moon's Mecha. Immerse yourself in pure 90s first-person shooter with Karm. Discover what lies beyond this cult and dearly hold on to your sanity. Sanabi the Revenant is an exhilarating, stylish, dystopian action platformer. Use your signature arm to jump over cliffs, skyscrapers, and zip through bullets and traps. It's 1986, and you play as a small-town postal worker in Lake. You'll run into familiar faces and plenty of new ones, and you choose who to interact with.
Meeting people is also part of the job. Some of them are.
Play as various heroes in a world filled with seriously uncool monsters. Fight and defeat the enemies with math. Plan ahead, and even you can beat the toughest enemies in some slay uncool monsters. Roll for initiative, attack, and manage your players in Solasta, Crown of Magister. Sure, you make the choices, but the dice make up your destiny. Explore the ruins of a city in the aftermath of a nuclear incident in The Volunteer, an atmospheric narrative game. World Splitter is a 2D puzzle platformer that throws the players in with multi-dimensional puzzles. Use your run and jump skills to solve logic-based puzzles. Kaboom Swing is what happens when you combine minigolf with bombs. Roll, explode, and destroy your way to victory in this puzzle platformer. Play as Glimmer, a deep-sea fairy in Lumione, an ocean-themed side-scrolling platformer. Let the light guide you to your hopes and dreams and find your place in this world. Martial Law is a side-scrolling, story-focused adventure game presenting the difficulties that came with communism within Poland. Strategic Mind Spirit of Liberty is a history-driven strategy game based during World War II. Lead the Finnish forces during the Winter, Continuation, and Lapland Wars to save your country from the Red Menace. Sword of the Necromancer is a dungeon crawler action RPG where you could revive your defeated enemies and make them fight alongside you.
It's toying with me.
Reminiscence places you in a twisting house full of horrors. Warp, jump, rewind time and space to save your family. Respawn is a game where failure is actually progress. Play as a watermelon who quickly notices that something is wrong with the respawn system. And finally, Tank Brawl 2 is a co-op and PvP vehicular combat game in a fully destructible world. Take over land, sea vehicles, and even mechs in these fast-paced battles.